Going on, everyone? John Matrix here. Hope you're all having yourselves a wonderful day wherever you're at. Whenever you're watching this, we're going to be continuing on with this red tape series here today. We're going to be checking out another SCP-001 proposal in this red tape series. There seems to be quite a lot of them. We're jumping into Mamjul Korar. I think that's how it's pronounced. By the Exploring series. Some links will be down below for this continued red tape series playlist and to the Exploring series channel. Please do me a favor. If you enjoy this video as we go through it, be sure to go over there and give it a like, as well as, you know, give the Exploring series some support, show him some love, hit that sub button on his channel if you have not done so already. If you would like to join us when I'm doing these reactions live as I am right now with my YouTube members, there's a join button underneath the video, as well as a link in the description to the YouTube membership benefits that I have to offer. So, been around the channel for a while, want to take your support to the next level. That's something you can check out. And if you enjoy this video of mine, my reactions, my commentary, etc., do consider leaving a like and a sub, as it helps me and the channel grow, and it lets me and YouTube algorithm know that you guys enjoy these kind of videos and content and you want to see some more. So thank you guys, appreciate you as always, and let's jump right into it. Again, this is SCP-001, Mamjul Korar, Part 1.
SCP-001, Mamjul Korar, Part 1.
Part Uno.
It's a fairly common theme among the SCP universe that some things are just better off buried and forgotten.
Very true.
This holds true for much of horror fiction, of course, but the SCP universe has a particular way of reawakening things with far greater consequences than merely a group of wayward teenagers being killed off. The previous SCP-001 in this series, Amani-Ram, certainly demonstrated that clearly enough, bringing the ancient Mechanite Empire into the modern day and causing quite a stir in the Foundation.
Indeed.
It revealed greater detail about the ancient wars between the Mechanites, the Davites, and the Sarkites, but so far the Foundation has far more questions than answers.
As do
and
I.
After what happened in Amani-Ram, they're not exactly thrilled to find out more. Let's take a look. Let's first begin with a little primer on what exactly happened in Amani-Ram. I would, of course, recommend either reading that article yourself or...
Researchers from SCP went there, found the preserver who was left over. They powered up the city. The preserver was actually, you know, one of the generals of the Mechanites, blah, blah, blah. The researcher turns into a, you know, Mechanite person by downloading memories into them, and now the culture is revived. Essentially, in a nutshell.
Or viewing my previous video on it, but I'll cover the broad details. The Foundation discovered a hidden ancient city in the southern Arabian desert, determining it to be Amani-Ram, the fortress city.
Lord Blackwood found it. Okay, let's give credit where credit is due.
Of the Mechanite Empire. 2 researchers were chosen to head up the investigation, Dr. Robert Aram and Dr. Hedvig Nussbaum. The technology still present in the city proved to be incredible, notably a mechanical throne that allows an individual to experience vivid memories from the past rulers of the city, all named Bumaro. Over time, Aram became increasingly disconnected from the Foundation, diving deeper and deeper into the memories of the past until he eventually takes on the mantle of Bumaro himself.
Right. They essentially find a golden throne, and the golden throne, very 40k-ish, is able to, basically like the Matrix, you're able to kind of like jack into the memories of the past and download them into your brain. And so he essentially ends up like taking on the consciousness of the line of Bumaros, who was basically like the emperor line for the Mechans.
He declares Amani-Ram to be his, and states that the Church of the Broken God will change the world in order to be protected from the Abominate, a mysterious fourth entity or group from ancient times.
That is one of my biggest questions from that previous video. Exactly what is the Abominate? Is it in fact the fourth faction, something else completely? that is new that they're building up? Is it 610? Did something else happen with it? It seems like from one of the lines they had stated, the Abominant was an individual. They had enough power to tear down a section of the walls of a Monoram. So I don't know.
Times that still seems to be around in the modern day. The rest of Aram's team, including Nussbaum, also betrayed the Foundation, although not necessarily of their own
I'm
free
always
will.
prepared. Okay.
Before we get into the SCP proper, we're given a few verses from a historical account, which is noted to have been introduced into this file at a later date, under Containment Protocol Herodotus, named after the Greek
Herodotus.
historian
Yeah.
said to be the father of history.
Yes.
The verses read, as witnessed by Var Silmitabaya, first Rajmata of the Scarlet Maharaja. In the first age, when the great gods clashed in the sky and split the heavens in their four-prong war, the material...
Interesting that now it's 4. So is the Abominant obviously then another one of these, gods? Because in the previous video from the Meccans, their creation mythos is that there were 3 gods. They fought with each other. None were stronger than the other. Each of them became wounded and fell to the earth, and then Meccan, happened to have fallen where she fell and was found by, like a family of sheep herders and then lifted them up, etc. Interesting.
plane bore witness to the first, the greatest war of the cosmos. Their dance was one of fury and hatred and destruction, and in the place of stars they twirled and shook and gyrated, bringing down the wrath to the song of creation itself.
I wonder if the Abominant's a Sem. That could be interesting, right? If that's just what they call it. If a Sem would be in this, right? Like I get that this is completely different canon than what is the Cactus verse, but that's where my brain kind of goes, right? What other being do I know of, I guess, that could be that powerful if it's an individual? But supposedly, in the Cactus verse, the Sem is more powerful than any of these other gods mentioned. So who knows?
The metal, the flesh, the scarlet, and the wretch wrestled in the maw of eternity
Metal, the flesh,
and
the scarlet,
moved
and the
like
wretch.
streams with the force of floods and broke. And when it was over, when the divine fluid had been spilt onto the wet soil, the quarter came crashing down to the material plane, broken and torn, landing in the far corners and crevices of the one land, there to lay for ages and ages past before an eye was lain upon them. The scarlet lay, and in the millennia life sprung up in the material plane, from lichen to fish to trees, and then finally man arose in the far east, south, and west on the backs of their new gods. But the scarlet had already created life, unbeknownst to its brother and sisters. As the gods slumbered in their ersatz tombs, the scarlet reached out with the gift of life, striking a seed on the astral plane that sprouted, growing wildly and with abandon, unobserved and unlimited, existing only in the gaps and roots and vines of the jungle. Uncountable cycles before man took his first steps on Asia, the spirits, the Deva, expanded from a single thought of a dreaming god to a people, a culture, and a civilization on the unobserved astral plane as they danced and hunted and killed and warred and mated around the great tree of life in worship to the scarlet.
That's interesting, right? So I don't know if, again, in this canon, right, like in other canons, the kind of idea with the Scarlet King is, right, that he's basically in 2 halves. there's like the spiritual body and then there's the physical body, and both of them have kind of been locked away. Should they ever like recombine, he will be all powerful again and be able to go out and start consuming universes, right? So I wonder if the injury that happened to the Scarlet King was that he was separated. Maybe his physical body was destroyed, but spiritual body wasn't. And so the life that he created were these spiritual creatures, the Davites. It's interesting that the Davites in this canon are that. They are, astral, spiritual body creatures and not of the physical realm, I guess.
And the god, the Scarlet, pinned underneath the ever-growing weight of the jungle as the men moved in and built their huts and their farms and killed and died, yet more victims of the brutal circle of life, reached up and dug its fingers in, plucking its eye from its socket and pushing it up, just as the first man sought refuge under a tree. The gem, swaddled in the same roots, sprung from the mouth of the beast, sung out for a champion, for a warrior who would raise his sword in the name of the first, truest magic, and march forth under the banner of the first, truest of the four gods, to strike a bargain with the Deva, children of the Scarlet House, and become their Chakravarti. Whereas the Amani Ram proposal took a close look at the Mechanite Empire, this time we'll be looking more closely at the Davites, with these verses explaining that they first arose in the astral plane, created by an ancient entity known as the Scarlet, after a great cosmic war. As mankind...
See, now I want to know about the cosmic war, you know what I'm saying? Like, now I want to know more about the war with the gods, All this stuff piques my curiosity. It's the same thing with Warhammer, right? Like, I want to know more about the war in heaven. All that stuff going on with the Necrons and the Catan and the old ones and creation of the elves and the orcs and all that, The more stuff that gets brought up, the more I want to know.
Began to spread across the earth on top of the tombs of the ancient gods.
Exactly.
The Scarlet plucked one of its eyes out and offered it to a human champion, who would strike a bargain with the Deva and become their Chakravarti, their Emperor of Emperors. With that, we move on to the actual SCP itself, the ruins of Mamjul, an ancient pre-First Occult War city-state located approximately 734 kilometers off the southern tip of the Indian subcontinent. Evidence seems to suggest that Mamjul was constructed and located at or above sea level, so how it came to rest 3.6 kilometers underwater is unknown.
It's interesting, right? Like, I'd always wondered if, not saying that this is going to get into it and that this is maybe a reference to Atlantis, but I'd always wondered if there was ever going to be kind of like any kind of SCP Atlantis stories, any kind of like ancient civilization stuff like this around Atlantis, because I feel like Atlantis would kind of be like another kind of perfect ancient historical, advanced faction that someone could get into and create a mythos around, I feel like it would fit well in some of the, like the Cactus verse and maybe some of this. So I don't know. I'm curious if this is going to kind of get into that, being that this is underwater. Maybe it was not underwater previously and is now because of, some kind of war or battle that happened, etc. But certainly vibe around with sunken cities, right?
It was first discovered by the Foundation on August 24th, 2002, and originally believed to be a mundane archaeological ruin. Its location was recorded to disseminate to the global archaeological community in the near future, but closer inspection revealed the city's remarkable preservation, despite having spent well over 3 millennia underwater. Further investigation by divers unearthed the full extent of the city, which was initially thought to be the ruins of a small Bronze Age settlement, but was revealed to contain several hundred buildings, most of them buried under large amounts of silt and sand. In addition, divers found considerable evidence that Mamjul was the seat of a Bronze Age advanced human civilization that made extensive use of thaumaturgy and biomancy, known to the Foundation as the Davic Covenant. Additional personnel were then dispatched to confirm that this was the Davic city of Mamjul, as mentioned in the Aegean tablets, and corroborated by noted explorer and naturalist Lord Blackwood, as well as evidence from Amani Ram. We're next provided a historical briefing on Mamjul, including relevant passages from the Aegean tablets, which were located previously by the Foundation thanks to Lord Blackwood. Mamjul has some historical analog in mundane history and culture, although not to the same extent as Amani Ram did. The most explicit example is that of Kumari Kandam, also known as Lemuria. Lemuria was a hypothetical sunken continent first proposed in the 19th century as an explanation for the presence of lemur fossils in both Madagascar and India, but not in any land masses separating the two. This theory predated that of continental drift and plate tectonics theory. Lemuria was quickly co-opted, however, by a large movement of Tamil revivalists in India as a potential birthplace of human civilization, altering the idea to fit with cultural legends of an ancient Bronze Age Tamil civilization, one that would eventually form the basis for Indian civilization before being suddenly and violently swallowed by the sea. Of course, the Lemuria hypothesis was eventually rendered obsolete by plate tectonics theory, and no mundane records exist to support its existence. In the occult community, however, Kumari Kandam had been the subject of considerable debate, long after the Lemuria hypothesis was discarded by mundane science. Several expeditions, funded by various anomalous organizations, ventured into the Indian Ocean throughout the 20th century in an attempt to find evidence of the sunken continent, with only one having any results. An explorer known by the alias of Captain Nemo claims to have discovered Atlantean ruins in the region during a 1925 self-funded expedition, but his records were never released and disappeared along with him in 1939.
Yikes.
As for the
conspiracy much?
6 Aegean tablets, they contained the first discovered mentions of Bronze Age advanced human civilizations, and were originally recovered from the Sea of Crete by agents of the French government prior to the Revolution. As mentioned, they were eventually claimed by the Foundation, but there's been great difficulty in translating all of them. The segment of the first tablet that mentions Mamjul reads, Mamjul and Korar, 2 dark fortresses resting in the jungles of the subcontinent. The magicians and sorcerer Nawabs allied themselves against the horrors of the jungle and crossed a pact with something ancient. The covenant of the Deva was born, using the first magic gifted to man, the magic of life and death. By 1999, the second and fourth tablets have been fully translated, with the fourth describing the Mechanite Empire and Amani Ram, while the second covers Mamjul, Korar, and the forerunner civilization of the Davic Covenant. It reads, Root, blood, steel. Once, men huddled for warmth and dryness under the broad leaves of the jungle titans. Once, fire was a weak dream, drowned under the weight of endless flood and rain. Once, the land was blanketed so densely with untamed forest that the spirits of the trees themselves walked past the coast and into the sea. Once, man was weak and frail, battered from the constant war to survive with the jungle. Once, a man curled into the base of a tree, sheltering from a torrent. His fingers discovered a scarlet jewel jammed between the knotted roots. It shone into his eyes with depth like an ocean of blood.
It's almost like, I kind of want to go. I think I'm gonna rewind this and just listen to it again. But it's like, I don't know. I don't know how I want to say it. But essentially, humanity like found these relics that were left over from this divine war that then gave humanity powers that then led them back to the belief in these entities, which then empowered them almost. Again, kind of a situation, you know? I had brought this up in the Burnt Offerings video, I think. It's either that or maybe a Monoram, but the idea of like maybe that's how there is kind of like a cycle of life and death and rebirth among the gods where, you know, if they are wounded to the point where God can actually die, they can essentially ensure their rebirth is to leave some kind of relic or evidence behind of them for mortal beings of some sort, humanity, whatever, to find and then utilize as a way of recreating belief in them, and then enough belief eventually resurrects them, whether it's in their old form or a new form, you know? I feel like that is kind of a thing that seems like it's going on here almost, you know what I mean? Yeah, in order to bypass and falling asleep for forgotten mortals, like technique to recreate belief. Yeah, something along those lines. But it would make sense, right? Like if you're a god, as a way to like ensure your resurrection or a means of being reborn, you know, if lower, I guess, quote unquote, lower beings, right? Like if their belief in you is what empowers you, then again, you know, if you're going to die or if you're dying or if a god can even get sick or something like that, right? Like leave relics, artifacts, things that you've empowered with your essence behind for them to find that could then, you know, lead them into belief of you again, and you can be resurrected in some kind of new form. You know, you might not necessarily be resurrected into what you were, but maybe you'll be born again into something new, you know? I don't know. But I'm gonna rewind.
3. Sheltering.
I'm gonna rewind this and kind of listen to it again.
Blood. Steel. Once.
The blood, steel, and root, I think, is also what he said. So, I mean, like, steel, Meccan, root would be Davite, blood would be Sarkic. I don't know what the fourth would be, right?
For warmth and dryness under the broad leaves of the jungle
Fire,
titans.
I don't know.
Once, fire was a weak dream, drowned under the weight of endless flood and rain. Once, the land was blanketed so densely with untamed forest that the spirits of the trees themselves walked past the coast and into the sea. Once, man was weak and frail, battered from the constant war to survive with the jungle. Once, a man curled into the base of a tree, sheltering from a torrent. His fingers discovered a scarlet jewel jammed between the knotted roots. It shone into his eyes with depth like an ocean of blood.
So this would be the eye, I would assume. This is kind of the story of, I guess you could say, the Scarlet King, the leader. I guess in this context, the Scarlet is the god, and the Scarlet King, I would assume, is going to be the leader of the Davites, the king of the Davites. He finds this scarlet jewel that empowers him, you know?
He pulled it from its nest and put it to his ear. The endless scarlet sang to him. It offered a deal. Should he lay down his own mind and soul in service to the spirits, they would gift him their boons. He would ascend to the realm of the gods, and in return, they would assure not just his people's survival, but their power. His children and his children's children would be sorcerers. The boons of the Deva would be at their fingertips, and he would be a once and future king. The
It'd be hard to
covenant
pass up an offering
was
like
struck.
that, dude.
The Deva themselves descended from the realm of the spirits and the gods.
Like, especially during the time they're talking about where, like, humanity's still in its infancy. We're probably still very much in, like, hunter-gatherer. Who knows if we even have agriculture really yet for survivability. So, like, talking about an individual who, you know, from the sounds of it, they curled up in a tree for shelter. So, and then they found this jewel. So who knows? Maybe they were an outcast from their tribe. Maybe they were all that was left of their people. You know, who knows? But it would be pretty hard, even in modern times, to kind of like pass up a deal like that. You know what I'm saying?
They met the people and bonded with them. Every body contains two spirits and the power to bend the forest to their will. The first magic was used to raise the city in the depths of the jungle. The people toiled for a year and one day, laying the massive stones and bracing the walls with vine and root, crafting the city that would be the seat of an empire. Mamjul was built under the watchful slumber of the Scarlet and its prophet. And once the Davic cities were assured, and the record was writ, the Covenant marched north under the banner of the Scarlet Maharaja. The word Deva originally refers to supernatural entities and spirits, almost all of which are malevolent, within the canon of Zoroastrianism, a monotheistic faith predicated on good ultimately triumphing over evil. Variations on the term Deva appear throughout several different Asian religions and mythologies, suggesting the Deva mentioned in the tablets are a common source. This is supported by the tablets' claims that the Davic covenant spread their culture and beliefs throughout Asia. Following the incident with Amani Ram, locating both Mamjul and Korar was elevated to global priority level alpha in order to gain a material advantage over the Church of the Broken God. Various documents, murals, and scrolls recovered from Amani Ram indicated that the cities were located somewhere on the Indian subcontinent, although the loss of almost all personnel and original records from the Amani Ram initiative made more specific details unobtainable.
I think they said that two of the cities, the Davite ones, were in the Indian subcontinent. The Sarkic one was in the greater Asian continent, and then the Abominate was coming up from Africa. From what I remember them saying in the Ram. So that's how like spread out everything was. And then Ram was in the Middle East, you know, near the Arabian Desert.
Initial search efforts concentrated near established archaeological sites and in India's dense tropical forests resulted in no findings. We're then given a...
Which is kind of interesting, right? Because then that leaves like all of Europe. There's no like real major civilization. And then obviously in this canon, the North and Southern American continents aren't mentioned at all. So that also is kind of interesting. There's no like major, at least according to this canon, like there's no major civilizations at play with this stuff going on in Europe or North and South America.
Transcript from August of 2002, when the Foundation divers first found the ruins of Mamjul.
Maybe, but I'm just thinking also like, you know, the fairies, the fae, if they were to be in this canon, right? Is it a situation where like these factions just wanted to leave them alone? They didn't want to have anything to do with them. It could also just simply be, right, like that these factions are essentially continuing the war that their gods had with each other, right? Like this is essentially kind of a tale of gods warring with each other. We don't know why they were warring with each other at all initially, but they were all wounded. They fell to Earth, and then their influence spread into humanity. Humanity split up into these different factions and started fighting each other because essentially that's what their gods' influence basically made them to do. And so it's like in this canon is the fact that humanity wars with each other, right? The byproduct of these gods' influence. If these gods had never come to Earth, would humanity never know what war is? Would we be, a kind of more of a unified species? I guess I don't know. Uh, it's just interesting to think of, right? Like, had war and all of those kind of things, those like I guess darker influences, could they have come to us from the gods and spilled over from their war? And we're just continuing their war from their influence, kind of a situation. But yeah, I'm just also wondering, right, like the North and South America stuff, at least in the Cactus verse, that's where like the Fae and the Children of the Night are. So I'm just wondering, right, like, is it just a situation where those people are still ruling over that? Do they even exist? And do these factions even necessarily really care about them in one way or another? Or is it like, are the Fae at this point, like, still, because the Earth is still young, far more powerful, so they don't want to mess with them? Or are they just a nothing thing? Like, do they not even exist? You know what I'm saying?
The two divers, Con 1 and Con 2 of MTF Gamma 6, Deep Feeders, were being guided by senior researcher Pandora Galanis of the Foundation's Parahistory Division. They're located in the Laccadive Sea, about 300 kilometers off the coast of Sri Lanka.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I guess maybe this could be something like, I guess if like the Cactus verse ancient lore timeline happened, this could be after the great flood that Methuselah brought about and changed the world. And then, because the Sem was imprisoned after that, these gods fought with each other for power, and then their battle just kind of fell to earth. And this is kind of what happened after.
And they're investigating some underwater structures that a satellite array has picked up, although they don't expect to find anything other than piles of trash or weird rocks. The divers are equipped with coyote suits, allowing them to descend down to 5,000 meters with a self-sustaining oxygen supply. The two begin their descent, which will take them about half an hour, and they joke about what kind of weird rock they're going to find this time, while commenting about how they could be on worse dead-end assignments than this. Galanis tries to argue that this isn't a dead-end assignment, as it's global priority level alpha, but Con 1 remarks that it's been 20 years since all that crap in Saudi Arabia, and finding a way to kill SCP-682 is also a global priority level alpha, even though there hasn't been any progress on that.
Yeah.
Galanis says that they may not stumble onto the key to the world here, but they never know what might point them in the right direction.
It's interesting that they mentioned 682 here, right? Like, because obviously 682 is one of the Scarlet King's children. I guess you could say 682 is kind of like the most famous of like the Scarlet King's children out of all of the SCP, proposal things about him. So it's interesting that he exists here, right? But like you said, there's no real mention of the Scarlet King. There's just the Scarlet.
The Foundation wouldn't have ever even gotten involved without the Aegean tablets, and those got pulled out of a shipwreck in Greece. As they finish their descent, they activate their floodlights, seeing a massive, angled stone structure nearby. They begin to swim around the massive structure, which is a tapering cylinder with staggered, massive stone slopes, culminating in a flat central plane. It almost appears to be a pillar, but they can't tell how tall it is as they can't see the seabed, and it looks like there's a lot more buildings below them. Con-2 activates a sonar topological mapper to give them a better idea of what they're looking at, with Galanis remarking that the structures remind them a little of Orkney architecture, so it's possible that they've stumbled onto some kind of colony. Con-2 approaches the structure to brush aside a curtain of kelp and seaweed that's built up, discovering a large mural carved into it. It depicts figures dancing, fighting, eating, and copulating under a massive tree within a jungle. The scene continues well past.
That sounds very Children of the Night-ish. You know? That whole story about, prison of Titania and her heart with the Children of the Night and them dancing and singing and mutilating the Fae.
Past the visible sides,
So I'm sure this
and it
is more
appears that
Davik.
most of the structure's surface is covered in intricately carved murals. There's also a series of large glyphs, which they take some photographs of for Galanis to run against the Foundation's database. Galanis pauses as they do so, remarking that the glyphs seem familiar for some reason, which Con-2 takes as a good sign, in that this is probably just another one of the ancient cultures that they've seen before. Con-2 then reaches out and grabs a jagged outcropping, bracing her feet against the wall and pulling on it. It eventually cracks and gives way, and she holds up the broken piece, the exterior of which is a different color from the interior. It turns out that the structure is made of wood, which must be petrified and turned to stone. They don't see any planks or nails across the structure, though, meaning that it's just one massive piece of wood. Galanis then remarks that the shape makes sense now, as it's not a tower, but a stump. The tree would have had to have been at least a kilometer tall, or probably more, so it's definitely anomalous. They continue to look over it, finding some gaps, but they look more like decorative arches than any entrance. The preliminary reading from their sonar device shows that the whole stump is hollow and very big, so they keep looking. On top of the stump, they find that the edge of it is raised slightly into a form of wall, and there are various sets of steps and short walls across the surface, all seeming to be naturally emerging from the wood. There's no seams or cracks anywhere, but Con-2 finds a large, flat, circular covering in the center of the surface, with a small gap. They move to lift it, and to their surprise, it's much lighter than its appearance.
Yeah, this whole part of the story here very much has that whole Titania vibes to it.
Would suggest. Con-2 says that the piece she broke off from the side was heavier than this covering is. The interior is dark, but definitely hollow, so Con-1 floats down, confirming that this is in fact a building. He can see walls, a big spiral staircase looping up, probably to the roof, although the top of it is cracked off and it's lying on the floor now. Meanwhile, the scan of the glyphs on the side has finally completed, and a match has been found. Galanis checks it, and then tells both of the divers to hold their positions. A minute later, Galanis then tells them to start ascending back to the surface. As he ascends out of the stump, Con-1 suddenly spasms and swears, saying that it sounded like someone was whispering. Galanis tells them to get out of there now, so they begin rapidly ascending,
Yikes.
without Galanis elaborating on what the glyphs said. A short while later, they reach the surface and climb aboard the ship, although the deck is empty. They remove their suits and head up to the command deck, where they find several researchers huddled around a monitor, along with Galanis. Galanis explains that the computer didn't just find a glyph match, it found an exact visual match. A single scan from 23 years ago, from one of the murals in a money ROM. It had the same exact string of glyphs on it, determined to be a sample of the Davite language. It reads, Mamjul Ishivata, House of the Scarlet, Seat of the Deva. They found it. Following this, a findings report was urgently transmitted to Site 07, and the ship was ordered to hold position and to let no personnel leave. A special session of the O5 Council was called, consisting of 8 of the members communicating remotely with Galanis. O51 introduces himself as Django Bridge, and mentions that a few of the
My mind obviously immediately, as soon as he says Django, I'm like, Django Fett. Let's get, I mean, that's just what happens. That's the name. When there's Django, then the last name's Fett.
The council members were not able to make it on such short notice, even with the lay space communicators they use. Galanis says that some of them should have received preliminary word on what they found, but 052 remarks that he gets about 400 briefing packets every morning, so they'll need an explanation.
Bro, are those Oscars right there? Or is it's just like, are we in some kind of Hollywood studio here? Or is like the O5 Council actually meeting in Hollywood? Does the O5 Council run Hollywood? Is that what this is telling us right here? I've uncracked it. We've discovered the truth. We've discovered the truth.
Galanis says that they found Mamjul and Korar, causing the council to burst into chatter until 051 orders them to stop and let Galanis explain.
No.
Galanis thanks him.
They're just going to make me part of the O5 Council now because I have cracked the code. I understand, I am, I've proven myself worthy. So now all the secrets will be revealed to me. Everything that's been redacted will no longer be redacted. Okay? That is my reward.
And says that 2 days ago, the Foundation research ship Lilyhammer was conducting routine diving operations on potential sites of interest in the Laccadive Sea, investigating a site with a potential anomaly detected by the Atreus satellite array. 2 divers were sent down and encountered the ruins of a large city centered around an immense calcified tree stump carved out into what they think is some sort of citadel. Galanis pulled them out as soon as a match on the glyphs was found, but the divers did see structures far below them, with the rest of the city being at least the size of a money rom, possibly larger. After a brief pause, the council begins discussing this, stating that
So, I mean, when we at the end of Amon Ram's kind of tale, right? There was the great battle that was going on, and they essentially base traded, right? Is what was happening, right? The Nulkins / Sarkics and the Davites had made an alliance with each other against the Mechanites. And then the Abominate was also coming up from Africa for whatever reason as another individual group, person, whatever, to remove the Mechans. And so what was happening is the Mechans had committed their forces to taking out this city, and they were unaware that the Alliance had focused on doing the same to them. So I would assume this city is underwater as a result of that battle. The Meccan forces must have, sunk the city, or perhaps in an attempt to save the city, the Davites themselves cast a spell to bring it underwater to, I guess, try to preserve it so it wouldn't be destroyed, because being there, astral beings, maybe they could survive, in a certain kind of state underwater, right? Maybe that's the case, but I would assume that essentially, though, this city is underwater as a result of that battle.
That it's extremely troubling and could be worse than a money rom. 0510 suggests getting rid of it with an underwater tactical nuke, to which the others vehemently disagree, with 057 saying that they've just been served an advantage on a silver platter. The playing field in 1987 was not the same as it is now, and they now have a material incentive to intervening. They are at a disadvantage against Bumaro, waiting for him to strike, The Deva dealt a lethal blow to a money ROM, so it is worth at the very least investigating their methods.
Here goes the Foundation playing with stuff they don't understand.
05.
I mean, like, I get where he's coming from, right? The idea of, like, okay, Bamaro is a potential threat. Bamaro and the Church of the Broken God, the last interaction they had with the Foundation was essentially a battle. They left off of, you know, hostile terms. He's got control of those giant colossi that could be a massive threat to Foundation and humanity if he decides to start a war, etc. So they are trying to find potentially some way to equal the playing field or even the playing field and or another kind of deterrent. But Foundation, being the Foundation, will start playing with things that they don't understand, and they're gonna resurrect the Scarlet King or something, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's gonna happen. And they're gonna end up bringing back the whole Meccan Davite Sarkic war in modern times, you know, through their actions.
510 says that they haven't heard anything from the Mechanites in a decade, so perhaps they wiped themselves out. While 052 says that they should wait for the administrator, although none of them even know if he's alive. Interrupting, Galanis calls for attention and says that the maps in a money ROM pointed them to India, but no one expected it to be in the sea. Project Triad's efforts have been focused into mainland India, and Galanis can't speak as to what happened in 1987, but this isn't the same organization as it was then. They don't allow cybernetics anymore, and they've changed to avoid those mistakes.
I can understand why.
Ultimately, though,
kind of reminds me of Battlestar Galactica with, you know, the whole stuff with the Cylons. They can't have networked computers and stuff like that because they just get hacked. So I could see that also being the same thing here with Meccans. They have to kind of limit the kind of technology that's available to them or shield them in certain ways so that they can't be taken over.
They're not the only ones who know about it, as they've been working off what they managed to get out of a money ROM before everything happened, while Bumaro has had access to the city for a decade since. Imagine what he's unlocked since then, and what he...
Yeah, and you're talking about a city that has cold fusion technology, right? Which is something that we still don't even really understand. So, you know, combine that with his knowledge of what modern day people understand, you know, with weaponry and other kinds of technology. If you were to combine that with what is there with the mechanite technology, who knows what they'd be able to, you know, do.
He could do if he takes Mamjul and Korar. As far as they know, the Davic Covenant are half the reason the Mechanites fell, so they need their deterrent.
Yeah.
0510 says that it's not a bad argument, but they're going to need more concrete assurances than happy feelings and declarations of trust. 051 says that they'll continue this discussion in private, and thanks Galanis, telling them to hold their position and maintain the lockdown. 2 days later, an 05 edict was released, accounting for the creation of the Mamjul/Korar initiative, albeit with several restrictions and assurances to prevent unforeseen incidents. Detachments from MTF Alpha 1 and Delta 1 are to be attached to the initiative to monitor progress and report directly to the Council on any developments. Project lead Pandora Galanis is to be routinely tested by operators for memetic or cognitohazardous influence. All personnel are to have cognitohazard resistance values of at least 14.9, and active anomalous objects are only to receive cursory examination on site, with extended research conducted elsewhere.
You know, I'd hate to be the D classes, you know, like, when you think about how the Foundation created this cognitohazard scale to measure how strong cognitohazards were and the resistances people have to them, right? Like, how many D classes did they go through to, like, develop the scale properly? You know what I'm saying? I'd have hated to have been a D class during that period.
Finally, FMS Phantom has been diverted from its assignment in the Southern Ocean and is en route to provide support supply, and personnel to the FRS Lilyhammer. Galanis has been informed of and agreed to these restrictions, and O5 Command will take a significant position in administrative decisions for the initiative. Due to heading up the discovery of Mamjul, as well as their prior experience with anomalous civilizations, Galanis was selected as the project lead, with the recommendation of O51. We're given a quick dossier on Galanis, age 44, who was recruited by the Foundation straight out of university with a PhD in anthropology. They were assigned to the Amani Ram initiative at its beginning in 1983, but transferred out of the location after only 3 months due to health reasons. They continued on the project, however, handling and analyzing recovered mechanite technology and artifacts. They were eventually reassigned to a series of low-priority para-history research projects, and was denied promotion 6 different times due to internal security directive Candy Shop, which limited the handful of personnel that had been working outside of Amani Ram in case of lasting cognitohazardous influence.
Mark.
We're also given a quick brief on the FMS Phantom, indicating that it's crewed by 470 humans and a significant complement of AIs. It was originally purchased from the Republic of China in 1992, but was extensively retrofitted by the Foundation as a prototype for Olympia systems, and is equipped with a signal warfare suite, traditional arms and ammo, multiple laboratories, and aircraft. The Phantom arrived at the Lilyhammer's location on September 2nd, and created a long-term connection between the two ships. Galanis meets with Captain Hickman of the Phantom, along with AJ Desai, the lead diver on the Lilyhammer. Hickman remarks on how sudden this all feels, as he's used to having orders months in advance, but says that this is far more exciting than his prior position in Antarctica. Galanis agrees, mentioning how 2 weeks ago they were assuring the rest of the team that they'd find something eventually, and now they're sitting in on council meetings and leading this massive project. Another man then enters, and Hickman introduces him as Lieutenant Lucian Greaves, head of the security detail for the project, a member of MTF Alpha 1. Desai immediately refers to them as their babysitters, to which Greaves says that he understands that Foundation naval teams are used to a certain level of independence this far from civilization. They all know, however, that this project wouldn't have been approved without certain assurances, such as the presence of Alpha 1. Amani Ram is still a fresh wound, and he's been tasked with making sure it isn't reopened. He hopes to make this as painless as possible for everyone though, and they'll try not to disturb the research work beyond what's needed.
It's interesting, right? Like, I get that they're still kind of sore about the whole Amanaram thing, and I can understand that they have to, like, view it and Bamari as, like, a certain kind of threat, right? Because they just don't know what he's going to do, right? With that kind of technology. And if they advance it even further, you know, the Foundation needs to have some kind of way of being prepared to combat them if necessary. But, like, it almost feels like they're taking too much of an antagonistic approach to the situation with them, right? Like, again, the way it ended, there feels like there still could be possibility of diplomacy, even though they had, like, ended with a fight. You know, it still feels like there could be a possibility of some kind of diplomacy between the Church of the Broken God, the Foundation. So I don't know if it's a situation where maybe they have attempted that or they haven't. They haven't really mentioned that in this video here, but it just seems like the Foundation's view is a little too antagonistic. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Because I feel like it would probably, being that he was once a Foundation member, right? There's still a part of him left in there. it would be a better situation to have positive, like, diplomatic relations with a faction like that, where you might have some kind of way of being like, okay, obviously we need to keep your city and the stuff that you guys do, a secret from the rest of the world because it's anomalous, blah, blah, blah. We'll help you do that. And we can, still help, protect you guys. And in return, we can learn some of the technologies, you know what I'm saying? Like, it feels like there still was at least a chance for positive benefit between the two of them, and maybe there still will be, but I don't know, it just seems like they're taking a little bit more too much of it, like an antagonistic approach, and it almost feels kind of like a Cold War situation where they're in like an arms race, and the other side, they know has a leg up, so they're looking for that, like, mutually assured destruction deterrent, so they can say, hey, if you guys don't do what we want to do, we have this, leg up and can release this and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Anyway.
Galanis thanks him for that, but he continues, mentioning that he's going to need their cooperation for that, and hopes they don't have any qualms with them checking in on the work every so often. Galanis understands, and Greaves leaves, with Desai immediately complaining about Alpha One's presence.
Yeah.
He's in an MTF as well, but he says that agents like him are normal people for the most part, while those guys are ex-military and CIA types, the type that shoot first and waterboard later.
True.
He doesn't trust them, and Hickman says that there's probably not a man in the Foundation who wouldn't be at least a little jittery when the red right hand is looking over their shoulder. Desai asks how they got that name exactly, to which Galanis says that it's from Paradise Lost by John Milton, quoting, "What if the breath that kindled those grim fires, awaked, should blow them into sevenfold rage, and plunge us into flames, or from above, should intermitted vengeance arm again, his red right hand to plague us." Galanis says that they can't blame them for being suspicious, as even though they told the council that they've moved past what Nussbaum and Aram did, it's not an unreasonable suspicion. Galanis is okay with a little scrutiny on their work if it means they get to study the Davic Covenant. Hickman says that that mindset is respectable, and he doesn't intend to interfere either. If they have any problems, they can come to him and he'll sort them out. But beyond that, he technically answers to Galanis for the duration of the project. He does say, however, that this is a huge project, as it's an entire city to uncover, and Galanis agrees, saying that there's no time to lose. They'll start descending tomorrow. Before we get into that, though, we're given another set of verses from a Davic historical text. The verses read, "As witnessed by Sodhi-Birat, second Rajmata of the Scarlet Maharaja. The covenant was struck, and the king of the Scarlet House of the Deva took his wife and his throne and slept."
Well, I had a thought. I guess I should just let this go before I get into it, but let me rewind it so I can start over.
The covenant was struck, and the king of the Scarlet House of the Deva took his wife and his throne, and slept, and dreamt a dream of a grand, great city of stone and spire, spanning vast farmlands and jungles, the seat of an empire that would truly please the Scarlet. At their emperor's behest, and now able to take form on the material plane, the Deva of the Scarlet rode down from the trees on their six-winged, thousand-legged beasts of burden, and joined in celebrations with the tribe of their new suzerain, in hymnal and orgiastic worship to the great Red Power. Then the Deva, with their many arms, grasped the stones and built a fortress to protect themselves, for now the Deva and the men were one in the eyes of the trees. They worked tirelessly and without cease for 3 nights and 3 days, while Mamjul, city for men, rose from the earth around the great tree of life. Then they climbed the trunk and branches of the tree, scaling it up to the heavens and back into the astral plane, whereupon they again began to work, constructing another city of star stuff and soul spirits given up to the cosmos after death. The leaves and fruits and flowers of the great tree formed the canopy for this Korar, city for Deva, great beacon through the empty wandering wastes of the heavens, a perfect mirror of its sister below, with the Scarlet Maharaja resting in his dream, sustaining the empire in the grand temple of the tree. The magic of the Deva was now man's to command, and the battle mages and sorcerer Nawabs marched out under their scarlet banner to conquer fertile lands and the godless cities in the name of their king, assisted by the spirits lengths tall and able to tear a man in two with only a strike. The red wave swept across Asia from the south, demolishing all in its path, consuming the spirit of the enemy, taking prisoner, slave, and loot back to Mamjul on the back of the great beasts of the Covenant. Cities would lay down arms and accept the Scarlet Maharaja as their Chakravarti, as his beasts and creatures brought down their walls, and the magicians would lay waste to their palaces and temples. The Scarlet Maharaja's bride, the Rajmata, would sit and rule in his stead, matriarch of the Covenant, as he slept in the branches of the great tree. Long-lived and beautiful and awesome, the lineage of queens would defend the city against all threats, and the city swelled with treasures and fine linens and foodstuffs across the vast Davic Covenant, and the poets and artists and dancers and people of thought filled its buildings with the culture of the Covenant. And when they died, their spirits would dance the dance of the cosmos, rising up the tree into Korar to live the eternal song of the Deva. And the Deva would reside in their kingdom above, watching over the men they loved so. And it was in this way that Mamjul became known as Mamjul, Jewel of the South, and Korar became the great tree kingdom of the cosmos. The first...
So, pause right there real quick after that. So, what I was going to say, right, like, I don't know a lot about the religious and mythological history of the various Indian cultures. You know, I know, like, there's Hinduism, but there's other, you know, ancient religious, you know, beliefs that they have as well. But I wonder if how much of this story and the Davites are kind of based off that, because I don't know, again, if it's Hinduism or something else. But I know that there is some, like, ancient stories from that region of, like, the gods living in heaven and then, like, being able to descend down to earth and go back up into heaven, and how there was, like, this great war in the sky that could be seen, and, you know, yada yada. So I wonder, like, if the city that they're talking about in the astral up in the stars in the city down below is kind of like based off some of that and was influenced by, you know, some of the mythos of that region, as well as the initial idea of, like, you know, the gods fighting in heaven and then descending to earth kind of a thing.
First of several dives into the ruins of the city took place on September 6th, 2002. The submersible aboard the Lilyhammer was outfitted with grab arms, spotlights, and a holding bay before being deployed, and was capable of both manned piloting by
But it, excuse me, it is also interesting, right? So, like, I wonder if, again, during that great ancient war where the Meccans were assaulting the city, right? Like, is it a situation where the Davites could have buried the physical city down in the sea and then all of them went to the astral city? Like, could the Meccans have actually, would they be able to go to the astral city, right? Is there any kind of way for them to actually get there? Is that giant tree they're talking about essentially just a gateway? Because in that story, they talk about, you know, once the physical city down here arose after 3 days and nights, they then climbed the tree and built the city in the stars. So is this giant tree some kind of gateway for them? And anyone could potentially, using this tree, get to this astral city. And so by burying the physical, you know, city below in this tree in the ocean, the Davites have used that as like an Alamo situation, I guess, you know, where like it's the last resort. We have to bury this city so that no one can come up and attack our city in the stars, kind of a situation. You know what I mean? I might say the Davi in general, based on Hindu Persian mythology and aesthetic, but it's created stuff from fantasy too. Pretty much like the Mechanites have gone, Gear Throne Emperor, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
by 2 to 3 crew members, or partial unmanned piloting by a primitive AI. For the first dive, they opted for the AI, with Desai in command and Galanis and Greaves observing. After being dropped into the water, the submersible continues to descend for 22 minutes, to a depth of 3.6 kilometers. Eventually, the stump comes into view, and thanks to the additional light from the submersible, it becomes apparent that the section that the divers explored was only a small part of the megastructure. The whole structure is nearly 400 meters in height, with a top circumference of 70 meters. From a distance, it's clear that the structure is reminiscent of a stump, although the base is too far to be seen. The submersible approaches closer to the exterior of the structure, showing the entire surface covered in extensive carvings and reliefs depicting a variety of scenes and figures, including a depiction of the tree itself, which also recursively contains reliefs of the tree and scenes. The submersible continues to revolve around the stump, taking pictures, and it's noted that the carvings of the figures and animals are remarkably realistic for being carved from wood. Many figures are clearly human, but many also display distinctly non-human qualities, ranging from horns to animal snouts and limbs. 2 figures recur frequently, and are depicted as nearly 3 or 4 times the height of the rest. One is a long-bearded man with an elaborate headdress, shown carrying long spears across his back and typically with eyes closed. The other is a gigantic androgynous entity with an
I think that's Sarkic, right? But I forget the creature's name. Wasn't there a tale about some kind of great Sarkic warrior that was filled with like spears or something like that? You know what I'm saying? We did a video on it. I'm trying to remember what video it was. But I swear that I don't know, that's just where my mind's going. But it's interesting that they're talking about it here with the Davites.
obscured face, inset with gleaming red gemstones. They are almost always depicted together. At Galanis' command, the submersible uses a laser torch to cut off a small cube of the tree material and store it. It then travels to the top of the stump, finding the entrance hole revealed by the divers. It's spacious enough to fit through, so it descends inside, revealing the interior to be intricately constructed, featuring landings, corridors, and doorways, presumably leading off to smaller rooms. The interior walls also contain carvings, but a smaller amount, and the rubble of a spiral staircase can be seen far below through holes in various floors. Shortly after, Desai complains of someone whispering in the command room, and Greaves says that he hears it as well, but no
Yikes.
other members in the command room are speaking or report hearing any speaking.
The Davites.
Galanis notes the anomaly, as Greaves orders a routine cognitohazard evaluation for himself and Desai, but the mission proceeds. The submersible arrives at the base of the stump, which is too small for it to safely maneuver through. The high ceilings are inlaid with a winding root and vine pattern, and the far end of the room contains some kind of pedestal with a long object on it, but the visibility is poor. Beside it appears to be some kind of wooden throne. The submersible turns in the opposite direction and finds an exit to the structure, exiting out into the center of a large, wide avenue, lined on all sides by large stone-cut buildings and fortifications. The architecture of the buildings is heavily reminiscent of ancient South Asian architecture, with stacked terraced roofs and battlements of heavy stone. The street forks ahead, spreading out, and from where it's located, the submersible can see an entire section of Mamjul collapsed under the weight of the ocean. It begins to drift through the streets of the city, slowly mapping the area. The avenues are wide and broad, and the doorways and buildings throughout the city are strangely disproportionate to the average human body. The architecture remains similar, with towering shrines of stone and buildings with terraced temple roofs, but the farther away from the tree stump, the less intact the buildings are. Many show signs of extreme disrepair and stress, particularly around the outer edges of the city's walls, where they are practically piles of rubble. The submersible eventually ascends and deploys a sonar mapper to formulate a 3D map of the city. From this height, it's clear that the city is contained within 3 triangular walls, forming high ramparts, similar to Amaniram's circular Great Wall, although Mamjul is significantly larger in area. The submersible then returns to the base of the city, with operators pointing out sites of stress and battle. While a large amount of buildings appear crushed by the intense pressure, there are scorch marks, explosion craters, and bleached skeletons littering the streets of large portions of the city.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously this is the aftermath from the battle.
The amount of skeletons is particularly notable, with certain sections of the city literally layered in dead bodies, many of which suggest a non-human skeleton structure. Samples of some of the bones are taken. The submersible then passes a large building that appears relatively intact, with an entrance large enough to maneuver through. Desai assumes manual control and pilots it through, finding the interior to be filled with toppled shelves and scattered skeletal remains. One corner of the building, however, contains a cache of ceramic chests and jars that appear to be water-sealed. A number of these smaller jars are recovered, but Galanis orders the larger ones to be left behind until divers can grab them.
You like that?
The submersible leaves the structure and continues to explore the outer edges of the city, confirming its triangular shape, until it runs low on power and returns to the surface. Following its return and the analysis of onboard data, anomalies were detected in the audio recorded by the submersible's microphone. The audio tracks were isolated and amplified, revealing a low-frequency buzzing of unknown origin from when the submersible departed the stump to when it left the city entirely. Greaves and Desai both submitted to evaluations afterwards, and passed with adequate scores. The samples recovered from the dive were analyzed on site in the clean labs aboard the Phantom before being transported off-site for long-term study and, if necessary, containment.
You know, and honestly, like, it makes me kind of wonder if there's any kind of connection between pattern screamers and like Davites in this story, because I don't know of anything else that is kind of like non-physical entities in the SCP universe other than pattern screamers. And a lot of the stuff they're talking about is kind of similar to how pattern screamers act, with the whispering and influencing kind of people's minds subtly until they can invade their bodies. So is that like what this is? Is the Scarlet just some kind of pattern screamer god, or pattern screamer in general, that like when it was wounded and came down to earth, like its essence, it put its like essence in this jewel, and then this person found this jewel, and that like pattern screamer essence and like went into its body and stuff like that. Like, you know, I don't know. But it's like, this sounds very like pattern screamer stuff going on here.
The piece of the stump recovered confirmed that the substance comprising the structure is organic, similar in appearance to teak wood,
Right.
but heavily hardened and mineralized through a process.
Because I mean, right, like, yeah, like if you're getting into like cosmic war stuff, pattern screamers that were left over from previous high toths, you would think could be at least, you know, something involved in something like that, you know? And maybe not necessarily, but there could be a probability of that, you know? So is that what the Scarlet is in this sense? Is like it's just a pattern screamer, and that's, you know, like, I don't know.
Process resembling fossilization. The final product is a dark, knotted wood that is incredibly dense and hard, comparable to stone, while being entirely organically grown. The jars recovered were sealed and made watertight through application of a thick gum-like substance. Upon removal and opening the jars, stone and clay tablets were discovered inside, although they were all completely featureless, lacking any kind of writing or marking.
Hidden ink.
Their significance is
Invisible ink
as
trick.
of yet unknown. The digital images recorded of the various
I would assume that there probably is inscriptions on it, but you need to have some kind of like thaumaturgical knowledge to unlock them.
carvings on the Citadel and throughout the city were disseminated for analysis among the research team. On September 12th, the various research sectors comprising the team had the first of several leadership meetings. Galanis begins the meeting by welcoming everyone, saying that about a third of them are from Galanis' research team, while the rest have been flown out for this project. Galanis also introduces the second in command, Desai, and has everyone introduce themselves as they speak. Sheridan, head of archaeology, and Yijun, head
John
of the
Sheridan,
linguistic
Babylon
analysis
5.
team, introduce themselves, with Yijun asking if they're in danger, pointing out Greaves and the MTF in the corner of the room. Galanis explains that they are here just as observers, and Greaves says that they should pretend he's not even here. Galanis continues after a pause, saying that since the submersible dive, they've confirmed that they're not getting any expressly anomalous readings from the city itself or any of the recovered material. The samples recovered are definitely odd and of significant interest to the project, but Hume levels are normal, evaluations after the dive were normal, and pretty much all readings are normal. Aberer, head of anthropology, interjects to say that they've barely explored the city so far, and Galanis agrees, saying that the submersible wasn't able to get into any of the nooks and crannies, but the O5 Council and Greaves have authorized human exploration of the city.
Yikes.
A small cheer rings out, but Ramaswamy of the parahistory team says that while that's amazing, how are they sure it's safe?
Yeah, I mean, like they literally just said seconds ago, they've barely scratched the surface of this city and they're ready to send in people, right? Like, you don't know what's down there, and you already know from Aman Aram and the stuff that happened with the Meccans and the history that you were told there, what the Davites could be about and the stuff you could potentially see here. I would send down a fleet of submersibles to really search through everything first before I started sending in people. I feel like that's a little premature, but you know, it's the Foundation.
Galanis says that there's no reason to think that there's anything spooky down there, but
You're
they'd like
retarded.
everyone to be cautious regardless. Even without anything anomalous, exploring those old degraded ruins can be dangerous at the best of times.
I'm sorry, that's just dumb.
As Galanis is about to mention what happened to Dr. Nussbaum, Greaves cuts in, saying that there's nothing expressly anomalous here, but it would do everyone well to be cautious. Galanis
I feel like the lack of anomalous stuff in a city like this that you know is a part of that history would be suspicious.
continues, wanting to go over their current pool of knowledge on the Davic Covenant to get everyone on the same page. Prior to discovering Mamjul, all of their knowledge on the Davic Covenant came from either the Aegean tablets or records recovered from the Amani Ram initiative. The image they give is of some kind of caste-based Proto-Tamil Indian civilization, one that made exceptionally heavy use of life magic. The ancient Mechanites wrote far less about the Davic Covenant than they did about the Nalka, or the Sarkites, but the Foundation has determined that they were hostile to one another. Mechanite dogma was transhumanist, and the way they spoke of and referenced the Covenant suggests their religion and magic, which seemed to be more concerned with the spirit and soul, conflicted easily. Ramaswamy says that while this is certainly true, he'd like to remind everyone that they are unfortunately limited in scope by the nature and context of their sources. As mentioned, the Davic Covenant, the Mechanite Empire, and the Nalka peoples were at war with one another almost as soon as they became aware of one another when colonizing Central Asia.
It is also interesting that they call it the Davite Covenant, right? Like, and that, again, it was formed initially by an agreement between the Scarlet and a human, right? Like, there was essentially, it's a, in D&D terms, right? Like, they're essentially like a warlock civilization, right? They have like a pact with an elder being that is giving them these powers. So again, I don't know, it feels very kind of pattern screamerish, where like they're agreeing to allow these pattern screamers access to the physical realm and their bodies, and in return the pattern screamers are giving them access to magic and abilities that normally through physical means wouldn't be accessible or normal, or just be more difficult to do, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but it to me it's interesting in particular that they're calling it a covenant, you know, that like that is like the very kind of specific wording.
It's possible, and even likely, that much of the writings from this period were more intended as religious propaganda than historical record. Galanis agrees, which brings up the Aegean tablets, and takes it over to Sheridan from archaeology. Sheridan says that the section of the tablets they've translated so far, the one describing the Covenant, shares some broad strokes with the Mechanite portrayal. A precursor to Tamil Indian empires in the same way the Mechanites would later influence pre-Islamic Arabian empires. They go into detail about the magic of life referenced in the first tablet, and right now they're inclined to think it's some kind of thaumaturgy focusing on living tissue, particularly plant matter. To sum their origin up, the first human tribes in India apparently were farther south during a recession of the Indian Ocean. The leader of one of those tribes made some kind of deal with a spirit, a deva, to ally their societies into one, making the Davic Covenant. This is quite similar to the Mechanite myth of their origin, with a god offering boons to a human society in exchange for service and worship, and both civilizations seem to agree that these gods were somehow related. From there, it's a bit murkier, with it describing the construction of Mamjul, but no idea what Korar even is, if anything. It breaks from the Mechanite dogma, referencing 4 gods at the start instead of 3, including something called the Wretch.
The Wretch, which I would assume is the
Sheridan
Abominant.
says that he doesn't even know.
Which would be interesting if, like, I'm trying to think of, for, like, the Meccans, right? Like, what would be something that would be, like, so foul, so evil, so opposite of them, right? That they would kind of want to, like, stricken it from knowledge, from history. Almost kind of like their version of Satan or the devil. Like, if Yaldabaoth and the Davites kind of, like, were, I guess, not, how do I want to word this, you know? Like, in most of the tales that that I've heard in the SCP stories, it's basically like the Meccans and the Sarkics are basically kind of like opposites of each other. And like one is, you know, the Sarkics are about instinct, brutality of nature, you know, nature kind of in its like basis form, survival of the fittest kind of a situation, where the Meccans obviously are about technology and enlightenment through technology and science and stuff like that. They're kind of opposites of each other. And then, you know, the Davites kind of fit in between there, as a precursor to the Sarkics before the Sarkics had overthrown them. So I'm trying to think of, like, from everything else that I know about the SCP stuff in the past, right? Like, what could this fourth entity be? Could it be the Fae? Could they, you know, could it be something of the Fae and they call it an abominant because it's not actually human, and so they consider it an abomination, and maybe like their technology just has like no effect on them because of how powerful with like manifestation and stuff or whatever the Fae may be. Maybe it's the Children of the Night. They consider them an abomination because they weren't created naturally, you know? Those are the only two that really kind of come to mind. I can't really think of any other kind of major faction thing or whatever that would be a part of this, other than I get maybe some kind of pattern screamer situation. But from what we've heard of the Davites so far, that kind of feels more like that. But we haven't gotten into what the abominant could be necessarily yet, so I don't know. So I'm just trying to think of like what would be something that is so terrible that the Meccans would basically kind of stricken it from history, whereas the Davites here at least acknowledge its existence as like a fourth god and or entity being, whatever.
Know what the Deva exactly are, how they managed to bring down a Money Ram, or how they relate to the Abominant. Galanis says that there's a lot more questions than answers, and was hoping that the city would clarify some of them, but so far all they've found are blank tablets and bones.
Of course.
Something
typical SCP story where, you know, we only get more questions than answers here.
Bad happened here, but they don't know what. Desai then cuts in, saying that he's no scientist, but it seems like they are kind of missing the forest for the trees. After hesitating for a moment, he asks What kind of power does it take to sink an entire continent?
Right.
A silence washes over the room until Galanis says that it's their job to find out and dismisses the group. You know as well as I know that the sunken city is not free of anomalies, so only time will tell what mysteries lurk in those ancient buildings. The research team is largely optimistic, excited at all the potential that a lost city might hold, but the whispers that some of them are hearing are certainly ominous enough. The O5 Council wants to desperately avoid a repeat of what happened in Amani Ram, but while they may be able to avoid making the same mistakes as before, they might just go ahead and make some new ones. We'll find out more about Mamjul and Korar in the second part.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z. No quote, I bet. We haven't been getting a whole lot of quotes. Yeah, okay. We're beyond the quotes. We're beyond the quotes. So, I mean, yeah, I've pretty much given a lot of my thoughts as we were going on about this stuff, you know. What really are the Davites? Are they pattern screamers, potentially? You know, is the Scarlet a pattern screamer? Is that how, you know, have they made some kind of pact? Are they like pattern screamers with a different approach where they're like have made a pact with humanity in order to get access to the physical realm instead of just trying to force themselves on people, you know what I'm saying, as like typical pattern screamers are? Or is it something completely different? And then obviously this city seems to be, you know, the aftermath, it being underneath the ocean, as they said at the end here. What is the kind of power would it take to sink a continent in a city with it? You know, so it seems to be potentially the aftermath of this great battle that was taking place at the end of the Amon Ram tale. And I guess again the question is for me, did the Davites purposely sink it to block off access to their astral city potentially, or was this the actions of the Meccans just to sink this city so that they could no longer have, you know, a foothold in the physical realm to block them off, you know what I'm saying? And then of course, as I was talking about at the end there, what could the abominant really be? You know, if it's something that the Davites recognize and acknowledge, and in their creation mythos, there's 4 gods to begin with in this great cosmic war that took place. But in the Meccan history, it was only 3, and they struck the abominant from record, right? Like it's very kind of, again, 40K reference. It's very kind of similar to the Emperor's, you know, thought process with chaos. Like, don't give chaos any kind of thought, any kind of power, stricken it from existence. Don't let anyone know about it, because the more people know about it, the more belief could be given to it, which could then give it more power, you know, kind of a situation. So is that like where they were going with that? But what would be something that would be so terrible that they would want to like stricken it from history if, you know, they didn't do that with the Sarkics and the Davites? And it could very well be, I mean, because like in the Amon Aram tale, it very much seemed like the Meccans actually had the upper hand against both the Sarkics and the Davites. Their technology and military power seemed great enough to where they were winning the war against both of them on 2 separate fronts. And the only thing that pushed them back was an alliance between the Sarkics and the Davites. And then the Abominate happened to step in as a 4th faction and, you know, was the deciding factor in the siege of Amon Aram that actually caused them to have to use their ace in the hole and teleport away before the city was completely overrun and destroyed. Um, so I mean, yeah, it seems like it's just, the fact that the Sarkics and the Davites were even mentioned as the part of history was just because they were the great foes that needed to be purged from the land, and the Meccans' power was great enough to do that. But it seems like for whatever reason, the abominate, maybe not. The abominate could be something that is completely opposite of the Meccans to the point where they feared it enough maybe to not want to even talk about it. So that to me right now is kind of the biggest question is moving forward, really what is the abominant and are we going to really learn what it is kind of a situation. So but yeah, that's gonna do it for this episode, guys. SCP-001 Mamjul and Korar Part 2.
SCP-001 Mamjul and Korar Part 2. Regardless of the canon, the Davite civilization and the Deva themselves are rarely presented in a flattering light. At worst, they represent one of the most dangerous threats to human existence, capable of rewriting history to ensure their supremacy.
I think the Cactus verse is the only canon I know of right now so far that I've gone through in the SCP universe where the Davites are somewhat of the good guys, right? Like they were kind of the bad guys earlier on in that lore history because of their following of the Scarlet King, but then they rebelled against them and kind of banished him. And then kind of, I guess, weren't as hostile. At least that's what I remember from the Cactus verse, canon stuff. So
At best, notably in SCP-6140, they were a people merely made to seem savage by an outsider, although even then they still had the highest rates of slavery in the world before the slave revolt.
yeah.
In this canon, we so far don't know a great deal about the Davites, and neither does the Foundation. All they know for sure is they were a major part of the downfall of the Mechanite Empire, and since the Foundation has to deal with the Mechanite resurgence, in the form of Robert Bumaro and the Church of the Broken God, they're willing to look to the Davites for some answers. Let's continue. We pick up as the Foundation is starting to send divers down to fully explore the sunken city of Mamjul. Over the course of a few weeks, the trained Coyote divers of MTF Gamma 6 performed 13 dives, typically led by Desai, and monitored by members of the research committee, as well as a member of MTF Alpha 1. We're given a transcript of the first dive, as the team exits the stump out into the city proper. One of the team comments on how this place gives them the creeps, but another says that these are just some old ruins,
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the ocean in general. I don't necessarily have like a big fear of the ocean, but at the same time, it's definitely out of my obvious, normal comfort zone here. So the fact that we're under the water going into the depths of the ocean to explore an ancient city known to be of Davite, make their home city potentially, and with what you know of them from what you learned from in Amon Ram from the Meccan story, I wouldn't really be too comfortable going down there either. I'm just saying.
Anything else would be crushed at this depth, and even sperm whales don't go this deep. For members of an organization
also
focused
terrifying.
on the anomalous world, that seems like a fairly short-sighted view. Command tells them to just scout out the buildings, the architecture near the Citadel, and the interiors for anything of interest. They can split up to cover more ground, but they shouldn't stray too far from one another. They exit out onto the street and are all impressed at the size and architecture of the buildings surrounding them, some reaching up to 7 stories high. The avenue in front of them is littered with debris, including large amounts of bones. The team proceeds to split up, exploring the nearby portions of the city, and Desai proceeds to tell the others to turn off their lights for a second as he enters one of the buildings. They do so, and after several seconds, a soft, greenish glow begins to form from the cracks and crevices of the buildings, caused by some kind of moss. The surrounding area is illuminated in a pale, sickly green light. Khan, too, remarks that it's some kind of bioluminescent algae, but algae doesn't appear this deep, especially ones that need sunlight to glow.
Right.
They take some samples, as Desai
Obviously, some kind of Davite biomancy.
mentions how the buildings are familiar looking, comparing it to Angkor Wat in Cambodia, a gigantic Buddhist temple complex covered and layered in intricate carvings of myths and legends. He says that this place is drenched in religion, and you can feel it in every crevice. The team continues exploring, and all of the buildings are reminiscent of Cambodia and general Southeast Asian architecture, many of them resembling temples in structure and form. Unfortunately, all of the buildings they check out turn out to be empty, despite the fact that these should be the largest and most impressive buildings due to their proximity to the temple. Desai says that there's nothing here but dust and blood, seemingly referencing a tale focused on the Scarlet King. Later, on their 6th dive, the team travels as a group in a diamond formation, focusing on the layout of the city. They encounter several large pits in the place of buildings, carved with steps in the sides leading down, containing water significantly darker than their surroundings. Khan too says that it looks like a step well, a kind of ancient Indian reservoir consisting of a big pit in the ground that would collect rainwater. They take a sample of the dark water and continue on into the southern third of the city, floating over large pathways layered with bones. The team comments on the skeletons, both the number of them and their features, some of which are not human. Khan 4 floats down and picks up a skull, showing it to be far denser than its appearance would suggest, with the large cranium fanning out into 2 horn-like protrusions and a wide crest behind them. There are also 3 eye sockets spread horizontally. Khan 2 says that a lot of these look more like cattle than people, but even then, no cattle they've ever seen before.
Yeah.
Desai remarks that Amani Ram had huge streets because of all their mechs and technology, while Mamjul had huge streets probably because of the larger size of their people. They also comment on the undamaged nature of most of the skeletons, with no signs of breaking or trauma. Clearly, most of them didn't die in battle, but that's for the researchers to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, that could be something where, again, as I'd stated in the previous video, I had wondered if the sinking of the city was actually of the Davite doing itself to cut off access to their spiritual city in the stars, so to speak. So I wonder if this was some kind of like massive ritual suicide situation to purge their physical bodies so that they could astral, their astral selves, spiritual bodies, could go up to their city in the stars and live on there until they could, reconnect till their civilization could be revived. It seems like, I don't know if that is the case here. I that's what I'm leaning toward. So it almost kind of seemed like, if that is the case, that each culture may have had some kind of almost backup plan for if their civilization were to be wiped out in some way, where it could potentially be revived. The Meccans, when Amon Aram, had their golden throne with the knowledge of the Bamaros or Bamaris that could be downloaded, which potentially could be actually just Bamari's consciousness, and as each child, he just kind of took over their body with his own consciousness. So that kind of a situation. And who knows where this is going to go, but we'll see.
On the 13th dive, the team focuses on more completely exploring the massive stump, the Citadel. Desai mentions that he's still
Name's Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite tree in the Citadel.
Hearing a noise and asks if someone's radio is on static. Command tells them to keep moving for now, but keep an eye on each other. The team, however, agrees with one another that there's likely nothing for them to find here, as they've been scouring the place for hours now. They were definitely right about it being a citadel, though, a cross between a fortress, a palace, and a temple. There's an extensive system of rooms, but since there's no furniture, there's no way for them to tell what they're intended for. They've taken samples of the plant life, but there's not much else they can do. Desai wants to check out the base.
Again, with the knowledge that you know, I mean, I feel like that's a risk, right? You know, from the knowledge you know of, from the stories, again, that you learned in Monoram of Davites and their biomancy stuff, like messing with any kind of plant life is, you know, kind of a risk.
Floor, though, and then they can leave. The team descends down the central passage to the ground floor, turning on their flood lamps to illuminate the space. It's dominated by two massive statues resting on a dais with an altar in the center. They resemble the two largest figures on the carvings outside, one male in a headdress and armor, and an androgynous spirit inlaid with red jewels. The two appear to be dancing, and in front of them, a throne sits almost 2 meters off the ground, carved from what appears to be a single root of the tree. Several other statues with cupped hands decorate the space. Desai points out the floor as well, showing it to contain a similarly intricate series of wood symbols and lettering, spreading out in concentric circles from the altar.
Definitely seems like some kind of ritual room.
He approaches the altar, into which is embedded a knife of some kind.
Yeah.
He pulls it from the wood, and it appears to be a ritual dagger, so they bag it. They then proceed to take some pictures of the area, but most of the carvings have been rubbed away by the water, and there's no other relics lying around, so they head back to the surface. All of the samples the divers recovered were analyzed on site in the following weeks by the various sub-teams and personnel of the research committee, under the direction of Dr. Galanis. However, the limited array of samples and general lack of historical material caused difficulty and a lack of actionable results. Galanis wrote a memo the following month on their personal thoughts on the research progress. It reads, "This hasn't quite worked out the way I'd hoped. I don't feel cheated or bitter. Nobody could have predicted stuff like this, that the city would be nigh empty, or that we'd be working from scraps. But it's still frustrating regardless. This was supposed to be my big break. I've enjoyed spending my time on the Lillehammer's crew, but I think everyone knew why I was there instead of climbing the ladder back at a real site."
I mean, I don't know, right? Like, the city's been underwater for at least a couple thousand years, right? At least 1,000, but I want to say at least a couple thousand. So I don't know really like how much you'd expect to really find intact, right? With sea life and all that kind of stuff down there, salt water breaking stuff down. You know, I don't know.
Relegated to the dustbin of history for something I didn't even do. I mean, I'm not stupid. I get it. They can't know for certain I had nothing to do with what happened in a money ROM. But it's still unfair. And then, of all the ships in the world, I happen to be on the one that stumbles across Mamjul. It's gotta be fate, I tell myself, and promise that I'll do the best I can to show them all that I'm not Bumaro or Dr. Nussbaum. And now I have to go, tail between my legs, and tell the council that I don't have anything. Not even anything good, but nothing. Maybe they were right to keep me away from the real projects. I know it's not true, but goddamn if it doesn't feel like it right now. It just doesn't make sense, though. Nothing about this makes sense. A money ROM was a technological marvel. They were doing cold fusion in 1500 BCE.
Yeah.
The only thing remotely anomalous about the Davic Covenant so far is that the fact that they had strange plants. How was this war at all evenly matched? What did the Deva have that made the ancient Mechanites so terrified of them? What is Korar? What the hell happened here? We might even be able to answer that if we had anything left of records, writings, materials, artifacts, relics, anything. But there's nothing. It's as if the Deva have been wiped from history. It's infuriating. The research teams are demoralized. The divers are sick of going down to root around in old ruins and find nothing. The fact that their every move is constantly watched by armed men doesn't exactly help. I've had people coming to me and AJ for weeks with complaints of the MTF guys making it impossible for them to get any work done. But there's not much I can do without them thinking I've gone native. It's funny how many of my problems lead back to Bumaro, despite never even meeting him. I don't know what to do. There's just so many questions that haven't been answered. All we know right now is a facsimile, a half-dreamt image of the Davic culture. A rich history of architecture, art, and dance that you can still see influences of in Indian and Cambodian culture. An almost religious reverence for nature, androgyny, and dreams. But also indications of cannibalism, ritual sacrifice, brutal slavery.
It definitely seems to be this kind of like duality nature to the Davites, the physical and the spiritual. Like you said, the positive cultural stuff that's been passed down, but then also the slavery, ritual sacrifices, stuff like that. There definitely seems to be this like dual nature, this light and dark aspect of the Davites.
And these are all just from what we've observed in the city. No one really knows anything about the Deva. If we just had some kind of guide. Try as I might not to. I keep returning to Bumaro and Nussbaum, what they would have done. Though they did it for an abominable purpose, they were the only ones in the situation I'm in now. They were blockaded in their research until they found the Preserver to help them understand. Conventional methods stopped working, so they looked for a guide and found one. Except there aren't any guides left here.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to find down there as far as something like that.
Maybe I just need to broaden my horizons.
Or just not looking in the right way. I mean, they in the previous video they had mentioned, whispers, etc. So, and again, in the previous video, it felt very reminiscent of like pattern screamer stuff from other SCP videos that gone through so far. So I wonder if that's part of the case. If there's going to be some kind of pattern screamer tie-in with the Davites, being they are kind of astral by nature. They had to make a pact with humanity to enter the physical realm, as opposed to what I know of pattern screamers before, where they try to kind of like subtly take over and force their way in. So I don't know, but I have a feeling this is foreshadowing that she's going to find that guide that they're looking for.
Afterwards, a meeting took place between Galanis and 051 using a lay space communicator. The communicator projects the two into an alternate location to have the conversation face to face, which is, in this case, an ancient desert city. Galanis quickly recognizes it as a money ROM.
Right.
And
That's
051
interesting.
says that the lay space is a strange thing, but to his understanding, the communicator sends an encrypted signal through the Earth's latent ley lines using magic, which tends to respond to the moods and minds of the users. Since a money ROM has been weighing on his mind quite heavily as of late, it chose this location.
Wouldn't that be the perfect tool to then, hey, we're hearing them on a ROM. Let's find out what people are doing here, man. What's Bamari been up to? Why don't we do a little reconnaissance?
To which Galanis says that it doesn't help that Bumaro built this thing, correcting themselves to say Aram. 051 says that they can call him Bumaro, as he's no longer the man that they hired, as far as he's concerned, and maybe not a man at all. They last heard from him nearly 10 years ago now, but things went poorly, although he's not at liberty to divulge too many details. Galanis tells him it's worrying to imagine someone that unhinged running around with that kind of power, and that he's one of their biggest threats. But 051 disagrees. The Council all agrees that Bumaro is an existential danger to the Foundation, but he does not believe that Bumaro is insane or the biggest threat they face, only the most present one. Galanis asks him if he thinks he's doing all this for power, to which 051 sighs and asks how old Galanis thinks that he is. Galanis laughs and says that they don't really know, as it's kind of an open secret that the 05 members are long-lived, being around for pretty much as long as anyone can remember. Galanis knows that that wasn't really what he was asking, though, and says that he looks like a very good 80 or a really bad 60. 051 stops walking and looks upward, saying that he was born in a Roma camp in Wales in 1880.
Damn.
He was at Verdun, Gallipoli, and the Somme. He lived through the war to end all wars, and another after that.
That's quite the experience, right? Being born then and living through time like that and the various conflicts like he's talking about, World War I, World War II, and on,
To mention the countless other conflicts scattered across Europe.
Yeah.
He witnessed their hidden underbelly, the occult wars with their carnage left unseen and
I wonder if this is going to get more into some of the information on the occult wars, right? I've mentioned this before in some previous videos that the occult wars has been talked about it's been referenced, I should say, in several videos, but nothing's ever really gotten into exactly what the occult wars are, who's involved, what sparked them, etc. And to my understanding, there's not really necessarily kind of a unified canon or story around the occult wars. They're kind of just referenced in various SCP articles. If that's incorrect and there is more of a kind of series, canon, story, or whatever, whether it's something someone's actually covered in video format or if it's just a written article on the wiki somewhere, please let me know and link me to it, because I would like to look through it, because the occult wars is, as I said, something that's been referenced a lot that I would be interested in learning more about.
Unknown by the world at large. Dying angels in no man's land, accursed weaponry, and soldiers roused from the dead. He saw Robert Bumaro in the last message he ever left for the Foundation, and his was not a face of Machiavellian scheming. His was a face that 051 is unfortunately familiar with seeing and wearing. A man terrified, able to see the world sliding into another occult war, powerless to stop it. The two continue walking, and 051 apologizes, saying that he prefers to keep his thoughts on the matter to himself. But he does think that Bumaro discovered something about the Abominate, whatever it is, and it shook him to his core. He's seen too many men die not to say that, as a young man, if he had known what he knows now, he would have done anything to protect the ones he loves. He simply disagrees with Bumaro about the means, as the Foundation remains the best and only vanguard against such a threat. He is sure the threat is coming, however. Galanis swears and apologizes, saying that that's a lot to take in. 051 replies that this is why they've taken such a risk on this project and on Galanis, as whatever the secrets of the Deva are, they need them now more than ever. Galanis understands, but the pressure is worrying, as they're not the kind of person built for leadership, and can
Also, I mean, right, like, you're getting into a situation where you're starting to peek into Pandora's box, right? Like, you already brought back one ancient culture that was wiped out that is extremely advanced. You know, you're talking about a culture that, again, as he stated, had cold fusion back, you know, during dynastic ancient Egyptian times or whatever, you know? So, like, talking about something that who knows, and that might not even be the most advanced technology that they could be capable of. You know what I mean? So you've already reawoken one civilization like that. You know, now you're poking into stuff with the Davites to learn about them, and who knows if, you know, that's going to lead to their reawakening, and then of course the Sarkics, etc. And again, I'm wondering, I'm still very curious as to what exactly is the Abominant, this fourth creature, faction, individual, whatever. What it could be. I'm kind of leaning towards maybe the Fae. Maybe in this canon, the Fae were based, you know, from Africa as opposed to the North American continent. If I remember correctly, it was either North or South America in the Cactus Verse. It was one of those two that the Fae and the Children of the Night were based out of. I want to say it was North America, but I could be wrong. So that's the only kind of other really major faction that I could think of, and the only reason why I could think of the Meccans would refer to them as the Abominant is just because of, like, you know, the Meccans are all about technology and science, whereas the Fae can, like, literally manifest things into reality. And maybe the Meccans can see that as, like, an abomination, an affront to their god, you know? So that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head right now.
can't help but wonder if the Foundation is better off choosing someone else. 051 says that perhaps that might be true, but it doesn't really matter, as Galanis is the one they chose, for better or for worse. For what it's worth, he thinks that they're doing fine, although he can tell that there's some bad news. Galanis says that the project is stalled, for lack of a better word, and apologizes. 051 replies that Galanis doesn't have to apologize, as he likes them, and does not consider Galanis' worth contingent on the success or failure of this mission. Galanis is surprised by this, and thanks him, as 051 continues to say that they are both historians, and Galanis actually reminds him quite a lot of himself in younger years, before he saw all the horrid depravity the world has to offer. He tells Galanis not to lose their bright eyes of optimism, as they will need idealists in the Foundation in the times to come. When asking why the project is at a halt, Galanis says that they just don't have anything to work from, as there's almost no historical record, no analogous societies, no writings or sources. The most they've been able to do is work on analyzing the architecture and carvings throughout the city, but even that's limited because it's in far worse condition than Amani Ram. 051 asks if they have any idea what or where Korar is so far, because if they were sister cities, perhaps Korar is better preserved and contains something that they can actually use. Unfortunately, they haven't found anything, and Galanis is honestly not even sure that it is a city at this point. The Davic Covenant were paradoxical, and the only thing they can do is analyze their murals, so that's what they've spent most of their time on. What they have is confusing, though, as the Davites had an intense focus on the metaphysical and spiritual. Unsurprisingly, it seems like they were theocratic, given that the central citadel is both the temple and the palace, worshipping some entity or greater power called the Scarlet. 051 says that he's never heard of such a thing, and Galanis says that they first thought it would be a blood god, which...
Interesting. So, in the previous video, they'd mentioned 682 as a reference, right? 682 is around in this canon. 682 is, one of the offspring of the Scarlet King. I mean, in general. Maybe it's not in this canon. And that's what it's curious about, right? Like, they know about 682, but they don't know about the Scarlet/Scarlet King. So, I don't know. I just find that kind of interesting.
A lot of the research committee still thinks that it is, as they had a place for ritual human sacrifice, with altars and obsidian knives, and all kinds of carvings of people being split open to appease the Deva spirits.
I wonder if them finding and playing around with the city is going to kind of lead into that, with the whole 7 wives, stuff, and them having to create the Montauk protocol, to keep the Scarlet King at bay, etc. I wonder if them finding the city and potentially reviving the Davites in the city, if that's where it goes, is going to end up leading to that.
The depictions, however, are different than they've seen in other Asian and Mesoamerican societies. It's a joyful affair, and the sacrifices seem almost as pleased as the Deva are to welcome them. 05.
I mean, that kind of would make sense, right? In a culture that, like, when you think about it, if it's true that they have this other city in the stars, and like they have this kind of pact with these spiritual entities, and these spiritual entities are kind of, probably telling them, whether it's true or not, that they have souls and they can come and join them once they shed their physical form, and that their sacrifices are, actually a gift. If that's what you're raised to believe, your entire life, then yeah, these things would be celebrated instead of looked at as an actual sacrifice, so.
1 says that it's hard.
It's kind of weird to think of, but I mean, like, what if their kind of major holiday, like Christmas or whatever, is something like that, where people get together in their homes and they have some kind of crazy, what we would think of as crazy, ritual sacrifice thing, and they sacrifice a member of their family, the eldest, or whoever gets chosen in some means, some way, but I mean, you think about that, like, culturally, if that's how they were raised to believe based on this pact, it could be very normal that they have holidays based on, something like that.
Hardly reasonable to think that all societies would view death as final, especially given the exposure to necromancy that the Aegean tablets suggest. Galanis isn't convinced, though, saying that the depictions of the Scarlet are softer, more magnanimously indifferent than vengeful and demanding. Their art is complex, gentle, and almost sensual. Their cities are magnificently constructed, but at the same time, they know from the Mechanites that they had a vast slave system enforced by magic, and that their anomalies were at least in part fueled by sacrifices. 051 asks if there's any indications as to what that magic was, but beyond it being something related to horticulture, there isn't. There's similarly a lack of indications about their history as a society, including what happened to land them 2 miles underwater. The team doesn't know what to do, and Galanis feels like they've failed. 051 says that they've done admirably, given the circumstances.
I mean,
but
yeah, what can
Galanis
you really
says
do?
that they've exhausted all of their conventional options.
I mean, there's only so much you can really do, and like they said, this city is buried under 2 miles of ocean. It's been down there for potentially thousands of years. You know, like some stuff would probably be preserved, but other stuff, you know, sea life is going to get into. Barnacles are going to be around. You know what I'm saying? Everything's going to be overgrown, and I mean, who knows though? Maybe some of the magic that the Davites had could preserve some of the stuff. It doesn't seem to be the case though. But yeah, I'm just the major thing for me with this city is it buried because the Meccans buried it, or is it buried because the Davites did to cut off access to their astral city? That's the big question for me right now as far as this goes.
051 tells them to turn to the unconventional then, to which Galanis says that there is one idea, but it's kind of out there. 051 replies that he spent his 30s and 40s advising the various paranormal organizations in Europe on how to arm themselves using their country's horrible, forgotten monsters and mythologies, so out there doesn't begin to faze him. Galanis
Okay.
says that they're going to need someone transferred to the research project, someone who was involved in the original Amani Ram initiative. That individual is none other than SCP-1867, Lord Theodore Thomas Blackwood.
Blackwood. My man.
Galanis speaks with Blackwood, and Blackwood says that he's always had such pleasant interactions with the Parahistory Fellows, though he's admittedly not quite sure what that moniker means, as history is history. He mentions that there was a fair-haired woman from that department who used to interview him quite often, a Dr. Nussbaum, although Galanis just awkwardly says that she's no longer employed by the Foundation.
Rip.
She's kind of why Galanis wanted to speak with him today, though, as they've been going over some of the old files from her project and came across something that was written in one of Blackwood's adventure diaries that they were hoping he could shed a little light on. Blackwood replies that it's been many years since he wrote those, and he's practically a different man now, but he'll try to remember. Galanis
Wonder if at this point is when he's turned into a slug, a different man.
asks about a section of Diary 57, in which he mentions the expedition of an acquaintance of his into the Indian Ocean in search of undersea ruins. Upon the mention of the alias Captain Nemo, Blackwood remembers, although he says that calling Nemo an acquaintance of his is much like calling the Sicilian sea beast an acquaintance of the Tyrrhenian sailors, if you catch his meaning. Galanis doesn't, but senses that the two weren't fond of each other. Blackwood says that he had no quarrel with the man, and in fact he admired his can-do attitude and breadth of inventions to support his adventuring, having had the pleasure of witnessing his submarine, the Nautilus, surface once. It was a technological marvel, the likes of which the world may never see again, longer than many ships, and seemed natural, appearing as though carved from a single titanic block of jungle wood, but filled with engines, armor, and livery.
Interesting that it would seem to be made of wood, with the Davite tree, being messed up.
Galanis remarks that that's oddly familiar, and asks if he ever went inside. Unfortunately, he didn't, as Captain Nemo wouldn't allow it due to having a deep-seated resentment in his heart for all Englishmen. Blackwood has never been particularly attached to his homeland, finding more solace in darkest Peru than he does in Durham. But Nemo was of Indian descent, and held a chip on his shoulder over the Crown's dominion over his land.
Yeah, understandable.
He felt that every well-born individual who had benefited from the plundering of his homeland deserved nothing but scorn at the best. Blackwood was unable to go on Nemo's expedition, but he knew some of the individuals that did go along, and had heard that they had found something far south of India on the seabed. The specifics were murky at best, but through the grapevine, it was whispered to him that some of the many spiritually inclined men under Nemo's command had returned from the expedition shaken and disturbed. To a normal man, this might have meant nothing, but as Blackwood studied with the Castor Monastery on the slopes of Makalu, he knew that Nemo had them doing the art of projection. With intense practice, meditation, and no small amount of psychotropic assistance, it's possible to enter into a fugue state of sorts, during which the soul may depart the body and enter into the astral plane.
Wasn't there, I forget what story. I want to say maybe it was part of the Cactus verse, but there was another SCP story about a doctor doing something similar where he took some kind of psychedelics, was like guided through some door or something.
The Castor monks have spent centuries studying the existence of the astral plane and the vast mysteries it contains, and have ascertained that it is a manner of reality blanketing our own, invisible to the naked eye, but interweaving with all parts of daily life, and is inhabited by spirits.
Mm-hmm.
The nature of the astral plane is such that it is at once a reflection and a cause of our own material plane. Significant people, events, and even places can leave impacts and connections that persist long after the destruction of the physical form, such as the presence of poltergeists and jinns. Blackwood's theory is that since Nemo possessed no gift for the metaphysical arts, he attempted to use his crew to astral project and discover the secrets of the Atlanteans. His crew, however, being largely unrefined brutes, lacked the necessary finesse. Blackwood would have stepped in then, but only a month after he heard about this, he heard that a common vampire had been sighted east of the Ural Mountains for the first time in more than 3 centuries, and he couldn't miss out on the opportunity. Galanis bets that he would like to see the sunken city, and Blackwood responds that he certainly would, to see if the legends of monumental towers powered by light and glass and great sea beasts bound into service are true.
Be hard to pass up.
Galanis tells him that
It would be hard to pass up, but at the same time, man, again, like the idea of going that far down underwater in a submersible isn't a really comfortable idea for me, but
Foundation has an interest in Atlantis as well, although its proper name is Mamjul. They've located the ruins, but there isn't much to see, leading them to go over the records of the initial discovery of Amani Ram and notice the references to some kind of psychic detachment. If Blackwood is prepared to share his knowledge of astral projection, they could probably convince their superiors to allow him to be on the first team. Blackwood contemplates this for several seconds before saying that he shall assist them in their endeavor, and together they shall unlock the mysteries of Atlantis.
my man.
Blackwood was subsequently transported to the research ships, along with a number of supplies, equipment, and a detachment of personnel from the Psychotronics Division at Site-19. Over the following month, almost every member of the Mamjul Korar initiative was subjected to a gauntlet of tests to determine their psychic potential. Those with the highest scores and sufficiently high cognitohazard resistance values were inducted into a provisional applied task force, codenamed Dream Team. By mid-November, 9 members of the initiative had been inducted into the team, including Lieutenant Greaves, Operator Desai, and Dr. Galanis. Foundation research into extrasensory perception had exploded since 1944 with the founding of the Psychotronics Division, and provided several advances, such as low telepathy, scrying, and limited divination, though true astral projection remained out of reach. With the assistance of Blackwood's expertise on the matter, Psychotronics Division personnel were able to train members of Dream Team into being able to induce a fugue state that Blackwood affirmed would result in successful astral projection if performed under the influence of nestic drugs.
Gotcha.
Additionally, 051 requisitioned the LSAP Cadmus Aram Deep Brain Oniric Parietal Stimulation and Recording Array.
Sounds like you're getting into some like MK Ultra shit here, man, with, you know, psychedelics and getting into fugue states to astral project and who knows what.
A one-of-a-kind prototype constructed by Dr. Hadley Cadmus and Dr. Robert Aram.
Yikes.
The device consists of two separate portions: a medical implant of several electrodes inserted into brain tissue, leading out to a wire through the nape of the neck, and a computerized system to which the wire would be connected.
Yikers, brother.
The implant would stimulate brain tissue to produce a heightened state of awareness during dreams, and the computer would record sensations and visuals to produce as text.
So it almost kind of try to put them in like a lucid dreaming state, is what it sounds like.
The text would require additional human processing, but the final product was a largely accurate transcription of what the subject says and does, including while dreaming. The device was tested and confirmed safe before being implanted into Greaves to serve as an indisputable, impartial record of what was discovered for council records, in compliance with the 05 edict. Following the operation and his 2-week recovery, Greaves returned in preparation for the first attempt at astrally projecting into Mamjul, performed on December 20th, 2002. For the first projection test, Blackwood and 4 members of Dream Team were selected:
Dream Team.
Galanis,
I get it.
Greaves, Desai, and operator Sarah Morello. All of the members were given medical and neurological workups before entering into a secure padded containment chamber aboard the Phantom.
I'm like about to get
They
into
were
it here now.
seated in restrained reclining medical chairs with various instruments attached to the sides, leading to displays of neurological activity, heart rate, and similar readouts. IVs of Class W Nestics were inserted into the arms of all personnel, aside from Blackwood, who instead had a small amount mixed into the bowl of seawater in which he was placed. The members were also given sedatives and muscle relaxants in order to begin the test. Blackwood begins by explaining the process they're going to be going through, and tells them to remember that excess stress will wake them from the state, which may prove to be a boon or a burden depending on what they encounter. They should begin by closing their eyes and relaxing, allowing their muscles to slacken, opening their mouths and allowing their lungs to loosen and breathe simply and naturally. They should consider their place in the universe, members of their various homelands and their governments, members of their families, members of the Foundation. They should then consider their physical place, floating aboard a great ship, leagues off the southern tip of India. At the same time, they are floating leagues above the ruins of an ancient civilization. Their position is relative, so they may change it as they please, and the world will change accordingly. The plane of our existence they see is simply one more axis of position, and it's alterable. There's no reason they should not be able to change it as easily as one can walk from one end of the ship to the other. They should imagine themselves doing so, leaving that which is physical behind and entering something purer. They should allow themselves to walk from the bow to the bridge, along the gunwales of the vessel. It's a familiar path, with the sea on their left and the metal of the ship on their right. Their bodies relax as they continue down the path, until finally arriving at the stern, and as far as they can see, there is only the ocean. Blackwood then tells them to open their eyes, and since we're only receiving Greaves' perspective, we see him open his eyes, revealing himself to be standing in an alien landscape. There is no clear sky or ground, but instead auroras of strobing lights fill the space above, with only darkness beyond them and occasional flashes of lightning. Greaves is standing on a patch of viridian grass, only a meter wide, and beyond the patch, dotted reddish-pink stars seem to stretch on forever downward into the abyss of the plain. Some kind of fog or mist also blankets the ground, rising up to his knees. He calls out and turns to see Galannis standing in a lab coat in the distance. Greaves takes an unsteady step forward, and he's instantly a meter away from Galannis, who reflexively steps back. Greaves says that hopefully they're on the astral plane now, but Galannis tells him to stop and listen. They hear a distant chanting for several seconds, accompanied by the pounding of war drums and a howling sound. The two turn, and in the distance lies some sort of stone structure, obscured by a vast collection of tall trees. Greaves remarks that the sound is remarkably similar to the whispering noise in Mamjul that he and Desai kept hearing.
Yep, doesn't surprise me.
Greaves wants to go check it out, but Galannis tells him to wait for a couple of minutes to see if the others show up. Unfortunately, after several minutes, no one else shows up.
Uh-oh.
Greaves says that with any luck, the others are already in the structure, so the two begin to make their way
Are
over
they?
there.
Or have they been taken?
Periodically, lightning flashes across the horizon, bathing everything in a sickly green glow. As they continue on, the chants and drum beats grow louder, more intense, and a chorus can be heard vocalizing along, in a language neither understand, but both feel. They continue to walk for what feels like hours, but the structure only grows slightly closer. They pause, as out of the fog and mist, Desai, Morello, and an unknown figure steps out. The figure is an older gentleman dressed in a waistcoat,
Blackwood,
trousers,
probably.
and boots with spats. A derby cap sits atop his brown-haired head, laden with a boyish grin despite his age. This would be Lord Blackwood, in his former human form rather than his current sea slug form. Blackwood welcomes them to the astral plane.
I don't know if there is or not. If there is, I would like to know. But as far as I know, there isn't really a tale of how Blackwood actually got turned into a sea slug. I would like to know that, if there is, such a story.
And warns them not to think themselves into the abyss, as that would be quite an ugly fate.
Maybe you shouldn't, like, it's one of those situations where it's like, hey, don't think about this, and they're immediately going to think about that. You know what I'm saying?
The team discusses continuing to head towards the stone structure, which appears to be a fortress or castle, although the trees look thick surrounding it. They continue on, eventually approaching the structure as they pass through a line of impossibly tall, broad-leafed jungle trees. Vines hang from the canopy high above, and shrubbery layers the ground. The growth is...
it makes it like the way they're describing this, right? That there's this thick jungle. I wonder if part of the pact that the Scarlet made with the original human that found that red gem, was also a means of connecting that astral realm to the physical. Because in the previous video and even in Amon Ram, they're, talked a lot about the darkness of the jungle and these creatures just appearing out of the jungle and this and that. And now there's more jungle references here into the astral. So I wonder if there was some kind of situation where some of this astral stuff was merging into the physical realm as well. I don't know.
Thick, but the trees and undergrowth seem to shift, making way for the group's march forward. Morello comments that trees this tall don't exist on Earth, as these are at least 500 feet tall. The chanting and drumming and singing continues to grow in pitch and intensity as they approach. Blackwood remarks that he's never heard anything quite like this, as it sounds primal. The group then suddenly breaks through the tree line, finding themselves face to face with a massive wall, constructed of massive blocks of stone carved into shape. On the battlements, unclear figures peer over, and the surface of the stone is alive with pulsating stars, moving in tune with the song. A huge archway dominates, through which a great door is very slowly opening. The door eventually opens, and the group walks through, stepping on the dirt and soil that covers this portion of the plain. They find themselves in a massive, intact city, with temple-like buildings rising for stories in all directions. In the far distance, at the center of the city, and at the end of the long avenue on which they currently stand, the topmost portion of a huge tree can be seen, its branches spreading atop the sky. The chanting and drum beats are louder than ever, and in every direction there is bacchanalian celebration, as huge figures fill the city shoulder to shoulder, engaged in revelry. The entities all vary in shape and appearance, but they're tall, in excess of 3 meters, with pale mint skin and long curling horns. They drink, dance in intricate patterns, and sing their chanting harmony in tune with the huge drums. However, they leave the main Broadway entirely empty for the group to walk through, while looking at them. Desai remarks that the buildings look like the ones in Mamjul, but alive. And Galanis says that the Deva never died out, just the Covenant did.
Yeah.
The city resembles the architecture of Mamjul, but raised to an inhuman standard, with buildings and temples that could only be 3 or 4 stories shooting into the distance, causing the team to crane their necks to view. The branches of the great tree are carved with living spaces and dotted with yet more Deva engaged in revelry. The carvings adorning every surface and building dance in time with the great song, coming from everywhere around them.
This sounds very much like the Children of the Night stuff from the Cactus verse, with the Night King and them dancing and the drum beats and the prison of Titania, with her heart in the tree to, empower them, etc. This sounds very similar to that. It's giving me those kind of vibes. So I'm curious where more of this is going to go. It's interesting too that this is like literally a almost carbon copy version of the city in the physical realm, just in this astral form. And I like the description, the walls made of stars and pulsating with the drum beats. Gives a really good sense of imagery of this astral city, this otherworldly place.
The crowd seems to move and thrum with a life of its own, and the communal dance pulses every entity in sight forward towards the citadel tree in the center of the city. Drawn along, the team is pulled forward, down the Broadway, and as they move through the great streets of the city, the grander it becomes. The plain gray stone of Mamjul has been painted over with bright, resplendent shades of reds, purples, and gold trimming, and the tall horned Deva's green skin makes a sharp contrast against the warm buildings they occupy. The raucous wildness only increases in intensity, with many of the entities openly engaged in intoxicated, violent combat.
Interesting.
In the distance, over the city's rooftops, gigantic beasts of burden, almost as tall as the trees, slowly move across the skyline on hundreds of legs.
Jesus.
The movements and lapping of the crowd.
This would be something that I would think of would be more of like Sarkic than the Davites with, these large creatures with hundreds of legs and bloodletting, I don't know if it's necessarily sacrificial, but bloodletting bouts and things like that. That feels kind of more Sarkic, or at least what I would think would be more Sarkic.
Gently push the group forward, but not aggressively. Many of the Deva are joyous at the sight of them, clasping their hands
honestly,
and raising them before letting them go. Eventually, they arrive at the entrance to the tunnel leading into the Citadel, where the
I mean, it's potentially, right, again, thousands of years since they may have had any kind of connection with humanity in the physical realm. So this could be, again, as I said, a way for them to revive their civilization in the physical.
drumming and loudest singing can be heard coming from inside. They proceed in, passing by lines of Deva beating their fists against the stone wood walls in song. The group exits out into the throne room, containing 2 thrones, both carved from the same titanic vein of wood.
Interesting, too.
On the left sits a human corpse, with features made indiscernible by its age, dressed in elaborate finery and a wreath. The throne on the right is occupied by a female Deva in similarly elaborate dress, leading the song encompassing the entire city. The tree is open overhead, with the lightning and auroras visible through the canopy of leaves, and other robed Deva fill the various landings of the citadel. Blackwood remarks that this is not what he expected when they described Mamjul.
Yeah.
And Desai responds that this isn't Mamjul.
Korar.
As they enter, the Deva sitting on the throne breaks off from the omnipresent song and slowly descends the staircase. The others continue unabated as she enters into a deep bow. She speaks in a language not heard by human ears in 3 millennia, but they understand her perfectly. She welcomes them to Korar, eternal city of the Deva, seat of the slumbering Maharaja, the Scarlet City. Her name is Rajmata Vaslirasaraj Sharat, Empress Consort of the Forlorn Covenant, and she welcomes them back. One thing's for certain, the team is definitely going to learn far more about the Davites.
They're not in Kansas anymore
than they did from Mamjul.
They are not in Kansas anymore, brother.
Being able to speak with an actual Deva is a pretty uncommon thing.
No kidding.
And we're going to learn a lot about the history of the Deva and the 2 cities. Everything seems fairly pleasant on the surface here, with a lot of song and dance.
That's gonna, I'm sure, change.
These were not a peace-loving people.
Yeah.
And they worship a god of blood and death. We'll just have to see if Galanis and the team can find out some info about the Davites that does some good, without having a repeat of the Amani Ram debacle, or worse.
Indeed. Indeed. All right. No quote. Yeah. Well, there you have it. That was part 2 of Mamjul Korar SCP-001 by the Exploring series. Links down below, as always, in the description to the playlist here that he has for Red Tape and to his channel. So please do me a favor, if you enjoyed this video of his, go give it a like and be sure to hit that sub button on the channel if you haven't already and give the man some love. I mean, this episode was pretty much kind of a straightforward episode. It's basically like a setup episode for what's to come. Galanis and the SCP Foundation team aren't having any luck finding anything out about the city and the Davites. They ask for the help of Blackwood. He shows them how to astral project, and they find the eternal city of the Davites, Korar. And, it ends right there with them being introduced to the Empress. I mean, again, I feel like they're being welcomed so far because this has been however many thousands of years. I mean, who knows also in this astral state how relative time is, if it really matters. Maybe it's only been moments, Maybe it's been eternities for them. You know, who knows? And who knows if it really matters to them. But I feel like it's a situation where they're welcoming them because, you know, humans provide an access to the physical realm again and a potential rebirth of their civilization, uh, you know, down here on Earth and humanity. So that's kind of where I feel like this is going to go. But I guess we'll find out. I mean, the description of the Astral City was like I said, it definitely evoked a lot of imagery. The stars, the walls kind of made of stars, and the pulsating of the stars with the music and the massive trees and the creatures. Like from what they described, I would have thought this would be more Sarkic, but if this is what Davites are like, I wonder what the Sarkics are going to be like. And then, of course, again, I think so far out of this series, my biggest question is still, what is the Abominant? Or what, who, etc. So hopefully we'll find that out as we go on in the future. But that's going to do it for this one, guys. Like I said, links down below. All right, let's get into it.
SCP-001, Mamjul and Korar, Part 3.
We left off at a pretty interesting place last time where they got to the Astral City and met the Empress of the Davites and my boy Blackwood. You know, we got the guest cameo appearance by Blackwood. He's there in his astral human form. They did actually confirm him in his sea slug form as well. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing where this goes. It left off at a very interesting spot.
Mamjul turned out to be quite the dead end from an academic perspective. The architecture was pretty, the glowing algae was cool, and the stone-like wood was impressive, but ultimately the Foundation didn't learn a whole lot from the sunken city.
Indeed.
Now, however, thanks to the continually useful Lord Blackwood,
My man.
the team has managed to astrally project themselves into Mamjul's sister city, Korar, which is still alive and thriving. What's more, the city's ruler is not only letting them into the city, but welcomes them with open arms.
As I was saying at the end of the last video, I feel like this is a situation where they want human contact again because they want that connection to the physical realm, etc. So they're very eager and happy to make their acquaintance. That's my theory.
If there ever
anyway.
was an opportunity to learn about what exactly happened thousands of years ago, this is it. To paraphrase a popular movie quote, however, Deva and man, two species separated by thousands of years, have just been suddenly thrown back into the mix together.
Hey, Jurassic Park.
How can we possibly have the slightest idea what to expect?
Okay, Jurassic Park. I'm
Let's
picking up what
continue.
you're putting down here. Exploring theories.
Before we get back into the events at
Life
Mamjul
finds
and
a way.
Korar, we're given another section of verses from Davic scripture. It reads, as witnessed by Saurivalatra, third Rajmata of the Scarlet Maharaja. And as the empires spread across the face of the continent in the name of the Scarlet House of the Deva, it was soon that they came to know those that had arisen in the east and west in the 1,000 years of isolation. The blood-mad Nulka of Black Adatum, the great dark necropolis born of Mamjul's own sin and rent from the body of the High Slave, took arms against the Deva in their zealotry to extinguish the life from the flesh.
It's interesting the word is there. Rent from the body of the High Slave. I don't know. It's the choice of words there is intriguing.
And the Mechanites of Amani Ram, in their arrogance and disdain for the natural laws of the world, took arms against the Deva in their zealotry to make themselves more than human. And in the hopes of saving their people, the Covenant took the magic of the jungle against their aggressors and waged whole war. War in every aspect. War in every element. Mamjul and Korar turned from peaceful metropoli to cities of war, and the children of the Scarlet rushed out into the land, sorcerer Nawabs leading vast legions of Deva and warriors and slave soldiers into the cruelest faces of humanity.
I wonder if at any point in the series they will tell us how the war actually started, right? Like, is it just, again, the influence left over from their gods, and that these cultures just automatically, have a distrust and a dislike of each other because of that influence? Or did an event happen that sparked this war between these three slash four factions, if you include the Abominant? And I'm curious, what the spark was to ignite the battles here.
Of the north of the Deva, once lay a dozen cities, now reduced to naught but ash and rubble over the course of the First War. The zealots of metal saw and learned the power of fire and lime, wielded freely against innocents. Entire forests burned into cinders to deny the Deva their home. Cities laid siege to, men bled, Fulad melted down into the very spears that would be driven through the bodies of the Mechanites and into the wall of Mamjul as a warning. And of the Nalka was an even more violent confrontation, for their lord Ion was a hateful beast, and his mindless forces ran amok, stretching wildly from the east and raising those who died in war back again, denying their souls their eternal rest in Korar.
The one thing I kind of hope they get into a little bit more in this series as well, they kind of did a little bit with the Meccan side of the story with Bamaro and his queen. I forget her name. The general with the wings, etc. One of the things that I love about mythology is just the hero mythology. The stories of Hercules, Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, Jason, Beowulf, stuff like that. So I would love it if we hear also more of like the champions of these different factions, races, whatever you want to call them, and their deeds from their perspectives, in these conflicts. That's something that I would be interested to, I guess, enrich the lore and universe building more. That's just something that I would be I would be interested in, I should say.
Their massacres were devoid of purpose, killing for the sake of killing, with no artistry to their butchery.
Right.
No
Yeah, it is interesting that I kind of talked about that in one of the other videos. I might have been Burnt Offerings. That it's interesting that at least from the Meccans' point of view, right? They still at least gave the Davites and the Nalkins slash Sarkics enough respect to have them named, whereas the Abominant they didn't even want to include as a part of their history, because their creation mythos just had the three gods warring, whereas the Davites here say there were four. So I found that interesting.
respect for the inborn soul, only a simple-minded desire for the purity of rent flesh, empty vessels. The cities of the Nalka were torn from the ground by the great vines of the sorcerer Nawabs, sundering walls, laying waste to all who dared to interrupt the dance of the soul. And through all this, the three cities lay unaware of the wretch of the West, of its horde coming together, of the Black Star rising from the obscurity of a farming village to the head of the army of the damned.
They called they referred to Meccan as the Black Star. That's interesting. At least I assume. Right. Well, let's listen to that again real quick.
To interrupt the dance of the soul. And through all this, the three cities lay unaware of the wretch of the West.
The three cities lay unaware of the wretch of the West, which I assume the three cities are referring to the capitals of the Davites, the capitals of the Sarkics, and the capitals of the Meccan, and the wretch would be the Abominant. So all three of them are unaware of the abominate's existence at this point, I guess.
Of its horde coming together, of the Black Star rising from the obscurity of a farming village to the head of the army of the damned.
Now, maybe it's not. Maybe that isn't. You know, the reason why I initially thought the Black Star they were referring to as Meccan was because, you know, farming village, Meccan's story, you know, was that, you know, like sheep farmers, herders, or whatever were imbued with essentially Meccan's power as it was dying. But maybe this is something different. Maybe this
In
is the
our
abominate.
arrogance, we saw only each other. We dismissed the fourth, who had been silently scheming for 1,000 years, a vengeant eye watching the horizon, watching the rise of Amani Ram and Mamjul and Korar and Black Aditum, and casting a specter of devastation upon the land as it made the slow, agonizing march to the great golden walls of the Gate of the West,
Yeah, this
with
is
only
about...
one thought in the mind of its prophet: death. Let's continue then, with another remote meeting between Dr. Galanis and the O5 Council.
So that is pretty interesting there then. So all three of them almost kind of see the abominate as the overall enemy. And maybe if they hadn't been warring with each other, interesting. I wonder if that puts an overall twist on the creation mythos. You know, the idea is that the three gods were wounded and fell to earth, you know, in a war of the gods, you know, the SCP version of the war in heaven. But what if all three of them were aligned against the abominate? And it took the three of them to wound the abominate, but the three of them were also wounded in the process. And they thought that the abominate, the wretch, whatever, had been killed. So the three of them just began quarreling amongst themselves, unaware that it was still alive until it was too late.
This time with only
That'd be
5
interesting.
of them in attendance, along with Lieutenant Greaves. Galanis asks where the rest of the council is, as they were hoping to brief everyone at once. 051 replies that it's pretty rare for them all to be able to attend a meeting, but they'll make sure everyone is updated. Galanis begins by explaining that 3 weeks ago, they conducted the first astral projection test as part of the Mamjul Korar initiative. They weren't really aiming for anything in particular, but just like how they stumbled into Mamjul, they also stumbled into Korar. Unlike Mamjul, however, Korar is not only alive, but thriving. The subsequent return trips have panned out very well, and they've been in repeated contact with the Deva. They've made some frankly astonishing inroads into developing an understanding of their culture, and their linguists have even constructed a preliminary model of the Davic language.
Interesting.
They don't really need it though, as they're able to communicate perfectly fine on the astral plane, and their anthropologists are busy interviewing and compiling the research. 053 asks if they're on good terms with their queen, the Rajmata, and Galanis replies that yes, they are, and they've been leading all the return trips and getting the other personnel acquainted with the process of projection, with the help of Blackwood. 053 remarks that the idea that the entire Deva race has continued to exist for 3,000 years in isolation boggles the mind. Galanis explains that the astral plane is a reality constructed entirely of dreaming minds, and they haven't really been able to construct a scientific basis for it yet. 057 says that
Kind of interesting for any of you guys who are familiar with Critical Role Dungeons and Dragons. It just sparks a similarity to campaign 2 with the what are they called? The Somnovum, I believe, if I remember correctly. The Eyes of Nine. I don't know. That's just interesting. Anyway.
That it's all a bit mumbo-jumbo to him, but 051 says that they've all seen stranger things than this, and asks Galanis their opinion. Galanis says that it's a hard question to answer, but they have things now that they didn't have before, notably direction, and a primary source to get more knowledge from. The Rajmata has been really helpful with their researchers, mapping out the districts of the city, explaining parts of her people's culture and how the Deva think. Honestly, Galanis thinks that this is a breakthrough, on the same scale as the discovery of the Preserver entity in Amani Ram, if not bigger.
Yeah, you could say so.
Galanis isn't saying that there aren't risks, but the risks are worth taking. They all agreed that they need what the Deva have, and there's an entire culture waiting for them to learn about it. History, anthropology, music, literature, and that's not even considering the kind of thaumaturgy they're capable of. 053 replies that that's the
That is something that's also kind of interesting, right? Like in the Davite story here so far, they do keep mentioning art, culture, dance, etc. They didn't really talk about that much with the Meccan stuff. The Meccans is really just about technology. So it seems like their culture was literally just based around technological advancement and I guess, the preservation of their society through the means of war if necessary.
the sort of thing they need to be more focused on. The humanities are important, but they're in Korar for one reason. Galanis sighs and says that they can't try to understand what they're capable of without understanding what kind of a culture leads to that. It's like trying to understand American military technology without knowing anything about the US. 053 says that that may be true, but he notices that they haven't made much progress with determining the ultimate fate of the city, to which Galanis says that the Deva are hesitant to share info about that. 051 says that they've read the reports over the past few weeks and heard the testimonies of the research team, along with Alpha 1's reports. But this project has entered into a realm Amani Ram never did, quite literally. Their only exposure to Korar, to the existing Deva, is through the device inside of Greaves' brain. They are now fully in uncharted territory.
Yeah, I think you're
and
right.
There are dangers that they likely don't even know about yet. There has been a not insignificant push to have the initiative canceled, all personnel amnesticized, and the records sealed.
Like it could probably be argued that, in a way, their technological advancements and stuff like that could be seen as a form of art. Their science, because that's kind of like you said, the basis of their culture and their religion, So
Galanis yells out that they can't do that. But 051 replies that they know that he can, but he's not going to, because he's a historian too. He still thinks that Mamjul and Korar hold incredible possibilities for the Foundation and for humanity, knowledge that they need now more than ever. Because of that, they're going to be offering new resources, more personnel, and more support. Galanis asks what the catch is, and 051 replies that going forward, 05 Command is going to be more involved in the initiative, and Lieutenant Greaves will act with their authority, empowered to make executive decisions.
That makes sense, right? Like, if I was a member of the O5 Council, I feel like I would want to have one or two members of the council there in oversight in a situation like this, especially after what happened in Amon Aram, right? You'd want to have someone at the top level being able to make immediate decisions and interactions with, the Davite Queen and be able to work out any kind of cultural exchanges, yada, yada, yada. As well as, I feel like, obviously, with the knowledge that the O5 Council has and the anomalous potentially abilities, I believe some of them are, some of them might be anomalous, that they would be able to deal with the Davites necessary and get out, be able to protect themselves a lot better than the average SCP personnel.
Galanis tries to argue, but then asks to speak with 051 in private, so he dismisses Greaves, and asks if Galanis doesn't trust Greaves. Galanis says that it's not that, but they don't know how useful more oversight is going to be, as it's a little stifling. The researchers keep coming with complaints about the Alpha 1 operators impeding their work, and it's bad for morale. Galanis doesn't think that Greaves has the best interests of the initiative. 051 suggests that Galanis speak to him to see if the security can be integrated into their workflow better. The O5s chose Galanis to be in charge of this project, and it's within Galanis' right to speak to Greaves if there's an issue. His team is there for their own protection, and in the last 12 years of employment, he's never known Greaves to be anything less than perfectly reasonable and deeply loyal. Galanis has been given a chance, so they should extend the same courtesy to others. Before Galanis departs, 051 says that Director Actis was being crude, but he's right. They trusted the Preserver, and that ruined them, so they should keep a close eye on the Rajmata. The realization that the Davic Covenant was not in fact an extinct civilization caused a sudden shock to the personnel of the Mamjul Korar initiative.
Well, and I mean, right, like, you're also getting access to, like, literally a whole other plane of existence. And who knows what else exists there that you could find, right? You literally have just now accessed a whole other reality to explore. And who knows what the rules are and dangers are of that, you know?
In the 3 weeks after the first astral visit, 16 return trips were made by the Dream Team, which had been expanded from 9
Dream Team, I get
individuals to 35. This was largely due to the Psychotronics Division successfully producing RL-023, an animatropic drug that considerably lessened the preparation and training needed to astrally project, while also allowing for perfect recall after awakening.
Andy?
The subsequent visits after the first one included personnel from every...
Bro, isn't that the worst when, like, you wake up and you know you had a really, like, nice or just awesome dream, but you just can't remember it? That's the worst, man. That's, like, one of the worst feelings in the world. Like, no matter what you can do, you just can't remember it.
Division of the initiative, and were focused on a number of immediate goals. First was to ascertain the anomalous capabilities of the extant Davic Empire and their current nature of existence. Second was to establish diplomatic relations, if possible. Third was to arrive at a clearer understanding of the Davic culture, and lastly, to build a unified timeline of the Empire's fall, along with establishing the identity of the entity, group, or party known as the Abominate. The Rajmata, the current ruling monarch of the Deva, proved to be exceptionally receptive to diplomatic efforts, and was accommodating to Foundation personnel in Korar. Thanks to the assistance of the Rajmata, the Anthropology Division was able to compile an extensive culture briefing after multiple visits to Korar. We're going to be provided with several excerpts from this culture briefing, the first of which is about their societal structure.
It's interesting so far that they haven't talked anything about the sacrifice stuff, right? So I'm wondering if that part of their society, like I had said before in the previous video, right? Like, was the sacrifice part of their religion a way for us as physical human beings to access the astral city permanently, right? And is that what they did to preserve themselves when Mamjul was being assaulted and destroyed? You know, they all just had this massive, essentially suicide rituals so that their spirits or whatever could go up to Karar and they would essentially be preserved and live on there until they could reconnect with the physical world. You know, because they haven't really talked about or mentioned any kind of, you know, slaves or sacrificial ritual or anything like that going on in the astral city right now, you know? So anyway, let's continue. I mean, because obviously, right, like, you would think that would be a big deal for the Foundation, and that wouldn't be something I would think the Foundation would tolerate. But I guess it would be like, you know, the Foundation's definitely willing to make a deal with the devil if it benefits them in a big enough way, I guess.
And reads, the Davic Covenant Society is extremely rigidly caste-based, with roles in society occupied by dozens of complex, interrelated castes. Broadly, they can be grouped into 4 categories. As with many ancient cultures, slaves occupy the bottommost rung of society and are afforded few rights or luxuries. The Davic Empire made extensive use of slaves in almost every line of work that could not be done through their aboromancy, from construction to agriculture to bureaucracy.
Right,
We
exactly.
estimate that the
Exactly.
empire contained 3 slaves for every free citizen. This system was brutally enforced through both anomalous and mundane control methods and violence. Testimonies from the Deva indicate that the mass killing of slaves was regarded as a kindness, as it
Hmm.
freed their immortal souls to join the population in Korar.
Yeah.
Beyond the slaves, the castes were less rigidly separated. Freed laborers were afforded.
So I wonder, okay, like they just said there, right? Like they see it as a kindness by killing their slaves because then their souls could go up to Karar. Now, is the caste system also in effect up there? Right? Because then it's like if you're a slave in life, are you then a slave in death? And then if there is any kind of reincarnation system in their culture, are you always just a slave for eternity? Or is there any way to break from that cycle? Um, or is it a situation where, yeah, like once you go up to Karar, everyone is not necessarily equal, right? But at least not a slave, you know? Because I mean, it sounds like they're still going with the caste system here, from what he's describing. Sounds like that's still going on in this astral city. So, I don't know. Let's hear some more. Anyway.
The castes were less rigidly separated. Freed laborers were afforded only a handful of rights above slaves. Merchants and artisans were in similar higher rungs of society, and soldier nobles and sorcerers occupied the rung above them, being the landed aristocrats. The topmost rung of society consisted of the matriarchs, or scarlet brides, religious
Interesting.
priestesses central to the Davic religion. See state religion. These matriarchs dictated almost every matter of society by interpreting the will of their god. In a break from most ancient cultures, one of these brides, the Rajmata, was the sovereign monarch of the empire, rather than a male member of the landed gentry. She was considered married to the Scarlet Maharaja while it slept in Karar, and the embodiment of its will in Mamjul and on Earth, empowered to make all theocratic, military, and societal decisions for the Covenant.
A lot of power.
We're next given a transcript from one of Galanis's projections.
So I wonder again, as I posed the question in the previous video, I've realized I've been saying a lot through the series, but they just mentioned here the 7 brides, and obviously that kind of goes into the whole situation where the 7 chains are what hold the Scarlet King back, etc., and each of them gives birth to one of the children of the Scarlet King. 682 was one of them. They already mentioned 682 with the Foundation in a previous video. And they've talked about how there's they used these strange giant creatures, and their Davites, that is, had these strange giant creatures in their you know as part of their war machine. So I wonder if 682 and some of these other um children of the Scarlet King had been actually in this, birthed by these brides, and were some of the instruments, tools, generals, maybe even of their army in these conflicts against the Meccans and the Sarkics.
into
And
Korar.
if that's going to lead into eventually, Montauk Protocol, etc.
After ingesting the RL-023 drug. Galanis projects into the Citadel of Korar on one of the higher floors, which has been sequestered for Foundation use on the Rajmata's orders. Several other researchers and agents are in the room, along with multiple Deva, and Galanis tells a few of the researchers to take a break, as they've been projecting for hours now. Galanis proceeds to focus on the throne room, projecting there instantly, where the Rajmata is seated. The Rajmata greets Galanis with an honorific to indicate them as a respected scholar, and says that their people have been settling in well. Galanis thanks her for that, as she's been very accommodating, although the Rajmata replies that it hasn't been entirely out of altruism, saying that her people have been alone for 3,000 years, so they crave new experiences. They want to learn more about humans, as they think of us as interesting creatures, very different from themselves. Galanis responds that they're sure that they can share some bits about humanity with the Deva, if they're willing to do the same. The Rajmata sighs, however, and says that she tires of this. Galanis understands, but they're not the final decision maker for the Foundation. They need to know more about what actually happened during the First Occult War and how the Empire collapsed, so that they can avoid the same fate.
Okay, so the First Occult War seems to have been the Great War that happened in ancient times between these 3/4 factions. Okay, that answers that question.
The Rajmata pauses before standing and tells Galanis to walk with her. As she steps down the stairs from her throne, her huge red robes flow out around her, embroidered with incredibly complex silk patterns and hundreds of embedded gemstones, cut to perfection. Many of her attendants rush out to object to her walking around, but she waves them off, and Galanis...
It is also interesting in a society like this, right? It could just be as she said, right? They've been isolated for over 3,000 years. So they're eager to just have some connection with another culture, whatever. But it's interesting that so far they're treating, she's treating humans almost as equals. You know what I mean?
Galanis follows her, hustling to keep up with the much longer stride of the Rajmata. She tells Galanis that they ask more of her than they know, although Galanis doesn't understand why it's such a big trouble to answer. The Rajmata asks what do they look for in those fallen civilizations they seek to study, and what their methods of research are. Galanis responds that it can be many things, and primary sources from someone who was there at the time are the best, but aren't easy to find for ancient civilizations. Other than that, artifacts and text records are the next best thing, as stone tablets, writings, and carvings can give insight into how a people thought. The Rajmata says that therein lies the problem, and they step out into the main thoroughfare of Korar, which is bustling with activity. The slow thrumming drum beats of the music are audible under the chatter and shouting of the street, and the crowd parts reverently to allow the two to pass unimpeded, flanked by the Scarlet Brides. She says that this is a living city, brimming with soul and spirit in every nook and cranny, and it's overwhelming to humans, because they are rather disconnected from the natural order. It's okay though, as the Deva have their own limitations. They cannot touch the material plane without acting through intermediaries, their chosen people.
Fact.
Once, this was the people of the jungle, but now they're gone, and the Deva are isolated to their home, waiting for someone to find them. Returning.
Pretty much what I figured. They're going to try to talk the Foundation into making a pact with them so that they can get access to our world again.
To the point, Korar is a living, breathing city, but Mamjul is not, and there's a distinct lack of the physical sources that the Foundation is looking for. The Rajmata asks Galanis why they think that is, and Galanis assumes that after 3,000 years underwater, it's all been destroyed. The Rajmata replies that all of the material has been destroyed, but not by nature, but rather by man. Not just in Mamjul either, but in every city, including Korar. Once, they had libraries filled with chronicles of their history, but now, as they were destroyed in Mamjul, so too have they been destroyed here. There are no longer any writings, anything concrete that proves the Deva existed.
So I wonder if that's part of the thaumaturgy, right? Like anything that exists in the physical realm has a kind of counterpart in their spiritual city, and when it gets destroyed in one, it gets destroyed in the other. But if that were the case, right, then wouldn't the city itself not be there? Wouldn't the Deva themselves, not be there? Or maybe only the Deva that were in some kind of physical form were destroyed? I don't know. Interesting.
This is the tragedy of the Deva, that they've been written out of time. Galanis asks how such a thing is even possible, but the Rajmata says that to answer that would be to explain what happened in the First War, and she doesn't trust them with that part of her people.
Interesting.
Galanis says that the idea that there's no longer any record of her people, vibrant as it is, bothers them as a historian. The Rajmata replies that she didn't say there were no records, and tells Galanis to listen, to silence their mind and eliminate their thoughts. Galanis pauses as the chatter of the street melts away, leaving only the percussive, bone-shaking drums and chorus of the song that pervades the rest of the city. It is in a language unspoken for thousands of years, at once unfamiliar and comforting. The thousands of voices that form the chorus are in perfect harmony as they sing. Galanis remarks that it sounds familiar, and the Rajmata says that it's the Song of the Deva, a musical arrangement that chronicles their entire history, from their conjoining with her master, their god, to the fall of Mamjul and the breaking of the empire. It's hundreds of verses, kept alive in their memories, although it was once written down long ago on a stone tablet in Mamjul that held each verse. Scholars and sorcerers from across the empire would undertake pilgrimages to Korar to seek the wisdom of the song. Now, however, there are only blank slates and dead men in Mamjul, and this is their shame, which is why she hesitates to share it with them. It is not just their history, but their religion, their creation, their laws, their culture. It is the Deva, and sharing it with outsiders is the purest bearing of their soul as a people. Galanis understands, but the Rajmata says that the humans have something they desire as well, which is knowledge of the world since Mamjul fell. Galanis says that they would be willing to share.
Right, yeah. We have no way of being able to, actually write down and chronicle our history, so we've had to literally sing our history in its entirety for the last 3,000 plus years in order to keep the memory alive. Yeah, that's pretty sick.
That if the Deva return the favor, although Galanis feels bad for asking, as the Rajmata has been incredibly generous already. The Rajmata says that Galanis is far too skilled for the suffering they are undergoing, and that they are a troubled soul. Galanis agrees, saying that there's a lot riding on this endeavor being successful, and on them being successful.
So far, the Devas seem, pretty okay, right? They seem pretty overall. I mean, makes me wonder, right? Like, their slave society, is it just based on Dava as slaves? or did they enslave humans? You would think they would enslave humans as well, so is that what they're going to intend to do at some point? Are they just buttering the Foundation up, try to get access back to our physical world so they can have a connection and then go back to what they were doing before? If there was anything really nefarious, I mean, I guess from their point of view, might necessarily not be, but I don't know. So far, obviously, they seem pretty okay, and willing to cooperate and share a certain amount of information. So I don't know.
The Rajmata says that regardless, the
Waiting
offer
for the
is
other shoe to
suitable,
drop.
but only for Galanis. The other personnel are intelligent, but they lack a certain level of wisdom and deftness that the song demands. She will not allow them to take and pervert their history, so she will translate the song and share its meanings, but only with Galanis. They will begin on Galanis' next arrival, but for now, Galanis needs to allow themselves some rest. Galanis tries to argue, but the Rajmata reaches down and places two long and slender fingers on Galanis' forehead. With a sudden violent rush, Galanis wakes up back in the psychotronics
Probably.
lab.
You're probably right.
Following this exchange, Galanis began sessions with the Rajmata to accurately construct a historical record of the Empire, concurrent with the fall of a Money Ram. The Rajmata offered both the religious framing of the Song of the Deva, as well as historical knowledge carried through oral tradition among the Deva in the absence of a formal written record. We're provided another.
So I wonder if this chronicle that he's writing down becomes whatever the SCP is. That's the book of the Davite history, where every time someone reads it, it's rewriting history in their favor. I wonder if that's what this becomes.
Another memo from Galanis, giving their personal thoughts on the research progress. It reads, "It's often said that the greatest wish a historian can have is to actually speak to someone from antiquity. Even the most primary of primary sources face issues. Translation problems, damaged or incomplete records, wholesale fiction being portrayed as fact to make long..."
I mean, honestly, who wouldn't want to go back in time if they had a time machine and see exactly how some of the ancient stuff was made? The pyramids, for example, that's a massive mystery of exactly who and how the pyramids were made, etc., as well as many other ancient structures. The sea, the um, library at Alexandria, if it really was as glorious as some historians made it out to be, etc. Like so many things.
Long dead kings look good. I think I'm the first historian to actually have that wish granted. Even the preserver in a Money Ram wasn't able to give Nussbaum much in terms of testimony. Its mind was too fragmented. Most of their knowledge came from the Fulad throne. But now, I have a living, if not breathing, record of the Davic Empire. The Rajmata and I sat down 3 times over the past week for her to explain the beginning verses of the song for me. It's amazing. It's incredibly complex. Imagine every symphony you've ever heard, overlaid with an unspeakably complex poem, hundreds of verses long.
Mm.
It's a perfect representation of their culture. I mean, I literally can't even make some of the sounds necessary, since it's crafted for Deva vocal cords.
Kind of interesting, right? Like it's almost kind of I don't know what the proper word is. Not necessarily analogous, but maybe a reference to, how some of the old tales, again, like Beowulf, some of these other historical tales and poems from various cultures had been, handed down through time because they were chronicled in song because there wasn't written language for a lot of ancient history. So it's interesting that the author of the story kind of took that concept, if this was their intention, and like actually made it like a cultural like cornerstone of the Davites because they had no other way of chronicling their history other than to repeat it in song, you know, from the time that they had been in, their inception up until now. So I mean, I don't know, it's just pretty interesting.
The content is illuminating too. We're still on the beginning verses, unfortunately. Haven't been able to progress as quickly as I'd like. RLO-23 aided projection has a pretty long cooldown time, about twice as long as the projection itself. And time passes differently in astral space,
I
so it's
bet.
hard to even tell whether the short conversation you had took 8 minutes or 8 hours.
Yep.
Every projection I've made has been followed by hours in recovery with the psychotronics guys pumping me full of electrolytes and fluids. But God, the hours I do spend in the city. Anyway, as I was saying, the beginning verses really just corroborate what we already knew. The creation myth mirrors that of Amani Ram quite closely. Some kind of war or conflict between a pantheon of gods that resulted in all of them grievously wounding the others and causing all of them to fall to earth. Though there is something notable. The Deva reference 4 of these original gods,
Right.
while the Mechanites only acknowledge the existence
3.
of 3.
Yep.
It has to have some connection to the Abominate. I just know it. I'm unspeakably excited, but I know I need to be careful. The Rajmata seems friendly, but I'm not taking chances.
Yep.
Getting
Smart.
my CRV checked every single day and limiting my projections. She knows more than she's letting on. I
Of
can tell
course.
that much. She hasn't explained why she greeted us into the city with "welcome back," or what the hell she meant when she said she'd only
That's true. She did say welcome back. Huh. That is kind of intriguing, right? Now, is it a situation where she's just saying welcome back as a general welcome back to humanity? Or is she saying welcome back as in this has happened before? There was a foundation in the past of these times, in the ancient time, and they're welcoming the foundation back. Is it them specifically? You know? Is their astral city, are they able to, again, because I feel like there is the whole pattern screamer thing is just kind of still sticking in my mind. So I'm wondering if it's a cyclical high toss thing, if they're going that far into it, and like, yeah, welcome back in this high toss. This has happened before in a previous, incarnation of the universe. We've bided our time. Welcome back. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the crew of the Nautilus as well. Could be. Could be, yeah. Very well could be. Could just be, them just greeting humanity in general. I'm leaning towards probably that, but still. It's intriguing to think of other ideas.
share it with me. I don't trust her. Not yet, but I have to keep moving forward. I'm not letting this fall apart. Not again.
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard pressed for me as much as I would be excited to learn about this and my curiosity and thirst for knowledge about this stuff. I mean, you're dealing with a civilization that is, known to be a slave civilization and a caste and does sacrifices and stuff. So, gotta keep your guard up.
We're also given another excerpt from the culture briefing on the Deva about their state religion, which reads: The Davic Empire was a strict theocracy with a strong focus on animism. The Deva were considered nature spirits and immutable evidence of the validity of the Davic religion, but they were not the central objects of worship by citizens of the Empire. Instead, this role was occupied by an entity concept known by many names: the Slumbering God, the Scarlet Maharaja, the Khan of the Scarlet House, or simply the Scarlet. The consistencies are self-evident. All representations of the god are strong in nature: primal instinct, natural order, violent survival of the fittest.
See, again, like, that feels more Sarkic to me. You know what I mean? That feels like that would be what Yaldabaoth would be about. From everything that I've heard from other SCP stories and canons, Yaldabaoth created life in its most primitive primal form and was all about, primal instinct and survival of the fittest and stuff like that. And then it was Meccan that brought enlightenment through technology that allowed humanity to ascend to a higher level of intelligence than normal, animals around us, kind of a situation. So, like, if Scarlet King is kind of representing that in the story, I wonder what Yaldabaoth is going to be, with the Sarkics. Although, maybe Yaldabaoth is the Abominant, because so far they've talked about Ioun, or, whatever, Ion. I keep wanting to say Ioun for some reason, but I think it's Ion. With the Sarkics, that he is like their main guy. Maybe the Abominant is Yaldabaoth. I don't know. That could be.
This entity, called the Scarlet here for simplicity's sake, was one of the gods cast down to the earth when a war split the pantheon, landing in what is now the middle of the Indian Ocean, but at the time was a lush jungle subcontinent. It became the king and sworn god of the nature spirits, and eventually connected these spirits with the fledgling tribal humans living on the subcontinent by taking a human avatar and forming the Davic Covenant. This avatar is suggested to be an unspeakably powerful sorcerer, with abilities suggesting at least a Type 4 Class Blue entity, but is asleep, with their dreams forming the foundations for Korar's continued existence and the Empire's successful conquests.
That's some Dark Souls shit right there. The entity, an extremely powerful entity whose power is so great that their dream is what is keeping the Davite city there into reality. That's what anchors it. So, I mean, what happens if he wakes up? Does that all disappear? You know what I'm saying? That's some Dark Souls shit right there.
Put simply, the Scarlet is the cosmic representation of the concepts of brutal primality, and the Scarlet Maharaja is its prophet in human form.
Interesting.
The religion of the Davic Empire was one of unwavering, zealous commitment to the Scarlet Maharaja, as their dreams allowed for the continuation of the Empire. The systematic manifestation of this were the Scarlet Brides, an imperial cult of handmaidens, attendants, and priestesses, though many were also male or androgynous, that were considered literally wedded to the Scarlet Maharaja. Their favored wife among the brides was the Rajmata, the queen ruling in their stead until the Maharaja awoke from his dream when the Deva had conquered the entirety of Asia for them. Hymns, magic, and sacrifices formed the basis of Davic worship. Hymns and associated dances occupied a central place in Davic culture, and complex dances were a way to honor their god. And use of the magic gifted to humans by the Scarlet was a holy act in and of itself, with sorcerers akin to religious preachers. Human sacrifice was a core part of Davic worship. It is estimated that over the 1,000 years of the Empire's existence, well over 40 million people were sacrificed, most with religious intent in specially constructed pits, and many being children. This was not seen as a cruelty by the Empire, as killing a human member of the Empire was believed to allow them to reincarnate as a Deva in Korar, a more fulfilling and eternal life. But the fact is that the Empire practiced a level of brutal human sacrifice and slavery on a scale completely unprecedented in ancient history. Over the following weeks, Galanis continued to sit in private sessions with the Rajmata, and through these sessions, several assumptions that the Nussbaum model had made regarding the para-historical element to the Bronze Age collapse were challenged and clarified. In one meeting in February of 2003, Galanis enters into Korar in a secluded antechamber of the Korar Citadel. Overhead, a starry, lightning-streaked sky is frozen in time, and the Rajmata stands nearby, draped in embroidered and bejeweled shawls. She greets Galanis and says that she understands why they have to keep returning to the physical plane, as they are small and frail and their physical needs must be met. Galanis says that that's not quite how they'd phrase it, but they appreciate the sentiment, to which the Rajmata bows and apologizes. Moving on, they were discussing the Middle Ages of the...
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, people don't like to be called small and frail, but, it is what it is.
Davic Covenant, but the Rajmata says that she worries her explanation does little good when she can just show Galanis instead.
Okay, Pog.
She proceeds to lock her hands and lowers her head, as the latent noises of Korar's hustle and bustle far below seem to melt away, leaving only the slight shifting of the leaves. Then, the Rajmata begins to sing, an incredibly deep and rich sound, with guttural lows and humming highs. As she sings, it sounds as though multiple voices from across the tree join in the chorus. This is the song of the Deva, but she says that now they must go a step farther. She begins to dance with the music, graceful despite her large size and heavy dressage, drifting slowly in complex motions around Galanis. Outside of the tree's boughs, the cityscape has shifted dramatically, now looking out over a city on Earth, with lush green farmland stretching into the jungle beyond the gigantic stone walls. It is a mirror image of Korar's triangular shape, and the open-air markets that make up the northern portion of the city are still present, but now they contain both humans and Deva, living and interacting side by side and filling the streets. Huge multi-legged beasts of burden move throughout the city, mounted by both humans and Deva in elaborate robes and headdresses. Galanis asks if this is time travel, but the Rajmata says that the astral plane is a land of dreams, formed of the mind of the sleeping Scarlet, her master. This is her dream and her memories, so she is bearing her soul to Galanis in friendship and trust. This is how Mamjul once was, and this is how she chooses to remember it, and the Deva, as the last Rajmata of the Davic Covenant. Galanis points out that there's not just humans down there, but also Deva, and the Rajmata says that Deva is simply a word, and in their tongue it would mean something akin to chosen people. The Scarlet named them this when she became their King of Kings. In turn, they named the tribes of the land this when they chose to become one with them under the Covenant. The people, the spirits, the empire, the magic, all are Deva, all are children of the Scarlet, all are one. They're looking out at Mamjul at its peak, the jewel of an empire that spanned the length of Asia. Food, knowledge, history, art, magic, all passed through Mamjul, and from Mamjul through Korar. Galanis remarks that this doesn't look at all like a city at war, and the Rajmata says that it isn't. This is nearly 700 years before the sorcerers on the distant reaches of the Empire first informed them of the dreaded Golden Wave, the Mechanites. Galanis points out that this would have had to have been over 1,000 years before she became queen, so how could this be her memory? The Rajmata now says that it isn't her memory, it is her dream, inspired by the soul of the previous Rajmatas,
Interesting.
whom she carried with her then and carries even now.
So similar to the Meccans and their golden throne, they have ways of transferring memories or consciousness from one, person to another.
She hears, sees, and speaks to them. Galanis mentions that they had something similar in a Money Ram, a throne that would allow anyone to see in the eyes of a previous emperor of the Bumaro dynasty, but the Rajmata isn't impressed. She calls it artifice, born out of a misguided obsession with improving oneself. All of Amaniram's vast treasures were rubble and lost memories by the end of her reign, but then again, so were Mamjul's. Galanis asks what is so important about this day and this memory, and the Rajmata points to the far gate of the city, where a large party is assembled. Hundreds of horses and other unknown beasts packed with supplies and wagons wait beyond the gate, and several humans and Deva are saying goodbye to others inside. Many more slaves are assembled alongside them, naked and bare in the sun.
Thanks.
The Rajmata explains that this was the start.
Damn, if the slaves aren't even allowed to have clothing, brother, that is a really shitty existence.
Of their first attempt at establishing a colony far beyond the bounds of the empire, making another eye from whence their Scarlet Maharaja might see and arise to take stock of the world that was theirs. 2,000 beasts and men, and twice as many slaves to carry the honor of the Children of the Scarlet. The expedition had been in preparation for years and consisted of leaders, great artisans, merchants, generals, sorcerers, nawabs, all sent out into the far emptiness of the east, towards the endless sea. After they left the bounds of the empire, however, they don't hear from them again for 800 years.
Long time.
Galanis comes to a realization, recalling the Aegean tablets mentioning that the capital city of the Nalka, Black Aditum, was originally a slave colony, and that it must have started from this expedition.
There you go.
The Rajmata confirms this, and says that they are witnessing the birth of the Deva's blood enemies. Among those 2,000 slaves, one is a mere boy who will take the name Ayan and lead an insurrection. He will become the scourge of the coast, High Lord of the Nalka, Yaldabaoth's prophet. He is a slave, and his parents were slaves. His hatred for the Deva is inborn, and will cause millions to perish. All is one, though not even Ayan will be enough to bring death to the Devic Empire. Galanis asks what will, but the Rajmata just says that that will be answered in due time. But for now, they should just appreciate this.
I feel like that's an answer that she would not tell the truth about, right? Like, you wouldn't want to tell anyone, like, what could bring about your death, right? Isn't that basically what he just asked?
Though not even Ayan will be enough to bring death to the Devic Empire.
Right.
Galanis asks what will, but the Rajmata just says that that will be answered in due time.
You ain't gonna answer that question.
But for now, they should just appreciate this. A snapshot of their greatest achievement. Galanis takes this to mean Mamjul, but the Rajmata corrects them, saying that it was peace. Afterwards, Galanis pops into Greaves' office aboard the FMS Phantom, asking him if they can just talk.
Guess maybe that was a time in history where they just weren't at war with anything. They weren't at war with the Meccans, they weren't at war with, the Sarkics didn't exist yet. And so, yeah, they were just at a period of prosperity for their culture.
Galanis looks at Greaves' desk and remarks that they never really imagined him doing paperwork. Greaves asks if they thought that they'd just walk in and find him cleaning his rifle, and then says that if Galanis walked in 10 minutes earlier, that's what they'd find. They laugh, and Galanis asks if he's gotten some time to look over the last projection log debrief they wrote from last week. Greaves has, but then finds out that Galanis hasn't re-entered Korar since then, as the last meeting with the Rajmata shook them up a little. When Galanis was at Site 23 working on the Amani Ram initiative, they were the first person to look through the reports on the Fulad throne and what it could do. The memory sharing that the Rajmata did reminds them of that a lot, and Galanis doesn't like it.
Yep.
They took.
Because, I mean, what if that's also a subtle way of her transferring herself into Galanis's consciousness, taking her over? You know, what if that's how their sorcery works?
Took a whole battery of cognitohazard tests, and nothing's been changed or altered, along with a CT and an MRI. Galanis also feels fine, and Desai said that there was nothing weird going on, and he refuses to go near the Rajmata because she creeps him out. Galanis is still worried, however, and then sighs and says that they and Greaves haven't been on the best of terms, but he's the person the O5s put in charge of making sure that Galanis doesn't go insane. Galanis wants Greaves to go along for the next projection, someone whose judgment won't be clouded. Greaves immediately agrees, although he senses that Galanis was expecting an argument, since Galanis said that they weren't on the best of terms. He smiles and says that while they might disagree on some things, they're both on the same side here. He's just as worried as Galanis is about things not going right, as there's a lot riding here for him too. Galanis didn't really consider that, and Greaves says that everything's a matter of perspective, and most people don't go beyond their own unless pushed. This is why his team is so involved, although Galanis says that at the same time, they're dudes with guns walking around and inspecting everything, while they're trying to manage over 200 researchers. They can't really do that if all of them feel like they're hostages. Greaves can understand that, he supposes, so he'll tell them to ease off a bit, which Galanis greatly appreciates, along with the fact that he's willing to project into Korar despite it not being in his wheelhouse. Greaves responds that he's spent most of his life holding or avoiding a gun, so this stuff with dreams and souls is just confusing. He's the one with the $1 million Kodak in his head though, so they have to get their money's worth. They chuckle, but Galanis feels bad for laughing, as that has to be uncomfortable. Greaves says that he knew what he signed up for when he joined the Council's right hand, and some of the guys have much worse alterations than this. He's been with the Foundation for long enough that he'd do a lot worse than having a couple pins in his head.
So it sounds like he's got some augments in him, right? I wonder how the Davites would take to that, right? You know, being the Meccans were that way, they augmented themselves with technology and whatnot in plants. What if they would see that as an affront? You know, they would take that very well.
They're protecting the world out here, so he does his part. Galanis can respect that, but they're more here just for the study of it, finding it all academically fascinating. Greaves says that he can respect that too, and after a brief pause, Galanis says that it was nice to clear the air, but they'll meet tomorrow for the projection, before departing and telling Greaves to call them Pandora instead of Doctor. We're next given a
You mean augments that let the Meccans record their dreams, or are you talking about the Davites? Oh, or no, you're talking about the Foundation. I got you.
transcript taken from Greaves' head implant of their meeting with the Rajmata. He opens his eyes and finds himself standing outside of the entryway tunnel to the Citadel of Korar, with Galanis and Desai. The Rajmata stands before them, supported by her handmaidens, their faces obscured by red veils. The Rajmata says that Galanis bringing guests was not what they agreed upon, but Galanis apologizes and says that this is too much for them to take in alone, and Desai and Greaves are good people. The Rajmata turns to Greaves and says that she remembers him, as his soul is a flame, and he's a soldier. She finds it interesting to have both a warrior and a scholar here.
That's interesting. She remembers him. And again, he said initially, welcome back. Were they all Davites? Because even Galanis, at one point in time, said that all of this sounds and feels familiar. So, were their souls Davites at one point in time? Were they part of this Davite culture as humans, and their souls have just been reincarnated into humans, but they've been disconnected, and that's why she's saying welcome back? Interesting.
And in her land, their soldiers were often slaves, conscripted and made to fight with the promise of freedom. She asks if it is the same for Greaves, but he says that he chooses to fight, as there are things in this world worth protecting. In return, she says that he's a slave to his morals in lieu of a whip, and they're all slaves to something. The constant in life is obedient servitude. The variable is to whom.
That could make sense too.
Greaves, however, says that with all due respect,
but the way she worded it with the soul and the soldier, it made it sound like it was something more than just, hey, I remember you from, a couple days or months or however long it's been,
respect, he makes his own decisions, and people like him exist. The Rajmata acknowledges this and says that they are a rarity, but she supposes that they'll see. It's time for them to see the truth, and she begins to bow her head and sing, with her handmaidens joining in the chorus. The song is slow and grand, deep sweeping notes and movements in an impossibly deep tone. Gradually, the surroundings of Korar melt away, the Deva replaced with busy markets of humans and Deva shoulder to shoulder. Galanis asks the Rajmata if they're not going to the top this time, and she says that no, they're not, as there is something they must understand before they continue forward blindly. Galanis had mentioned that the Foundation went to Amani Ram and spoke with a surviving automaton, although Galanis didn't mention that the automaton was formerly a human mechanite, in order to avoid potential tensions. The Rajmata asks what it told them about the gods, and Galanis says that it said there were 3, Mechane, Scarlet, and an unnamed deity that the Nalka worshipped. The Rajmata replies that it lied to them, as there are 4, and there have always been 4 corners to balance the world. The 4th has many names: the Abominate, or the Wretch. The Nalka called it the first apostate in their infinite arrogance. Its true name cannot be spoken, but they accept its existence. The Mechanites did not until it was upon their borders, and by then, it was far too late. The Rajmata is limited in what she can say about it, but she will tell what she knows.
Yeah, all right.
She turns and enters the tunnel leading into the Citadel.
Let's start getting into what the Abominate is here. Let's hear it. I'm okay.
And the group walks through.
Interest peaked.
The tunnel lit with small fires at the tips of darkened vines. The firelight reveals a complex carving engraved into the walls of the tunnel. The nearest portion is similar to the one first observed on the exterior of the Citadel in Mamjul, consisting of a large glyph of a tree, with many figures now recognizable as Deva and humans, dancing and interacting around it, under the watchful eyes of a large, red-painted, androgynous entity. This is the Scarlet, and the Rajmata says that she has already talked of how the Covenant came to be, with the hopes of one day arousing their sleeping god after they had delivered the world to him as a gift, and how the Red Maharaja was selected by the Scarlet as her champion after he fell from the heavens. Galanis says that the Scarlet is the primal concept of nature, and the Maharaja is its chosen prophet, but the Scarlet is just an incredibly powerful spirit, so where is it? The Rajmata looks at Galanis strangely and says that the Scarlet is present all around them. Galanis understands that, but says that Amani Ram was constructed on the back of Mekane and made of her parts, physically. The Rajmata thinks that she understands, that Galanis wants to know if there's a place where they can speak to her master. She places a hand against the tree and says that such a place exists, but the reliquary of her master must be protected. It is his dream that allows Korar to exist, and to open him to an outsider cannot be allowed, for both their sake as well as his.
Understandable.
It would be like placing sand in a raging river, as the sand is obliterated and the river is tainted. But since they mentioned Amani Ram being built off the back of their goddess, she steps forward and points to a new portion of the carving, depicting a large, infinitely complex feminine entity partially buried under sand dunes, looked on by a man the fraction of her size. The group recognizes this as Mekane and the first Bumaro, and the Rajmata says that this was the pattern, with 4 gods, 4 prophets, 4 corners to the earth, 4 empires, and 1 war. Their gods are grand creatures, but they demand vessels for their power. Galanis moves to the other side of the tunnel, looking at a substantially less detailed carving, looking almost haphazard, possibly depicting some form of 4-legged creature laying face down in a gargantuan grave or pit, surrounded by onlookers. Galanis asks if this is Ion, and the Rajmata says it's their best approximation, as they know very little about what exactly Ion discovered when he founded Black Adytum.
Huh. I wonder if in this canon 610 is Yaldabaoth, you know? I don't know. I don't know why, but that's just kind of what popped into my mind. Because the whole story of the flesh that hates is that it's like this giant, organism that expands for miles underneath the ground, etc. So maybe that's what he found and worshipped. Maybe that's what Yaldabaoth is. I don't know.
He was a secretive, vindictive animal, and they understand that their god of flesh did not choose him as its avatar. Not willingly. She doesn't know more than that, and these are renderings of rumors, of legends, of myths, so the truth may have been nothing like this.
That is also interesting, right? Like, so far between the Davites and the Meccans, their prophet was chosen by their god, whereas Ion took the power for himself.
The group moves to the last of the 4 large carvings near the entrance, this one showing only a single smooth, featureless circle on the wood wall. The Rajmata says that this is the Wretch, and what she can say is limited, as she is powerful but not a god, and there is binding magic that surpasses even theirs. Greaves says that it isn't unheard of, as there are anomalous contracts that can take away your ability to talk about something, but he can't imagine the kind of power it would take for something on this scale. The Rajmata also can't speak of who bound them and why, but what she can say is that the Wretch was once a god, just the same as Mekane and the Sleeping Scarlet and whatever Ion found.
Is the Wretch the Hang King? Right? Like, I don't know. Throughout everything, that's the only other entity that I haven't really thought of that maybe could fit this description, right? Because, I mean, from things past, the idea of the Hang King is it is a whole shaped god. Like I forget the exact description, but it was something along the lines of like a hole in the shape of a god, of something along like the lines like that. But potentially was on the same kind of power level as, Yaldabaoth, Meccan, etc. And then, of course, the ambassador and four lords of Alagata are the ones that kind of really have the power and use the Hanged King's power. So maybe that's what this is, because she depicted like, a circle. I don't know.
But it was cast out long, long before the First War. It was thrown deep into the seas of the West, beyond the edge of the world, to drown forevermore. Desai asks what it did to deserve this, and the Rajmata just says that it was the first sin, although she doesn't know what that was.
Interesting.
It was the introduction of disorder into a perfectly balanced universe, and the first vestiges of chaos.
Interesting.
Galan-
I wonder if that's supposed to be, biblical reference to, eating of the apple, etc.
Galannis says that the Mechanites didn't recognize the legitimacy of the Abominate, or the other gods, rationalizing Mechane as the only legitimate deity, but the Davites recognize all of the deities. The Rajmata replies that they don't pledge their allegiance to the Sleeping Scarlet because they are innately supreme over their brethren. They do it because the Scarlet has protected them, uplifted them, provided for them, and they swear fealty because they choose to.
It was
as a
Zinch.
covenant. As the
All
other
along. I mean, 4 chaos gods, 4 gods. 40k again, Golden Throne over there in the Meccans. There's references everywhere.
civilizations don't follow that belief, the First War was inevitable. The scene then changes, and the group is now standing on the battlements of the northern wall, seeing a gargantuan group assembled outside the gates. At least hundreds of thousands of both humans and Deva have gathered into camps, heavily armored with wood similar to the one the citadels formed from, and are supported by cavalry forces of thousands of 4-legged beasts. Elaborately dressed sorcerers command each regiment as they begin to organize and march. In the far distance, over the thick tree line and expansive jungle, several thick plumes of smoke are visible rising into the sky. The Rajmata says that they will see the war as she saw it, and the scene changes rapidly. They see a desert battlefield, littered with the corpses of hundreds of Mechanites, their metal limbs torn from their bodies by Deva scouring the field. A large Davic city set alight by Mechanite napalm, burning to the ground in a raging inferno as women run screaming and carrying their children. The corpses of Deva and Mechanites being puppeteered across a strait by Nalka necromancers, forming a living body of bridges to allow their abominations to cross over to the crippled Deva force on the other side. Desai and Galannis are shocked by the carnage, but Greaves just says that this is war. The scenes continue shifting, showing Davic sorcerers raising vines to tear through Nalkan infantry, reducing them to bloody tatters of rotten flesh. Prisoners of war being massacred on altars as human sacrifices, along with mass graves and killing fields. Galannis tells the Rajmata to stop, and the scenes abruptly melt away, with the group finding themselves once again at the top of the tree. Desai and Galannis are holding their heads, but Greaves is not. The Rajmata asks if any of their wars have held a candle to this carnage, and Greaves says maybe a couple, and that they have a saying, war is hell, which the Rajmata finds to be apt. She says that one must consider that it was all pointless. As while they waged this brutal, continent-spanning war, the wretch was coming. They had no idea that it had built up its forces in the far west, after dragging itself out of the sea. a horde that dwarfed their armies, led by an undying general prophet, the Black Star. And it was dragging itself across the face of Africa, bathed in blood and worship and chaos, to a money.
I can't help but have the picture in my mind of Attack on Titan with the one like super ultra large Titan that's like malformed, that's dragging itself across the ground, you know, face down, going towards the walls. That's just what it makes me think of right now for, you know, anyone that's watched Attack on Titan.
Ram for vengeance. We're then given another culture briefing, this time on thaumaturgy and magic in the David Covenant.
So still not really any more information on the Abominant. We just know that it once was a god. It was cast out because it did something. It was, you know, whatever it did was considered the first great sin. So, which also feels very Dark Souls / Elden Ring-ish, you know? But yeah, they cast it out of, I guess, heaven or paradise or whatever they would want to call it. And send it into the oceans to drown. I wonder if it's somehow like a Cthulhu kind of thing. That's the only other thing I could think of. I'm trying to think of what the hell the Abominant could be. There's so many ideas, I guess. Like I said, it could possibly be the Hanged King. I know Cthulhu is a thing in the SCP universe, but he's just a chill guy that wants to play StarCraft and is tired of random cultists trying to come in and break him out of the Foundation when the man's just trying to play some StarCraft. You know what I'm saying? He's just trying to chill, play some StarCraft, some World of Warcraft. He's a chill dude. You know? So I'm trying to think of what else it could be. I mean, again, I guess it's still, I guess, potentially maybe a Fey god or goddess, but it said something about an undead prophet, I think. I could be already confusing with what they said about the Sarkics, which is also interesting, right? Because they called the Sarkics like necromancies. And again, that from previous stuff sounds more Davite. It sounds like the Davite and Sarkics in this canon have almost kind of switched certain roles. Because it was like, from what I understood from previous videos, canons, you know, etc., was the Davites were, you know, magical sorcerers, blood mages, use sacrifices and necromancy to empower their magic and their plants and stuff like that. And then the Sarkics were all about, you know, the kind of primeval, primordial, basic instinct kind of stuff. But those roles seem to be swapped here. This has got the name of the prophet, the Black Star, better than nothing. Yeah, the Black Star, that's a pretty dope name. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty dope name. Just for your theory crafting, have you heard of the SCP universe? Maybe for theory crafting, you have heard of the SCP universe, maybe slightly different sense you can, but you've heard of it. Okay. It's not, yeah, it's just not coming to mind at the moment, so, but I will assume that we'll be enlightened at some point in time in the Red Tape series here. But anyway, let's continue.
Which reads, without active practitioners of the Deva school of magic, it's difficult to make confident statements about its nature, especially in the framework of modern thaumaturgy, which relies heavily on objective, metaphysical measurement. However, through Dr. Galanis' sessions with the Rajmata Vaslarasaraj Sharat and 141 interviews conducted on Deva by members of the Mamjul Korar initiative, much information has been assembled. The first and perhaps most important point is that the magic the Deva used was not simple herbomancy, the magic of manipulating plant life. More broadly, the Deva practiced animancy, in line with their philosophies that everything in the world had a soul, the only difference being whether it was one on the astral or the material plane.
Okay.
The Deva are self-identified spirits of nature, which is why the vast majority of Deva magic focuses on plants and wildlife. But this is a choice.
Interesting. So they're almost kind of like astral druids, in a way.
Not a limitation. Several Deva have attested to more esoteric uses of their magic than conjuring aggressive, hostile plant life and the encouragement of agriculture. Mamjul was once host to a university of Kalya, scholars we would now liken to alchemists, chiefly concerned with encouraging the development of life to serve the Deva.
Interesting.
The most visible examples of this are the exotic, many-legged beasts of burden observed in Korar and in Mamjul by Dr. Galanis. But this university also produced what we would now call bioweapons, highly aggressive viral infections that could cause both anomalous and mundane damage on organic tissue. These infections would be loaded into glass vessels and catapulted into besieged cities.
Interesting.
As with most forms of animancy, the magic was in fact a contract of exchange between the spirit and the caster. Given the close bond that most spirits, the Deva, and the casters, the humans they were bonded with, had, there was no incentive to outsmart and or betray the caster as with jinns. Instead, the price was paid through the ritual blood sacrifice of a third party, usually a slave or, later, prisoner of war.
Interesting.
Magic was used in nearly every aspect of Covenant society, from the management and control of slaves, pheromone-based hypnotics, to construction and expansion, accelerated tree growth into the desired structures, to war, physical bonding of Deva to Covenant soldiers. As the Deva supplying the spiritual power,
So slaves were also basically kind of like ammunition for their magic practices. That's why there were so many sacrifices, because they were needed to, cast their magic. Interesting.
clearly still exist, there are no physical barriers preventing adequately trained thaumaturges from studying and using Deva magic. Next, Greaves goes back to Korar for
That'd be something they would really want to do, though, knowing the price, right? Like, I mean, it is a type of knowledge, you know. But for me, right, like, if I were an accomplished thaumaturgist and able to cast various spells, curses, or whatever in the SCP universe of varying powers and degrees, I really want to learn and practice a kind of magic that requires me to sacrifice people, right? I mean, I guess maybe they would be, I guess it would depend on the kind of spell and what you're going for, right? I mean, if the means were to justify the ends enough, I guess perhaps it would be worth at least knowing how to do it in certain dire situations. But again, price is killing someone in order to achieve whatever the desired effect is. So, yeah, I don't know.
another meeting with the Raj.
Like a member, if you're a member of like the Serpent's Hand, right? Is that? I mean, I don't know. I was gonna say, is that some kind of knowledge that you would want to know? But at the same time, right? Like they have access to the Wanderer's library, which then I guess that would be another question: is they have access to the Wanderer's library? Would any information from the Davites exist there, and thus the practice of that magic exists there, and could they learn it there? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That just there's a whole like line of questioning that my mind just went through with that. But anyway,
Rajmata, alongside Galanis, although Desai is off leading a dive into Mamjul in the hopes of finding anything useful down there. The Rajmata tells them that they will not find anything, as it is like the slates, wiped clean. But today, their knowledge aligns. The Foundation's knowledge ends at the fall of Amani Ram, and Galanis explains that Preserver told them that the Deva and the Nalka made an agreement to lay siege to the city at once. They joined their armies to bring down their common enemy, and that the Abominate took advantage of the opportunity. The Rajmata, however, says that the automaton was wrong, and her voice rises and grows heavier, saying that after everything she's told them about the history of her people and the Nalka, of Ion's first hatred for them, of the carnage they laid upon each other, of their attempts to deny the Covenant's fallen entry into the next life, what makes them think that the Nalka would ever fight alongside the Deva?
Right.
They are not some capricious apostates who would betray their own for a chance at delivering a blow to the Golden Legion. Greaves steps in front of Galanis at this point and tells the Rajmata to back off, saying that Galanis couldn't have known, as they're just going off the timeline that Nussbaum created. The two glare at one another for several seconds before the Deva lowers her head and returns her voice to its usual sing-song tone. She apologizes to Galanis and says that these memories occupy a wounded space in her mind. They hurt to think of, much less display to others, and she has not felt such strong emotion in a very, very long time.
The first peak of her being unhappy and anger there. Interesting.
Galanis recovers from the outburst, as Greaves asks if they're sure they're okay, and they tell the Rajmata that this is obviously a sensitive topic for her, understandably. The Rajmata says that she imagines that what the automaton told them was what the Mechanites had written as the walls of Amani Ram were toppled. The maddened, desperate rationalizations of how the most advanced people in the world had fallen. Surely it could only be if their worst enemies had banded together despite the centuries of conflict and bitter hatred, for then they could paint themselves as martyrs.
Victims. It is something that I thought about. I hadn't really brought it up in the video about Amon Ram, but it is one thing that I thought about, right? Like, on the one hand, right, like, if the Meccans, the Meccan version of history kind of paints the Meccans out as being this vastly superior force that seemed to have been able to push back the Sarkics and the Davites, and their legions were essentially marching on their cities to wipe them off the face of the earth. And so the only choice that these two factions had were to ally with each other in order to siege Amon Aram and win, from their point of view. But the thought did cross my mind, right? Like, would the Davites and Sarkics really ally with one another knowing that history? Like, Sarkics view the Davites obviously as their enslavers. They, did unspeakable things to their ancestors and basically used them as fodder or currency or ammunition or whatever was needed, and seemingly, didn't care much for them at all. And then likewise, the Sarkics would view them as great betrayers that, killed the Davites unjustly and yada yada. So I mean, like, would they really be able to easily kind of put that kind of a grudge aside to fight the Meccans? And I mean, I guess if the Meccans were a big enough threat, potentially, my enemy, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting point that she says that, yeah, that's not what happened.
This is nothing more than revisionism, intended to make themselves noble in their own histories.
Yeah.
Even with the walls of their greatest city sundered and the enemy at the gates, they expected their empire to live on.
But I mean, she could be doing the same thing too, like, history is written by the victors and various points of view. So, her, even though she is singing this memory, that is the memory from their perspective and point of view, so it can be skewed in that way. So, kind of the old saying, the truth is a triple-edged sword. There's one version and then the other version, and truth is somewhere in the middle.
Greaves tells her to give them their side of the story then, and the Rajmata begins chanting again. The branches of the tree melt away, swirling into colors, forming a new scene. The image solidifies, and the group find themselves on a sand dune overlooking a huge war encampment. Tens of thousands of Davik soldiers and beasts of war gathered around bonfires and tents. In the distance, Amani Ram burns. Its walls lie nearly cracked open, and the huge gates are sheared. Fires of all kinds and sizes dot the skyscrapers and minarets, and a thick plume of smoke hovers over the city. Another army, this one too far to make out, crowds the eastern gate.
Yeah, the Abominant.
The Rajmata says that there was never any alliance between them and the Nalka, and she doesn't know why they came to Amani Ram that day, but she senses that it was for the same reason as her. They saw the signals, and she heard a whisper, one of the sought-after signs from the sleeping Scarlet of something he sees in his dream. A portent
They were probably instructed to go there to try to fight the Abominant, I bet.
of things to come, and it told her that Amani Ram would not fall to her or to Ayan, but to a face not seen in 1,000 years, and it would fall on this night. She ordered the armies to march, and she expects that Ayan received a similar portent through whatever unholy magic he practices, of bone and fortune. She sighs, however, and says that it was already fallen when they arrived. Greaves remarks that she sounds sad about it, despite them being blood enemies. The Rajmata says that they were, but that was a conflict that they knew and understood, evenly matched. She says that the Mechanites were as much of a warlike blight to them as the Nalka, but she's not too proud to admit that Amani Ram was a center of learning, knowledge, and progress that rivaled even Mamjul.
That is one thing that I do kind of find interesting, is that there is a respect among them. You know, they can at least acknowledge and respect the positive sides of each other's cultures.
The razing of the city did not just put humans back 1,000 years, it directly led to the fall of her own, and for that she must lament. Her scouts corroborated that there was a huge force of Nalka on the other side, and they assumed that Ayan had devised some black magic that could take the city. They thought that the third army was the dead, raised by the Nalka. They knew that the treasures of Amani Ram would be a great boon to whoever sees them, and they couldn't allow the Nalka to seize them, so her generals decided to march in and loot after the gates fell. By morning, the walls fell and their armies moved in. They expected resistance, but this was chaos. The scene cuts to a rooftop in Amani Ram, showing the streets littered with corpses and fires burning in every direction. The Covenant soldiers and Deva are armed in curved swords and colorful clothing and are pushing against the surviving Mechanite troops. The Nalka necromancers move through the streets, raising dead civilians to join the fray. The Rajmata says that it was a massacre, and it's clear now why the three-prong army didn't try to occupy the city after bringing down the walls, letting the other armies tear each other apart. She's sure that Ayan thought the exact same thing, that she had brought down the walls and was going to seize the city. They massacred each other, all while the Black Star watched. Galanis asks about the Black Star and why the sound of its name sounds like that. The Rajmata explains that names have power, some more so than others. The Black Star was the wretch's chosen, just as Bumaro was with the metal, as Ayan was with the flesh, and as her master was with the scarlet. He was to lead its armies and to destroy the world in its name. He was a man in flesh, but a monster in soul, able to shape reality like sand in his fingertips.
Hmm.
His atrocities only began with the destruction of a money ROM.
Huh. The idea of Methuselah, aka God, being the Black Star comes to mind. I'm trying to think of what person the Black Star could be. The only other things that come to mind would be either Cain or Abel, but I would think it wouldn't be either one of them. But it could be, I guess. Because I don't know. Because like Cain and Abel were never really gods, right? But maybe the first sin is that of killing your brother. And that's why they were kicked out of, heaven. But I don't think that fits at all. Trying to think of who it could be. I don't know. It's just not there. There's nothing really specific coming to mind other than things that I've already brought up before. Either the Fae, maybe the Hang King. Trying to think of what other entity it could be. But anyway.
The scene shifts once again to a distance away from the city, with half the Davic army still at the encampment. Suddenly, a low-pitched drone fills the air, growing steadily louder. The soldiers quickly get to their feet, pulling their weapons and looking around. The droning grows louder, and just as it hits its crescendo, the towers and spires of a money ROM vanish. This was Meccane's grace, something the Rajmata is unclear about.
No.
Galantis explains that it was a super weapon, the last-ditch efforts of the Mechanites, meant to transport the entire city away in the blink of an eye if it were ever besieged. Unfortunately, it didn't work how it was supposed to, and instead it moved the city into a pocket dimension and killed everyone and everything inside. The Rajmata bows her head and whispers a quick prayer to her master for the departed. She says that they can see now how the Davic Covenant were crippled, and they hobbled the long march home, disorganized and routed. But what weighed heaviest on her mind was not her lost soldiers or the fate of the city. It was that the wretch, hated enemy of the gods, demon of demons, had returned. And with the Mechanites reduced to dust, half her armies gone, and the Black Star carving a path westward, Mamjul and Korar were next. Before we end off this video, I want to take the time to read a short accompanying article that relates to the destruction of a money ROM at the hands of the Abominate's army.
Okay.
It's titled The Black Star and a Money ROM, and rather than giving it its own short video, I think this is the most appropriate place to include it.
Alright.
And then there were 3 cities for the 3 old gods, scattered and sundered to the corners of the continent. In the sands of the desert, with sun glinting off the metal, lay the sister Mechane with the first of the great ROMs on her back. The fruit and the trees bore witness to the signing of the pact between the sorcerers and the brother Scarlet, giving rise to Mamjul and Korar, resting in different realms on the land. And at the edge of all of Aditum curled the rotting corpse of the sister Yaldabaoth, until the misstep of a wayward slave revealed her. And of course, there was the 4th, but of them we will not speak. Poem from a mural in a money ROM, translated from Mechanite. The Black Star looked over his hordes, at the great walls of a money ROM lying sundered and broken in the distance, and frowned. The sun cast a strange glow over the tableau. A money ROM's golden towers shone, even through the smoke of the shelling. The camp was set up some distance away from the walls proper. Soldiers massed around bonfires, drinking and cavorting, celebrating the shattering of the city's east gate, which had given way under the artillery some hours ago. The mostly human among them slept in preparation for the horrors tomorrow's incursion would bring. All stiffened and rose to their feet when their commander exited his tent. There was a stiff night wind coming in across the desert. It ruffled his hair and sifted through his beard. He took a seat on the sand dunes, his back to the battlefield. Hamani-Ram's gates were broken, but the siege would not be over tonight. He looked up at his moon. The sun was still up and would be for some time, but the moon he looked at was not the same moon that would rise in several hours. It was an ugly thing, high in the sky, impossibly round and dark, like staring into a bottomless pit. Around it, a soft corona of red light, glowing through the smoke and haze drifting from the city walls.
What, are we literally getting the Dark Souls here? Is this the dark sign? What is happening?
When he looked at it, he could hear his own blood pounding in his ears. He put his hands together, bowed his head, and prayed to it, thinking back to the first time he had seen it. He must have been young. Yes, young. Not a child, but not yet a proper man. He had lain with his woman, but he had not yet killed with his bare hands. He had been a farmer, or a fisherman perhaps. After so long, remembering his life before the moon was like remembering a dream from the night before. A handful of details mired in uncertainty and confusion. Picking apples in a fog-ridden field. He was young, and his father had also died young. He had never been taught of the proper way to address a god should he find himself unlucky enough to be in one's presence. As is the nature of such things, this was exactly where he found himself. Out, doing the simple acts of man when the time escaped him. Caught up in the act at hand, he found the sun on the edge of setting and home nowhere in sight. Only unfamiliar, menacing surroundings. Fear gripped him and froze him. Naked in the eyes of the predators, he scrambled up a rock face and into a small cave overlooking a beach. The water was cool and still that night, and the waves had long since retired. The sun fell into the abyss, and in his hole he felt sleep grasp at his frayed nerves. He pushed it, and by the time he realized it had overtaken him, he was already asleep. And he dreamt. He dreamt of things long past, of the first men capturing fire, and of things yet to come, of a massive palace in a land unknown, of war on a scale yet unheard of massive hordes and steel armies clashing at the base of a mountain that would collapse, crushing them both, of himself hefting a black saber and bringing it crashing down to earth, sinking the world, of unchecked destruction and agony. As he dreamed, he smiled. He opened his eyes, and things were different. He was lying by the shore of the beach. The sun had vanished, and the night was dark. Not the soft blue darkness of moonlight, but of a colder, more watchful darkness. He looked out over the water. The reflection of the moon on the sea was warped and twisted, spreading every which way like a dying hand. And looking into the sky, it was. The twisted moon furled and unfurled, looking down at him, bathed in its red light. It invited him to join it. And so he slipped from the sand and waded into the warmth of the sea, into the reflection of the moon as it drew closer and closer. He felt it grasp him and slowly snake up his chest, around his throat. It reached an arm out and whispered in his ear, explanations of the scenes he had seen in his dreams, that he was destined to greatness, something far greater than the life of a fisherman, that the world needed a warrior, a champion, something to defend it, someone capable of killing in the name of, but that it could offer him things: safety, power, control. He thought of how just a few minutes ago the darkness had frightened him, assured him of his own demise. He thought of humanity, a fledgling species scattered across the world to far east where the sun rose. He thought of the legends he'd been told as a boy, of heroes that rose to the call when no one else would, those brave few who received the opportunity and shaped the world in their image, kings and conquerors. In the deafening silence, all he could hear was the steady rhythm of the dark water lapping against the shore, glowing in the red light. Overhead, the black orb seemed ever closer, approaching him curiously, the shimmering tentacles groping the edges of his being. He whispered out a soft answer, and the moon smiled. It withdrew for a moment, and in that moment he suddenly heard something else, something fast, violent, angry, rushing through the water, something underneath him. Something wrapped around his ankle and pulled him into the depths. The dark serenity flipped into violence. He thrashed, blind like a sick dog, throwing his arms in every direction as he was shaken back and forth. His lungs screamed and the water poured into his mouth, nose, ears. His mind cleared, and as he fought against the current, he became aware of a voice somewhere deep inside his mind. Yes, struggle, it said. Struggle is the natural form of creation. And so he struggled, beating his fists against whatever was gripping his ankle. This is the chaos of the primordial womb. You are not thinking of morals, or principles, or mighty laws. He felt his fingers scrape against something hard and solid, a scale perhaps. He wrapped his fingers around the edge. They are all extraneous. There is only the inescapable cycle of violent struggle. This is how we all come into the world. This is what the world is. He pulled, his muscles screaming and dying. He pulled as what remained of his vision began to blacken and fade. He pulled until it gave way with a disgusting pop, and the grip slackened. Survival is the only law. He felt himself float up, back to the surface. His head broached the water, and he breathed in deeply. The water was as impassive as ever, no sign of a life or death struggle under it. Look, child. Strike the deal in blood. Something else was floating in the water before him, the red light glinting off its wetness. It was no creature he had ever seen, a misshapen mass of flesh, only slightly larger than his torso. It gurgled and aimlessly waved two vestigial limbs at him. Its eyes glinted in the moonlight. He felt a heaviness in his hand, a short, black dagger, glass-like. He raised the knife and looked into the thing's eyes. Kill it. Take your place in the cycle of violence. Take your birthright. The deal was struck. He woke again, this time returned to his cave. The sun was rising over the horizon, spreading its light into his surroundings. And he saw, in the back of the hollow, a burned-out fire and a short black dagger cooling in the soot. It sung to him, and in the song a fable could be heard. One of a rising sun and a falling moon, and of the moon's rise as the sun ran past the horizon. He put his hand around the hilt and felt a presence high in the sky, whispering one thing: "Welcome, Black Star." Hundreds of years later, he sat on the sand dune with his complement of guards at a respectable distance. He prayed to the moon for guidance, for assurance that all this butchery was what he was meant to do with the army and the power given to him. The moon stared back at him impassively, daring him to show weakness and fear again. None came. The Black Star's eyes narrowed and his gaze hardened. He stood, turning his back against the emptiness of the desert. On the horizon, a money ram burned. The Mechanite Empire would fall, and the Black Star would be the one to bring it to its knees. And before the old gods fought their war and broke the sky, and laid the foundations for the next civilizations of the earth, there were once four gods and their 4 cities. But of the 4th was committed an act of heresy in raw defiance of the oldest laws that underpin our world. And as the world came apart, his brethren acted. They cast out their 4th and labeled him as unclean, the abominate, the wretch, the first apostate. He fell from the heavens and landed deep in the waters of the west, drowning while the war in the heavens raged on unabated. A previous verse of the poem, reconstructed from a shattered ceramic mural. There's certainly a lot of blood and tragedy in the day.
That was some straight up Bloodborne shit right there, dude. Like Eldritch, the moon going with the light, and Eldritch beings talking to him, dragged under the water, and I still have no idea who the Abominate is and who the Black Star is. Yeah, I was sitting there listening attentively, hoping to get some kind of further clue, but it still eludes my brain. I'm not putting it together at the moment on who and what these are. I don't know. I don't know what else it could be. But that was a hell of an origin story there.
Davites passed, but so too was that true for the Mechanites. And as we've learned, these ancient peoples were partly the architects of their own misery. The Rajmata hasn't told the entire story yet, and there's definitely things that she's not telling the team.
Obviously.
But we also can't imagine that they're content to just sit in their astral kingdom for all eternity. However, if the Abominate is as powerful and hateful as the Foundation's been told, they're surely going to want the enemy of their enemy to be their friend.
Yep.
We'll find out more in part 4.
All right. There we go. No quote, I presume. There haven't been quotes in a while? Yeah. Okay. No quote. There you have it. Yeah. SCP-001, Mamjul Korar, Part 3 by the Exploring Series. Links will be down below to this playlist without my commentary and reaction into the Exploring Series channel. So, yeah, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to go over there and hit that like button. And if you haven't hit that sub button in the Exploring Series channel, please do me a favor and go give them some support. Very interesting video. We got a lot of new lore about the Davites, their civilization, their background, that they're actually basically astral spirits. They consider themselves nature spirits. They're bound by nature. As I'd said through the video, it feels very much like in this canon, the Sarkics and the Davites have kind of switched in some ways, with the Scarlet King and their philosophy being about more primal stuff, and the Sarkics being more about necromancy in all that. But yeah, very we got their version of the history, fact that they were never allied, according to the Davites. They never allied with the Sarkics to attack Amon Aram. It was actually the Black Star, which is a very dope name, and that is a very sick origin story there. Like I said, that was very Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Berserk, vibes. And the fact that I don't know if it's the fact that he alone is that powerful, or if it's just, his forces that he's been able to build, the Black Star that is that powerful. But clearly they are forced to be reckoned with, being they seem to have granted the main army of the Mechanites or elsewhere, or at least according to the Mechanites, their main army was elsewhere. But the Abominant in one night came through and basically sacked the city. And the only thing that saved it from complete destruction was Mechan's grace and them teleporting away. And it's also very interesting that seemingly the Davites were urged by the Scarlets to take their armies and meet to fight against the Abominant, in the same with Ion and the Sarkics. And it just so happened to be coincidence that they both armies kind of showed up there at the same time. So I don't know, that was also very interesting. So it seems like no one likes the Abominant at all. And again, I don't really know who and what it could be. The Black Saber reference again made me kind of think of like Cain and Abel kind of stuff, but I don't think it has anything to do with that. I'm still wondering if it's maybe Fae related in some way, or possibly even Hang King related in some way. Just because of the circle reference. But otherwise, yeah, I'm kind of drawing a blank. What's your theory about the Wretch Fuse? But yeah, that was very peak. That story, the Black Star story, that was a hell of an origin story. Essentially, the idea of struggle, you know, survival of the fittest. Either you sink or swim. And in order to survive, you have to kill. And survival, the strongest survive kind of a situation. That seems to be that philosophy. So, yeah, what's your take on it there, Fuse? What do you think? I'm really kind of drawing a blank as to what else it really could be. If it's an SCP that I've heard of before in the past, I don't really. I mean, Children of the Night, Fae references. Could be Adam LSM kind of stuff. Could be getting some more DJ Cactus stuff, but doesn't really feel that way. It seems to be like, opposite of the sun, the dark moon. And almost, again, very kind of Dark Souls-ish in the sense of, the Dark Souls lore was that during the Age of Fire, Lord Gwyn and his empire, had their great rule. And as the fire was waning, darkness was taking over, and that was supposed to be the Age of Man. But, through his meddling and linking of the fire and linking it with humanity, extended the Age of Fire, and disrupted that whole cycle. And so I don't know. It seems like it feels kind of like there's kind of analogies to that. I think the physical form of the wretch is very telling. It looks like an endless soul is the moon. Also, the name Black Star. So I think back to saying the different SPs as being Black Moon. I don't know. I haven't gotten into anything with the Black Moon's howls yet. I know that reference, but I haven't gotten into anything with that yet that I can remember. I've heard you guys mention that reference before, but I'm pretty sure I have not gotten into anything about the Black Moon and it howls and what that means. So, unless I haven't, I just forgot about it. Um, it's also called the Pale Emperor. Yeah, that doesn't ring a bell either. So yeah, I don't know. I guess as we go along and continue into the next parts, hopefully that will be more clear. But we're gonna wrap it up here for this video. Again, as I've said before, I will release these as individual parts. Being a lot of these videos are pretty long, but I will also eventually put them together as long, super duper ultra video. And there's probably going to be several of those, being that there's a lot more longer videos and parts because we still got to go to Aditum, and there's a lot with that as well. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. Again, this is part 4, Mamjul Korar, SCP-001 by the Exploring Series.
SCP-001, Mamjul and Korar, Part 4.
Is it quiet for you guys? Because I have it boosted a little bit. It still sounds a little quiet for me. Is
The Davite
that
Covenant
loud enough for you
have
guys?
their issues, participating in mass slavery and blood sacrifice, but at the very least, they valued knowledge, learning, and culture. The Abominate and its prophet, the Black Star, on the other hand, only seemed to value conquest and bloodshed.
Which, by the way, that origin story was dope AF. That whole Black Star origin story with the struggling and the very Bloodborne / Dark Soulish. I'm here for it. I'm very much curious. I've been curious for a while who or what the Abominate is, and who who Black Star is that is the Abominate's avatar. I've theorized a lot of different things. Maybe the Hanged King, maybe something to do with the Fae. I have no idea. I really don't. So I'm very curious to see if we learn more about who and what the Abominate is. So anyway,
Effortlessly conquering Amani Ram before setting their sights on the Deva. The Foundation is determined to find out how exactly the Black Star managed to annihilate both the Mechanites and the Davites, and hopefully use that information against their current threats. Knowledge, of course, comes with a price, though. It's just a matter of who pays for it.
indeed.
Let's continue. We begin again with another set of verses from what is presumably the Song of the Deva, which reads, "As witnessed by Raplatere, 5th Rajmata of the Scarlet Maharaja. And once the beast had laid waste to Amani Ram, torn the city asunder and set the armies loose to tear each other apart, it continued its dreadful march across the desert and into the jungles and forests of the Covenant. And in this it was victorious, for it had slaughtered the grand armies at Amani Ram, routing the men and spirits of the Deva from the battlefield, sending them into a desperate retreat through the thickets and undergrowth, to Mamjul, to salvation. And so it was that the armies of the Deva were forced to abandon their peoples, their sacred charge and those of their children, as they formed a great mass, marching ceaselessly towards their stronghold, the ancestral home of the Deva, where they could mount a defense. But as with all things, such decisions are rooted in sacrifices of blood, of honor, of duty. And the ultimate sacrifice was made 100 times over. Loyal soldiers left to their devices against the chaos of the Horde, knowing their deaths inevitable, taking solace in the fact that their deaths might preserve their afterlives. Because it was understood that were the Black Star to lead his armies across the isthmus and into Mamjul, he would lay siege to the city and break it just as he had broken Amani Ram.
You know, that is kind of an interesting point, right? As far as like culturally with the Davites, like they very much have this spiritual aspect and belief that if you're like a human, even if you're a slave, your death can be reincarnated as a Davite. You know, your spirit can become a Davite in the afterlife, kind of a thing. So I would think that would almost kind of add like a ferocity to them as warriors, right? Like, think about that. Think about if you're a warrior and you're fighting against someone who believes that life will be better for them when they die. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, I guess the only kind of comparison I could really think of would be like, you know, Viking berserkers in Valhalla. You know what I mean? Like the idea of they need to die a brutal death in order to make it to their afterlife. So, you know, I would think that would also make the Davite warriors, you know, that kind of mindset. I think that would make them very like fearless in battle because their afterlife would be better than the life they currently have as humans, slaves, essentially. You know what I mean? So, right.
The slaughter would be wholesale and complete, and not only of the material plane. For were the three-prong army to bring down the walls of Mamjul, to seize the tree, they would tear apart the roots, seeking the original gift of the Scarlet, the source of the Maharaja's power. And should they take it from his sleeping corpse, he would crumble away to nothingness, robbed of his immortality. And as he crumbled, so too would the dream he dreamt, and Korar with it. On April 11th, following several months of cooperative research from all teams of the Mamjul Korar initiative, the first revision of the Davic Empire Cultural Briefing was finalized, covering nearly every aspect of cultural knowledge that the Deva had been willing to share. It represented likely the first written record of the Deva's existence in centuries, perhaps millennia, and a meeting of the Anthropology Committee was called to discuss forward action. Galanis enters the conference room and announces to the group that after 6 months, several hundred interviews, and thousands of hours of research and cultural study by every member of the initiative, the final draft of the cultural briefing, all 954 pages of it, has been submitted to O5 Command.
That is quite the novel.
The room bursts into cheers and claps for nearly a minute until Galanis calms things down and thanks all of them, saying what an amazing job they've all done.
I'm still waiting for the downside of everything here, the other shoe to drop, so to speak, you know, whatever that saying is. Like, everything so far has been a little too smooth, a little too, I guess, comfortable with the Davites, right? You know? And, you know, they've even said themselves that, Davites that is, that they're eager to make reconnections with humans, and I'm sure to probably enter the physical world again after being cut off for 3,000 years. It is also interesting, right, how like Galanis in one of the previous videos, I think the last one in part 3, said that a lot of the Davite stuff feels familiar, and the Davite Empress, when she first welcomed them, literally said, you know, welcome back. Now that could be a meaning of welcome humanity back, we're glad to see you again, or it could be that she could be a Davite, you know, maybe her bloodline could be traced back to the Davites, and she's been reincarnated, and like literally the Empress had like made it, you know, her purpose to find the city and reconnect them, you know, something like that. I don't know.
None of them knew what they were getting into when they made their first dive into Mamjul, but they've all handled the impossible job with an exceptional air of professionalism and duty. Another, more reserved round of applause rings out from the room, and Galanis says that While this is a huge milestone, their work isn't over yet. The briefing is a pretty exhaustive look at the culture and anthropology of the Deva, but their historians still have a lot of work ahead of them. Additionally, they've been informed by the O5 Council that they'll be seeing some new faces this week. A crew of researchers from the Applied Thaumaturgy Division are being flown out.
Applied
Desai
thaumaturgy,
asks
huh?
if they're getting wizards, to which Galanis replies that technically they're mages, but yes.
Technically.
The council has
Adjust glasses. Technically, they're mages, okay? They're not wizards, Harry.
Give me a break.
a lot of interest in seeing the applications of Davic thaumaturgy, so that's a new avenue of research. They all have a lot of work to do, especially the parahistory team, but for now they can enjoy their day off. Most of the group clears out of the room, leaving only the team leads and Galanis left. The team leads are glad that the culture briefing is finished, with Yijun, head of linguistics, saying that she's relieved, since if she never talks to a Deva again, it'll be too soon. Galanis looks at her suspiciously and asks what she means, although Sheridan, head of archaeology, says that Galanis knows what she's talking about.
Captain Sheridan.
Galanis doesn't, and neither does Aberer, head of anthropology. Sheridan says that the Deva aren't exactly a squeaky clean culture, although Aberer says that such a thing doesn't exist.
I mean, technically that is true, right? Like, every culture that has basically existed, that is still around anyway, they've got their hands bloody at some point in time in history. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of just facts.
Yijun asks them if they didn't find it weird or creepy when these huge creatures started talking about sacrificing their slaves. Ramaswamy, head of parahistory, says that it wasn't enjoyable to listen to, but one needs to keep an open mind about such things, as they are a civilization from 3,000 years ago. Sheridan argues that they're not in the ancient world, and he wrote the section where they talk about finding the sacrifice pits in Mamjul.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? Like, this was their custom 3,000 years ago when slavery was accepted in the world as a part of life, but it is not accepted as a part of life anymore to own humans. So, you know, if they were to have any kind of, I don't know, I guess diplomatic ties with the physical realm, they would have to do so understanding that slavery would not work, and that, you know, that's something that's, it seems like even in the afterlife is ingrained in the Davite culture. They even have caste system in the afterlife. So like, you're literally would be telling him to rewrite their entire culture, and that just ain't gonna happen.
Calling the Deva a brutal, militaristic culture. Ramaswamy counters by saying that 400,000 people died in the construction of the Great Wall of China, and countless thousands of slaves in the construction of the pyramids, so they cannot apply their modern, moral axioms to the actions of kings from 1,000 years before democracy was even thought of. Sheridan says that even if that were true, they still have to face the fact that they did awful things, mentioning that the Rajmata showed Galanis the atrocities during the war. Galanis says that those were mutual atrocities, and the First War was rife with them from all sides. Yijun still says that they're guilty of doing terrible things, but Ramaswamy asks if humans are any different, with how many...
Yeah, I mean, right, like, that gets into a long discussion of, you know, how responsible are you today for the actions of your ancestors? Like, if someone today, you know, hasn't done anything to a culture of people, but their ancestors did, should they pay for it? Are they innocent? Are they not? You know, and I guess that's each his own kind of point of view on that subject. You know what I mean? That's a long one, but that's basically kind of what it breaks down to.
Many people die in pointless resource wars or terrorism or senseless acts of violence every day. Sheridan counters that our culture is a little better than the people sacrificing kids to the blood god, although Aberer
Korn would disagree.
accuses him of being reductive. Yijun doesn't totally agree with Sheridan, but she bets that if you went in and asked any Deva right now, they'd still tell you that enslaving lesser creatures is okay.
How funny would that be if it turned out that the Scarlet King actually was just another form or name for Korn? I think that would be kind of funny.
Aberer says that they're approaching this from an anthropological perspective, and just because he finds some things morally reprehensible doesn't mean he gets to cast judgment over an entire culture, as that's no basis for scholarly research. Galanis raises their hands to try and calm things down, saying that they may have gotten a little too close to the subject of the research here, but Ramaswamy says that that's not always a bad thing, as Galanis' close relationship with the Rajmata is the only way they've learned so much.
True.
Galanis agrees, but says that their work requires a little distance to be able to remain impartial. Yijun, however, replies that the Davic language has 40 different words for religious torture, and after the better part of a year studying these things, can Galanis really say that the image they've gotten isn't one of a brutal theocracy? Galanis again tries to calm things down, and Sheridan asks them whose side they're even on, leading Galanis to stutter out a response, until Desai steps in and tells him to back off, and if he talks like that to Galanis again, he'll break his nose. After a brief pause, Sheridan quietly apologizes, and Desai says that they're only here because Galanis stuck up for them to the council. Otherwise, they would have all been behind desks months ago. Galanis says that it's all right, as it's been an emotional day, and dismisses the others. Afterwards, Desai asks Galanis if they're okay, to which Galanis says yeah, but then sighs and says no, not really. Afterwards, Galanis wrote another memo, discussing the concerns the team brought up. It reads, "Well, today was shitty. I didn't
Good
realize
start.
there was this kind of an ideological split among the leads. It's jarring. I don't know how to feel about it. On one hand, Carl and Vijay are right. The one thing they hammer into you throughout your undergrad, graduate school, doctoral work, your career, is that trying to apply modern moral conceptions to ancient cultures is foolish. That's how
Life was different back
ethnocentrism
then.
starts. Our modern morals are a product of an exceptionally high quality of life, wealth, and lifespan. The Deva didn't have that. Like almost all ancient empires, their culture was built off the back of a gargantuan apparatus of slavery, imperialism, and state violence. But at the same time,
Well, and I mean, life was also just a lot more brutal back then. It was definitely, I don't know if brutal is the right word, but it was definitely much harsher, right? You know, I mean, survival of the fittest was still very much a part of life back then, whereas in most places in the world today, in modern civilization, it doesn't really apply. Most people, you know, live pretty okay lives, especially when you compare it to how things were even 100 years ago. You know, even 100 years ago, people were still having to hunt food at times in places, depending on where you lived. People still didn't have electricity or running water. You know, and I mean, there are still places like that out there today, but far fewer than where they were. Yeah, now you go get shot back then. Someone could whisper if you would. All right, exactly.
it's a unique situation, right? The Deva aren't ancient. Well, they are, but they're not extinct. It's not like you're talking about the Egyptian slavery system, where everyone involved has been dead for thousands of years. The Deva still exist, and Yijun is right. They still hold the
That is true. I mean, I guess the question would be, right, like, are the because like they're there in spiritual form, right? So like, how have they ever been in physical form and in the physical realm and could be claimed responsible for a lot of the slavery and things? More than likely, right? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like at one point in time the empress and, you know, the brides were all there in the physical realm at one point in time, you know, but were all the Davites, you know, I don't know. But it is true. I mean, like, you know, they've had 3,000 plus years to change, and their culture seems to run pretty much exactly the same in the astral plane as it always has been, you know. They haven't changed at all culturally. So more than likely they're not going to if you start, you know, allowing them back into the physical realm.
These beliefs. The Rajmata certainly does. Everything is a matter of perspective. Whether the Deva are a product of their time or a warlike empire, maybe both.
I mean, yeah,
It's
possible
more
they're
complicated
both.
than that. It's so complicated. I think we might have gotten a little close to the subject of research here. We had to immerse ourselves in the culture to learn what we did, but I'm not sure we've learned what immersing ourselves has done to our own perspectives.
And how much really have you immersed yourself in their culture, right? Like you've been there and you've seen things, but you haven't like actually partaken in any of the sacrifices and stuff. I guess the question is though too is right because they're in their spiritual form, are the sacrifices still done? Right? Like can they sacrifice their spiritual bodies to the Scarlet King or to the Scarlet whatever, you know, to their god? Do they even do that in their form? And maybe that's part of the issue. Maybe that's why they're really looking forward to reconnecting with humanity so that they can start to then offer their power up to their god again.
Not to mention the fact that we still need to figure out what happened to the Covenant after Amani Ram fell. This new stuff about the three-prong army and the Abominate/Wretch and the Black Star. I'm looking through all our databases and plenty of mundane academic ones. I've come up entirely dry.
It also makes me wonder if she's telling the story about the Abominate and the Black Star as a means to say that there was a big bad and the big bad's still out there and they're going to need the Davites to protect humans against the big bad and try to set them up as like a set the Davites up as like the saviors of humanity. You're going to have to, you know, offer humans up as sacrifices so that we can protect you against the big bad kind of a situation. You know what I mean? Pocahontas has been steeped in the culture with the song, literally singing the culture. I mean, yeah, but I mean, like she's not like actually partaken in sacrificing someone. You know what I mean? Like that to me would be like the real immersion, like going through the actual ritual process. Now, I mean, I guess you could argue, right? Like by seeing it done, you could have experienced doing it. You know, that could be an argument.
Except for one thing. VJ caught it. The mortuary temple of Ramses III. The basis for the mythology of the Sea Peoples, an unidentified culture group that swept through and laid waste to Asia Minor, Egypt, and the rest of the Mediterranean during the Bronze Age collapse. We have no records of who they were or how they managed to annihilate a slew of powerful military states, just some Egyptian writings that prove their presence in the region. But the Rajmata mentioned the wretch had crawled out of the sea and quietly built an army that proceeded to steamroll over every other culture on its way to Amani Ram. Writings in Amani Ram and the Rajmata's testimony indicate that the three-prong army came out of North Africa, and the Sea Peoples would have had to push through Egypt if they wanted to get to Amani Ram. It's not perfect, and the evidence is circumstantial, but it's something. Though it raises two more questions that have been nagging at me. The first, what happened to the historical records of the Wretch? If a culture really did sweep through North Africa and then obliterate half of Asia, there has to be some kind of archaeological record of it. It doesn't make sense. And the second, why would Robert Bumaro be so terrified of something from 3,000 years ago? Despite the finalization of the culture
It's still
briefing, the
alive?
primary goal of the initiative remained to construct an accurate timeline leading to the fall of the three empires and identify the Obama.
All right, Howard.
Galanis' sessions with the Rajmata had reached the fall of Amani Ram in approximately 1200 BCE, which is where the historical model constructed by Nussbaum ended. The council unanimously agreed to permit further sessions, and Galanis and Greaves returned to Korar. They find themselves standing in a lush, verdant rainforest, with the trees in front of them growing thinner until eventually turning into a wide clearing containing a large village. Several dozen large stone buildings and many smaller wooden huts form the low, flat settlement, the architecture consistent with many of the constructions in Mamjul and Korar. There is no one else visible, and both Galanis and Greaves are confused about where exactly they are. Greaves pauses, though, his hand unconsciously going to his side, and he says that something is wrong, as he recognizes this feeling. The Rajmata then materializes out of the trees and says that she had a feeling that he would. She had to gauge whether or not Greaves would be able to recognize an ambush. She then waves a hand out towards the empty clearing, and although Galanis says that there's nobody there, Greaves says that they're everywhere. A shimmer then passes over the field of view, and the incandescent silhouettes of hundreds of Deva are briefly visible, crouching
Yeah, I mean, this is part 4. Part 4, we're going to do this whole hour-long video, right?
on the floor or standing in formation, armed with all manner of weaponry. They all are facing the far end of the clearing, and the Rajmata explains that they're temporarily invisible due to a spell by one of their sorcerers. Greaves asks what for, and in the distance a horn sounds, growing closer. After a minute, a massive black horde rushes out of the trees, charging the Deva line. The Deva flanks rush forward, crashing into the enemy, as shouts and screams immediately fill the air, punctuated by the horn and the steady beats of war drums. Galanis notices that the enemies aren't Nalka, but they're human, and the Rajmata explains that this is the Black Star's horde, the three-prong army. The three
Still
watch
assaulting
as
him
the
in the
soldiers
astral?
charge out of the tree line, human warriors dressed in dark armor.
I don't know if I missed something and they're seeing a memory, or if this is happening like live in the astral plane. I feel like this is happening live in the astral plane, but anyway.
And leathers, tanned skin visible underneath. The generals and leaders are clothed entirely in suits of plated armor, and the soldiers don't appear to be using any specific kinds of magic or anomalies, just simple bronze weapons and wooden siege engines.
Interesting.
But their sheer numbers and ferocity are enough to force the Deva backwards.
That's interesting. Right? Just the fact that they're normal humans, not using any magic or anything. Regular dudes, they just have a lot of numbers and they're really good warriors.
Greaves remarks that they just look like any old painting of ancient soldiers. So what was their deal? The Rajmata says that they scorned the Deva magic, as well as the Nalkas and the Mechanites. They had no qualms using it against them, but they were not believers.
Interesting. So because they didn't believe in the Davites' magic, the Sarkics' powers, and the Mechans' technology, it didn't have an effect on them. It's interesting that this is getting into belief stuff here and how powerful your perception and belief is in something.
Their advantage was not in the weapons they used, as they were utterly human, but their advantage was in their leader. After Amani-Ram fell, she recalled their armies from the Eastern Front. She begins to say that half of their largest force had vanished, but then remembers that they had actually died when Amani-Ram transported. They were going to be marched on by the Three-Prong Army, and they were too powerful for her to split her forces. She recalled her armies to a smaller city called Thijam, which rested on a narrow isthmus and would function as a choke point. The Three-Prong Army was far larger than hers, so she elected to trap them at Thijam. This
We're getting in the Battle of Thermopylae here? Are they saying these are the Spartans? Is this what's happening?
unfortunately took several months of full retreat, however, and her armies were scavenging the land for sustenance while running, tails tucked between their legs. If they didn't offer any resistance, the faster and lighter armies of the wretch would catch up, with no supply trains or civilians to slow them down, so they would massacre the Davites. Greaves realizes what they did then, as she had to leave behind just enough soldiers to put up resistance and prevent the pursuing force from catching up, with no chance of victory. The Rajmata says that they knew they were sacrifices, the thousands of soldiers left behind as pockets of resistance. The wretch washed through from the desert, pushing through the last vestiges of the Mechanite territory before smashing into the Deva. She sighs and looks at the carnage occurring past the tree line, at the massive three-prong army, endless soldiers dressed in black metal armor and armed with long pikes, lances, and saw swords. The scene begins to cycle, switching to a similar scene in a more temperate jungle that is aflame. The Covenant and the Three-Prong Army clash amidst thick foliage and underbrush set on a rapidly spreading fire. Charred bodies litter the ground, and a number of Deva are covered in fire, eating away at them. It switches to a wide, flat desert plain, with a number of Covenant soldiers forming a defensive line of thick shields. A huge force of wretch cavalry on massive black horses crash into the waiting phalanx and shatter it, routing the army. The wretch's forces lay siege engines against the walls of a settlement, leaping over the battlements while artillery barrages the defenses. The Rajmata says that he destroyed her empire long before he took Mamjul, as they abandoned cities, people, spirits, and everything else to the Horde. Galanis asks who she means, and she points a long hand forward, showing a figure in every scene dressed in intricately formed black armor, his head obscured by a large, spiked metal crown. His shoulders
Witch King
are
of
draped in
Angmar.
a long, dark cape, and unlike the rest of the soldiers, his only weapon is a single sword hanging by his side. Rather than charging headlong into the fray, he remains on the front lines, but in a rearward position. This is the Black Star, and the Rajmata says that he is one of the most powerful beings to ever walk the face of this planet, and the blood of nations drenches him. Galanis remarks that he looks just like a regular person, but the Rajmata says that he is no longer human, although he once was, and that's what makes him so dangerous. This is why they couldn't face him directly on an open field, and why she had to abandon her men to the wolves, while she bought time to recall the home guards of their smaller cities to Thijam. The scene shifts to a view of a small, largely empty narrow strip of land with seas on either side. A ramshackle village of straw huts and roots is visible near one of the beaches, and the Rajmata says that this was once a quiet fishing village, with fishing vessels manned by slaves from sunup to sundown. There was an annual festival, wherein the catch would be slaughtered along with a number of slaves, their blood mixing and pouring into the sea, making the surf run red with blessings. This tiny strip of land connected them to the mainland, allowing them to trade with the fledgling city-states of humanity. A large, disorganized party of Davik soldiers is shown arriving from the north and make camp on the southern side of the isthmus. The scenes are in fast forward and show bloody armies arriving in retreat from the north under scarlet banners, fresh reinforcements from the south, beasts of war and siege engines. More and more soldiers arrive, the encampment swelling to at least 100,000 troops, stretching far into the south. Greaves asks if they just lied in wait for the three-prong army, but the Rajmata says that it was quite the opposite. A line of finely dressed sorcerers stretches down the width of the isthmus, at least 25 kilometers. They dig their hands into the ground, and with an inhuman effort, raise the beginnings of a wall, made of intertwined stone, sand, root, and vine, petrified and hardened. It slowly rises out of the ground, inch by inch, until the sorcerers collapse, many of them clearly exsanguinated of all the blood in their body.
What, the
Soldiers
word
then rush forward
exsanguinated?
with tools, fortifying and expanding the structure, even as the dead sorcerers are replaced, their blood spilt into the foundations of the wall. The cycle continues as the sun sets and rises and sets and rises until the...
Yeah, I can't help but think that these factions, if someone were to make like a StarCraft or Command and Conquer type of RTS game based off these factions, it'd be pretty dope, The Davites with their blood magic and the Meccans with their advanced technology, and the Abominant and the Black Star with their hordes, and I guess we'll find out everything that the Sarkics had, but that's where my mind goes when I think about this stuff.
wall is dozens of meters high and as thick as a building. Staircases and ladders let soldiers man the high battlements. Galanis and Greaves remark on how this wall is both taller and thicker than the Great Wall of China, by a lot, and ask how they managed this without architects, construction machines, or anything.
Magic.
The Rajmata asks if they see the gateway in the wall, and Greaves says that there isn't one. She says that anyone on the other side of that wall was going to be killed, and this was their last stand. This is what drove them, and drove her, the understanding that she must do what she has to for her people to survive. Galanis remarks that her people didn't survive, though, as Mamjul is still at the bottom of the ocean, and the Covenant is dead. After a brief pause, the Rajmata admits that no, she failed. And Galanis says that they need to know what the Abominant is, and how it broke the Deva. The Rajmata says that this method of showing her memories is a loophole in the laws that she and the Deva have been bound to. They are seen more than any living creature in 3,000 years has. Galanis appreciates that, but it's not enough. If the Black Star still lives, if the god he serves still exists, they need to understand them to be able to defend themselves. Galanis asks the Rajmata again that they be allowed to commune with the Scarlet.
Interesting, right? Like, you would think that if that god and the Black Star were to exist, if they wanted to, they would have already asserted their control, dominance, their will on things, but it seems like maybe it was a situation where they just wanted to wipe out these other three factions, and once they were satisfied and went to sleep. And that maybe if you guys are bringing them back to life, that's what's going to bring the Abominant and the Black Star back. You finish the job.
It knows the Abominant, and it cast it out to sea, so it's the easiest way to learn what they need to know. The Rajmata says that communing with the Scarlet is a dangerous task, and she has been wedded to it for centuries, but has only done so a handful of times. To commune is to invite another presence into your mind, and to invite a god into your mind is like packing the seas of the world into a pot. The pressure would annihilate them from the inside out. Greaves asks, what if you have a strong enough pot, a strong enough vessel? And the Rajmata says that perhaps it would work then, but the last time a man had such fortitude was the founding of the Deva Covenant. She then clutches her forehead, and the dream around the group shimmers, saying that projecting the dream is intensive, and she is not as young as she once was. The projection then dematerializes, melting into puddles of nothingness that drip off the boughs of the tree. They are still in the canopy of the tree, shaded by the branches, and the Rajmata is supported by a flock of the masked brides. She bids goodbye to Greaves and Galanis, and Galanis dematerializes back to the material plane, while Greaves stays behind. He asks the Rajmata what she thinks they're doing here. He says that she just talked of her sacrifice, about her willingness to do anything if it meant her people would live to see another day. She failed, but they haven't yet, and they might still have a shot at surviving. They're willing to do whatever it takes, and if she denies them access to what they need to save themselves, it won't just be her own blood on her hands. It'll be theirs too. He then dematerializes and ends the projection. Sometime later, on May 3rd, the first group of researchers from the Thaumaturgy Division arrived at the research ships via helicopter. A meeting of the research committee was held shortly after to determine the level of involvement and direction the team would have. Since the Psychotronics Division had successfully mastered the process of inducing projections, Blackwood was sadly sent back to Site-19 via the same helicopter as it departed.
Just
As the
use
meeting
them and
begins,
toss them aside.
Sheridan apologizes for his rude behavior in the last meeting, and says that he should have voiced his concerns more professionally. He still retains his concerns, and
Rip
thinks that
Blackwood
they've
indeed.
gotten a little biased in their analysis, but he apologizes nonetheless. Galanis accepts the apology and moves on, welcoming Dr. Carrick, the thaumaturgy team lead. She says that her team has settled in as well as one can be aboard a floating tin can, as they're not a very nautical bunch. Galanis replies that
Yeah, I
none
wouldn't
of them
like that
were
at
when
all.
the project started, except Greaves maybe, as they're pretty sure he was born in the Marines. Galanis nudges him, and Greaves smiles slightly. Galanis asks Carrick if they're finding the analysis sufficient, but she says that it's a very solid start, especially for people who aren't thaumaturges, but all thaumaturgy really is a framework for understanding magic. To understand what drove the Deva's magic
Interesting.
and how they can utilize and recreate that, her team will have to converse directly with them. Galanis says that that can be arranged, and she should begin to have her personnel tested to see which ones will have the easiest time getting into Korar. Carrick says that that'll definitely help, but the problem is more so that they don't really feel comfortable tapping into spirits for their thaumaturgy yet without a greater understanding of the processes at play.
Not to mention the fact that, you know, talking about magic that's based around using your own blood to cast spells, or blood in general. You know, if you don't have slaves to use their blood to cast a spell, you got to use your own blood to cast the spells. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to be getting into that kind of spellcraft personally. I also feel like this is the gateway where the Davites are going to use they're going to take advantage of this in order to get back to the physical realm. This is where I feel like that's going to go.
They'll be limited in what they can do without the Deva, and she's just trying to set a realistic expectation, as they won't be able to do the miracles that the Deva could do. At least, not at first. Yijun mentions that the Psychotronics division is seeing increased power draw on the equipment they use to stabilize and support the astral projections. Something about needing to work harder to keep the projections stable.
Interesting.
Ramaswamy then says that he looked into the Sea Peoples, as Galanis asked, and found almost nothing. The old files from Amani Ram indicate the Middle Kingdom pharaohs were at least aware of the anomalous empires.
Right, that was
which
mentioned.
might help explain why only a temple in Egypt has any record of their existence. On the other hand, Amani Ram was also conspicuously lacking in contemporary sources, and it existed fine. He doesn't believe in coincidences, and says that the surviving Mechanites spread their culture and technology throughout the Middle East and North Africa, but lacked any contemporary source, only appearing in the Quran as Iram. The Deva appear to have done the same for Indian culture, taking the role of Kumari Kandam. It stands to reason then that the three-prong army are the kernel of truth behind the myth of the Sea Peoples, as they certainly would have had to push through the region on the way to Mamjul and beyond. Sheridan mentions that the only thing the mundane archaeological community has ever found related to the Sea Peoples were bronze weapons, and since the three-prong army looted Amani Ram, and scuffed Fulad looks an awful lot like bronze, it just makes too much sense.
True.
He asks about the name, the three-prong army, and if that means anything for the Deva.
Yeah,
Yijun
that's a good point. You know, you could sit there and use 682 as like an infinite blood source, or at least one that's able to regenerate quick enough. You would think also, right, like with their magic, that they'd be able to create creatures that could do that, right? Could regenerate and heal enough so that they have just like blood batteries for their spells.
looked through the preliminary translation they've compiled, and as far as she can tell, it quite literally just means 3 points. It could be a descriptor of their military strategy, or it could be referring to a trident, possibly fitting with the Sea People theory.
Atlantis.
Moving on to discussing the town of Thijam, Sheridan says that it seems like it would be an isthmus connection between mainland India and the now sunken continent. Ramaswamy remarks that isthmuses have historically been of great importance in ancient cultures, such as in the case of Constantinople or the Suez.
No.
It makes sense that they would make their choke point there. The problem is, however, that they can't find it, as they don't even have a very good understanding of what the continent looked like back then, just altered maps from Amani Ram and maps from Blackwood's journals. The narrowest point of the isthmus could be a kilometer south of the tip of India, 100, or even inland. Sheridan sighs and says that it feels like they're at a point where they've run out of knowledge to collect, and they're not any closer to finding out their answers. Galanis counters that they've learned a lot about the Deva, what they were, and what happened to the world after Amani Ram fell. Sheridan says that he's an archaeologist, so he knows firsthand what it means to search after knowledge most people will never appreciate, for the sake of nothing but the knowledge itself. But if this Black Star stuff is still an existential threat, they need knowledge that they can apply, and they're not getting that here.
Again, right? Like, I feel like if the Black Star faction, the Abominant, etc., were a threat to humanity, like, they would have already done something. I mean, it could be a situation where, like, through them attacking Amon Aram and then their prolonged kind of battle of attritions with the Davites until they got to Mamjul and, you know, had their big, you know, last stand or whatever before the Black Star reached their capital city, and then from there going on and fighting the Sarkics, like, they just got weakened progressively over time. By the time they finished dealing with the Sarkics, they just, you know, didn't have the power. Maybe the Black Star got mortally wounded, you know, etc., something along those lines, and, you know, they died or they've been sleeping since. But I feel like it's probably a situation where they just wanted to get rid of these other three factions because they kicked this god, or being that was a god, could have been a god, whatever, out of heaven, I guess. And it's taking its revenge, you know? That's what it seems like to me. And so once it did, interesting how the gods spread their power. Three of them gave a city the power, but it seems like the wretch. Right, yeah. Like that was something I was thinking about too, right? Like three of them really felt like they were setting up kind of a culture of sorts, whereas the wretch literally had the purpose of like annihilating the rest of them. That seemed to be the sole purpose. And I mean, even in the creation of the Black Star, the creation of him was literally struggle, survival of the fittest. You need to be the strongest to make it through the challenges that I have. And if you don't, then you're not worthy and you're going to die right here now, you know, um, which is why he became so powerful. So, yeah, it is very interesting.
Galanis says that Carrick is making a great start on applying Deva magic, and Greaves finally speaks, saying that as the representative from the council, they're quite pleased with how the project is progressing under Dr. Galanis. Sheridan says that he's not questioning Galanis' leadership. He's just saying that he thinks it's time to go to the source of the knowledge. Galanis responds that they'll take that into account and dismisses the group. Afterwards, Greaves and Galanis are standing together on the deck of the ship, looking out over the sea. Galanis thanks him for sticking up for them back there, and he says that he was telling the truth, while grabbing a cigarette and lighting it. He says that he's worked in the Foundation very nearly all his life, and noticed that their academics tend to get myopic, so they need a reminder of who's signing their paychecks. Galanis says that he's not wrong, although it's also not a problem confined to the Foundation, and asks him if he's really been working for the Foundation his whole life. He says that he was 21 when Vietnam ended, and he had no college education and no prospects. He had a friend who said he knew a government agency that was willing to hire veterans who didn't ask questions. He did a year in site security, then worked in all sorts of mobile task forces, including Nu 7, Zeta 9, and Eta 5, before getting hand-picked for the big one.
The big one.
Galanis says that he's killed people then, causing him to look at them askance. Galanis apologizes, but he says that, yeah, he's killed people, but he's not one of those Kilgore nut jobs. He doesn't take any pleasure in it, and, at least for the Foundation, he knows that it serves a greater purpose than some political gain. Shooting at rice farmers with AKs to stop the Red Menace isn't doing anything for anyone, but shooting at someone who plans to release and recapture the Lizard to use in his Nazi private military company is something he feels pretty comfortable doing.
Yeah, I could agree with that stance too. Like it's one thing for like a World War II civil situation where like, yeah, the Nazis were evil and they had to be stopped, right? Like that's one situation, but like, yeah, in general, most wars nowadays are, I don't know how I want to put it, but essentially not, they're all just like for someone else's political gain, essentially. It's not for any kind of like real just cause. Whereas, doing something, killing for the Foundation would be for actually protecting humanity, essentially, in this, universe. So I could agree with that, and I could probably get behind that. I would rather be a soldier for the Foundation than a soldier for any other kind of modern army or faction. You know, if I had to choose.
Galanis says that it still can't
You should
be
be
easy
making
to
a
kill
difference.
someone. But he says, no, killing someone is the easiest thing in the world. It's what comes after that's the hard part. Galanis asks how he deals with it, and he responds that he has a kid, 13 years old, and she plays the clarinet. These people, like the Mechanites and the Serpent's Hand, would have her live in a world filled with danger, where science and human society can't survive, where wizards and terrifying monsters are a real possibility. He asks himself what he would do to ensure that she has a future to look forward to, and the answer is pretty much anything. The Foundation's the only thing holding this world together, so yeah, he takes orders to kill for them because it's his role to play. He then offers the cigarette to Galanis, who waves their hand, and says that they were never any good at taking orders, and still aren't. They're being pulled in about 30 different directions at once, with half of the research committee thinking that they've all gone off the deep end, the other half thinking the others are being ethnocentric troglodytes, the Council, 051, the Rajmata, the Initiative itself. It's a lot of pressure, although Greaves says that Galanis will get it done, because they're a leader, and leaders rise to the occasion. Galanis doesn't feel like a leader, but Greaves says that that's usually the first sign that they'll make a good one.
That's the first sign of a good leader.
They stand in silence then for some time, watching the waves, until Greaves says that it's awfully calm. Galanis responds that that's what it looks like, but it isn't, and no one seems to realize it except for Greaves. He's sat in on all the meetings with the Rajmata, so he knows that they're about to learn how the wretch destroyed Mamjul, and once they do, the show's over. The Council will have what it wants, and they'll transition fully to trying to weaponize the knowledge they've worked so hard to collect. Greaves flicks his cigarette butt into the sea, and asks Galanis if they don't think that they should use what they've learned to defend themselves. Galanis replies that they have an ethical responsibility to both respect the Davis culture and to make sure they don't get any power, because the last time they did, they enslaved a solid chunk of the population of Asia. The last time they tried to weaponize the power of one of these cultures didn't go well either. Greaves doesn't see how researching their magic to apply themselves is inherently evil. There's risks, for sure, mentioning Project London Bridge, SCP-5549, but that was 30 years ago, so they're better at this sort of thing now.
It sounds familiar, but I can't say off the top of my head that's an SCP that I've gone over before. I'm drawing a blank on that. But I mean, you kind of chime in on what they're saying, right? Like, I mean, it's one thing to learn how to do something, and it's another to understand how to utilize it and use it, you know? And I mean, like, I feel like the Foundation is like the epitome of the saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You know what I mean? Right. Yes, the Foundation means well, but oftentimes they end up making things worse. Not all the times, not in every canon, but a lot of times they kind of get into things that they don't fully understand. And this would definitely be one of those situations. I mean, obviously with Monoram, they, you know, activated an entire ancient city that's far advanced than anything we currently have, and now it's out in the wind. And who knows what's going to happen here with the Davites, and if they're going to, you know, release them back to the physical world. I think it was called London Bridge. It was 59 something. Let's listen to it again here.
Well, either. I enslaved a solid chunk of the population of Asia. The last time they tried to weaponize the power of one of these cultures didn't go well either. Greaves doesn't see how researching their magic to apply themselves is inherently evil. There's risks, for sure, mentioning Project London Bridge, SCP-5549, but that was 30 years ago, so they're better at this sort of thing now. Galanis doesn't think that it's evil either, but it's complicated. It's also not what they signed up for, as they're a historian, and they came here to study history no one had ever seen before, not this. Galanis feels like they're all standing on a precipice, with no one else realizing it. Greaves asks if there's nobody else Galanis can talk to, and they reply that the only other person who's ever been in this position is currently a fugitive from Foundation custody. They both chuckle, and Greaves says that if Galanis ever needs an ear, he's there. Galanis thanks him, and mentions that they have a session with the Rajmata tomorrow night. Greaves asks why they're waiting, to which Galanis says that the psychotronics team is fiddling with the machinery. Apparently, there's been some issues with people randomly dropping out of the projection, like a bad phone connection.
See, I feel like that's Davites taking people over, man. I feel like that's what's happening, and that's what's also going on with the surge. You know, them needing to draw more power, I feel like, is because the Davites are taking over people's bodies, and it's, you know, causing more of a power draw or whatever.
They're not sure what to make of it yet, but hopefully it's just an equipment issue. This is presumably where the narrator would say that it wasn't an equipment issue. Galanis asks Greaves if he has a higher clearance than they do, and he says that that's not really how clearance works, but sure.
Which clearance?
Galanis was thinking about the weird effect whenever the Rajmata
Roger.
said the name Black Star, so they ran a few queries against the Memetics Division database, but kept running into blockers and clearance checks. Galanis asks him to bring it up to the council next time he checks in, just to pass along the request. After a brief pause, Greaves says sure, and heads off to do some work. The following day, Greaves and Galanis entered into another astral projection meeting with the Rajmata, with the goal of determining how exactly the Black Star was able to take Mamjul and exterminate the Davic Covenant. They enter into Korar, standing on the great wall that surrounds the city, and find the Rajmata looking out across the featureless cosmic expanse, alone and without her handmaidens.
Interesting.
The Rajmata asks them what they see, and Greaves just says it's the astral plane and emptiness. The Rajmata asks what the astral plane is, though, and what its essence is. Galanis says that it's another layer to reality, superimposed on top of our own, but this isn't the answer she was looking for. Greaves, however, says that it's a dream, and the Rajmata says that he understands. She waves a hand out and says that all of this was once supported by the minds of everyone in Mamjul when they dreamt. The Deva's existence depended on them, and theirs on the Deva, but now there is no Mamjul to rely on.
It's kind of interesting, right? So, like, the fact that she says that the city was once supported by the dreams of everyone in Mamjul, you know, so again, kind of tying into that belief kind of thing gives you power. I wonder, what am I trying to say? Just the idea, I mean, so like the dream of the original, like, Scarlet King, the first human that made the pact with the Scarlet, he initially started everything, and then as all those as more people joined the Covenant, that they started dreaming as well, and that dream became more powerful. You know, similar kind of concept as, you know, we've established with The more worshippers gods have, and some SCP canons, the more powerful gods are, etc. So I wonder if at one point in time in the astral plane, right, like the whole of the Davite Empire was there, and it's just now just this one city, you know, kind of a situation. Um, yeah, I don't know.
Korar rests entirely on the dream of the Scarlet Maharaja,
Right.
whom Galanis refers to as her husband, which the Rajmata supposes is true. They have no particular word for a male spouse, as every relationship in the world is formed of the dominant and the subservient elements. She is a master to her people, and the Maharaja is master to her. Galanis finds it interesting that they don't have a conception of gender, and the Rajmata says that they don't in the way that humans would think of it. The physical body is irrelevant, as all of their souls rest in Korar, and the form one takes in Mamjul in between reincarnations shouldn't dictate their lot in life. Surely they have experienced enough lives in enough forms to make any such determination irrelevant. She says that people are what they wish to be, and no more. Moving on, the chanting of the city begins to take on a different tone, becoming less wildly harmonious and more into a somber register. It slows down, the words becoming so long and deep as to be incomprehensible. At the same time, the view changes as grass starts to sprout out of nowhere far below and spreads, trees forming out of non-existence, and the sky going from star-studded blackness to a deep blue. Korar melts away behind them, replaced by vast plains, and countless figures crawl out of the dust. The three then find themselves standing atop the battlement, the Wall of Thejum, with a vast, unspeakably large army in front of them. Formed into tight regiments, they mass around the base of the wall, with siege engines that are not even half the height of the gargantuan barrier. At this height, each soldier is the size of an ant, and the swarm spreads far, far into the foggy distance. Greaves estimates it to be around 500,000 men, and is astonished,
Quite the army.
remarking that it's twice the size of the largest army ever fielded. Galanis then tells him to turn around, and he sees that on the other side of the wall is another massive force, not quite as large as the three-prong army, but still occupying the vast kilometers of beach between them and the jungle line. They are organized into massive lines, polearms extended to meet a charge. The wall is the only thing that separates the two forces, and in the distance, far to the south, the huge boughs of the citadel tree are visible. Greaves says that this has to be the largest battle ever fought, at least 1,000,000 men, at the mother of all choke points. The Rajmata says that her belief was that the sheer size of the wall and the army would demoralize them, but she was fatally incorrect. In Fast Forward, the sun sets and drops below the horizon, and a scattering of huge bonfires form on both sides of the wall. The siege engines have been disassembled, as the attempts at scaling the wall are obviously pointless.
Right.
Instead, they are reassembled into a collection of trebuchets, catapults, and ballistas, all aimed at the top of the wall. With large, heavy booms, their payloads of huge stone boulders and explosive tar collide with the battlements. Deva soldiers huddle behind the stone barriers as the wall shakes with every impact, but it still holds firm, hour after hour, night after night, as they return fire with their own weapons of war and sorcerers.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but think of, like, you know, Lord of the Rings and the Battle of Helm's Deep or Minas Tirith or whatever. You know, it's just, again, kind of the analogy that I have going here is just seeing the large number of orcs, at the front gates of, again, Helm's Deep or Minas Tirith, and looking down and seeing, this giant horde crashing against the wall. I don't know. It's just pretty dope imagery.
The Rajmata says that she underestimated the interminable nature of human persistence, as she thought that they would realize the wall was impenetrable.
It is also interesting, too, right? That, like, Meccans, the Davites, and the Sarkics, they're not considered humans, but this army that the Black Star fields are human. And it seems like humans are just, I don't know, that much more capable than them. Maybe it's just because of our power and determination, our belief. I don't know. But I that is something that's kind of just, I find interesting.
Not just physically, as she sealed it herself with a ward resistance, as she thought that they would realize the wall was impenetrable. Not just physically, as she sealed it herself with a ward wrought in blood. Galanis remarks that blood sacrifices are common in Davic magic, so what was so special about this one? The Rajmata explains that they are common, but the more powerful the sacrifice, the stronger the magic. After a brief pause, she says that she rests comfortable in the knowledge that her children would have been slaughtered regardless of whether the
Damn.
horde broke through.
She sacrificed her own children to create a stronger protective ward. So I mean that goes in kind of hand in hand with how their magic works. Like, I guess the more meaningful or potent the sacrifice they give, the stronger their spell is.
7 bodies, 7 wards, 7 chains to protect the Scarlet
Yeah.
Maharaja.
There it is. There's the whole 7 chains stuff that I was wondering where that was going to come into play.
From those that would seek to destroy him.
Again, right, like they'd mentioned before that 682 is in this canon. They mentioned it a couple times, the lizard, and even said 682. So I wonder if it has an affiliation with the Scarlet King at all, the Scarlet, whatever. Wouldn't they? If it did, you would think they would want to release it against them. That also kind of makes me wonder if the 682 is the abominant, you know what I'm saying? But I would think that would not be the case, being that it hates humanity. So why would it want to use, humanity, give power to humanity, and form an army of humans to attack the Davites and etc.
Their souls belong to Korar, to him, and she simply did what he commanded, releasing their physical form with the same dagger that she was anointed with. This is the black dagger that they found initially in the throne room in Mamjul, which is why it survived when nothing else did. The Rajmata says that her children's flesh was so sweet and innocent, and it was the ultimate sacrifice for the ultimate protection.
Well, it seems like
She
it
then
didn't matter.
turns and spits on the stone wall as the scene continues to fast forward. The sun rises and sets and rises and sets as the siege carries on for a week, then 2 weeks, then a month, and 2, and then 6. The wall continues to be battered and stands firm as the vines and toxic clouds and poisoners fall from the walls and collide below, thinning out the Black Star's forces.
I mean, the one thing about walls, right, is that they tend to be stationary. Now, obviously, I don't know the geography of where this is, but you would think that there would still be at least some way around it, right? Like there's oceans that lead to the Davites another way. There's, there's got to be other kind of ways around it. You don't just have to sit there and just kind of keep bashing against this wall that isn't going to go anywhere. But anyway.
before they are immediately crowded out and replaced. The defenders are killed and replaced by more reserves from the amassed army, and sorcerers raise water spirits to destroy any attempt to cross from the sea. Greaves says that they're not going away, instead laying siege to the wall, just like how they did to Amani Ram. But Mamjul is protected, and the Davites are clearly holding out. So what happened? The Rajmata says that their master arrived, and a ravine forms in the vast army as soldiers separate, standing a respectful distance away from one figure. He appears to be a regular man, but his very presence is larger than life. The battlefield bows toward him as he makes his way to the encampment, flanked by his guard. A full moon hangs overhead in the smoky sky, and he soon disappears into a tent. Greaves and Galanis are both bothered by his presence, remarking that it feels like their brain is boiling when they look at him, and it's like he can see them. The Rajmata explains that most magicians in this world are simply that: magicians, sorcerers, and warlocks. People who have a particular leaning towards the esoteric arts and have studied years to apply them to perform even the slightest magic. The Black Star is something else, as the world itself shapes around him. Greaves and Galanis recognize this to mean he's a reality bender.
Reality bender.
A class 4 at least, or maybe a class 5, although they haven't seen anything above a class 2 in decades, and a class 5 is only theoretical. The Rajmata doesn't understand, so
it kind of reminds me of the character in the Ouroboros cycle tale, the doctor that gets put into that machine and turns into like this black hole entity. I wonder if that's kind of a reference to this here, where he kind of becomes that somehow in a kind of a way. I don't know.
So Galanis explains that they're called ontokinetics, or reality benders, people who can mold the world to whatever they want. This is the most powerful they've seen in a long, long time. The Rajmata says that such is the blessing of a god, and explains that he stayed in that tent for 7 days and 7 nights, while the abominate hung overhead, lending him power. Ahead, the bright whiteness of the full moon begins to fade, and it sinks low, a dark star in the sky, blackened and scorched, surrounded by a corona of white light, burning like the eye of a great dead god. After some time, the sun rises, but the moon remains locked in place, hovering over the horde. The tides of the sea malform, twisting and turning, rising and falling in different directions. The Rajmata asks if they feel it, and Galanis says that they feel sick to their stomach, like they're going to vomit. The Rajmata says that this is the wretch, Primarch of chaos, Lord of disorder. Where it goes, the natural laws that govern us fail. Once, the Mechanites accused the Davites of being wild people. In a sense, they were right, but even in the most untamed wilds, a natural harmony emerges. Survival of the fittest, domination of the meek, the cycle of life. This is what the Scarlet embodies.
Yeah, natural order, essentially.
She looks out towards the battlefield as the waters rise even higher and turn into rough, raging seas, inching up the beach, constricting the Davic forces into tighter columns. She says that on the 8th day, he emerged, bathed in the blood of her people. A figure exits the tent, and the army separates around him, flowing like water as he marches to the base of the wall. The defenders sling vines and casks and magic, all which disintegrate before ever reaching him. A storm has gathered overhead, as hard sheets of cold rain slam into the muddy ground and the stone walls. Lightning spiderwebs across the sky, and the seas slam into the land as the Black Moon watches its prophet make his way to the base of the wall and kneel, brow dripping sweat, hands dripping blood. The Rajmata begins to say that he raised his hands, but the connection suddenly severs, and the projection dematerializes. Galanis reawakens aboard the ship, gasping for air and clutching their head, wondering what just happened, while Greaves hasn't awoken yet. In the middle of the astral projection, a sudden and unprecedented equipment failure occurred in the psychotronics lab, causing the projection to lose connection and damaging several pieces of equipment.
Interesting.
Galanis awoke unharmed, but for unknown reasons, Greaves remained unconscious and in the fugue state, slipping into a coma an hour later.
So I think he's stuck in the he's still stuck there in the projection. Whether it's because the Davite's there, he himself just kind of got stuck there, or the Black Star watching that has like drawn him in. I feel like it's got to be one of those three things, right?
The immediate assessment by the Psychotronics Division and medical personnel was that the LSAP array embedded in Greaves' brain resulted in some kind of adverse reaction to the psychic backlash, or was in fact the cause thereof. Before any decision could be reached on moving him to the infirmary or extracting the array from his brain, the array reactivated, despite no longer being attached to any discernible power source. The transcript printer it was attached to began to print a large amount of nonsense text with no clear meaning or purpose, and extremely faint delta waves were detected from Greaves in an EKG. On Galanis' orders, the ship was temporarily quarantined, and re-entry into Korar was not possible until replacement components for the damaged equipment were rush-ordered from the nearby Foundation site and delivered via helicopter to the ships. Due to the time-sensitive nature of the project, typical Foundation practices to obscure logistical transportation were ignored. The components were installed on May 25th, and 2 days after contact was lost, Galanis re-entered the astral projection to assess Greaves' status and, if possible, recover him. A doctor tells Galanis that if anything seems weird or off, they should pull out immediately, and if they don't get back within 6 hours, they're going to quarantine the ship indefinitely.
Gotta make sure that pullout game's strong.
The astral projection, at the same place before the projection dematerialized on the wall of Thejum, overlooking the vast horde of the three-prong army. Time is frozen, however, as the sheets of rain hang in the air, and the surf of the rough waves is frozen in mid-splash.
Interesting. So he re-entered the astral plane, and everything there has been frozen. So, like, her memory of this has become so powerful that even the effect that the Black Star had then is having it now in the astral plane, I think.
Despite the stillness, it is not silent, and drum beats can be heard through the air, far, far louder than ever before. The voices making up the chorus are high and strong, reaching a loud peak as they sing out from every direction. The Rajmata and Greaves stand overlooking the scene, and he turns and runs to greet Galanis. He asks what happened, as Galanis simply vanished and it's been hours. Galanis replies that it's been 3 days, and there was an accident, an equipment failure in the lab. It pulled them out of the projection, but Greaves slipped into a coma, with the array continuing to output nonsense text about dreams and waves and the sea. Greaves is not pleased to hear that he's in a coma, but
Yeah, I would be
Galanis
either.
assures him that they're going to get out and wake him up. The Rajmata, however, tells them not to leave yet, and says to listen to the dreams, the growth of the words covering all around them. The song of the Deva has arrived at its final verses, the crescendo, crafted by them even as the waves bore down, so that they would always remember who rent them. They cannot leave now, as they have come so far. All of them have come so far. They must listen to the song and be the Deva's chronicler. Greaves tries to say that they'll come back, but the Rajmata replies that they will not be able to. She sighs, holding her head, as the world around them shudders and glimmers for a moment.
I wonder if by them watching this memory, it will destroy the Deva? Huh.
She explains that the failure of the projection was not a failure of their equipment, but rather Korar, the dream, has been splitting apart, failing, fraying at the edges of their great tapestry.
What makes sense?
Galanis asks,
I mean, that makes sense, right? You know, this individual has been dreaming of this place for 3,000 plus years. You think eventually it would have to kind of start breaking down, right?
what that means, as this is the Maharaja's dream. And the Rajmata says that he was able to support them as they quietly worshipped him for 3,000 years. They had a balance, a harmony of primal violence, and their arrival has upset it, and upset him. The dream is collapsing, and if they leave now, there will be no Korar to return to. The secrets of the Deva will go with them to whatever lies beyond paradise. There is no body willing to take the interminable burden of being the Maharaja, the dreamer. A Deva cannot do it, so they need a human, and the Maharaja's physical body has long since rotted into dust at the bottom of the sea.
This is where what's his name's
gonna
gonna
find a different way then.
give his body to do
Greaves says that they have to stay and listen. This is the home stretch, and if they don't take it home now, it'll all have been for nothing. He has an obligation, so he's staying, and Galanis reluctantly agrees to stay as well, telling the Rajmata to hurry. With a deep groan from the Rajmata, the dream suddenly continues. As rain begins to slam down, the waves crash, the Black Star slams his palms against the ground, and the ground begins to shake as the moon hangs yet lower. Against the crescendo of drums, the Devic army tightens its grips on its weapons and braces itself for a charge that will never come. The Rajmata says that the Black Star knew he could not take the wall, so he broadened his scope, like the animal that sees he cannot drag home the carcass and resolves instead to consume it all on the spot. His god was thrown into the sea and spent 1,000 years crawling back up to land, only to turn around and do the same to them. The waves on either side of the isthmus crash again, this time substantially higher. The army looks to their sides and again tightens, only for the waves to grow even higher. The forces at the rear begin a retreat, one that quickly turns to a rout. The army rushes back even as the water rushes forth from either side, drowning the base of the wall. The ground shudders again, and the soldiers in the center of the mass realize what is happening. The sea is not rising, but rather they are sinking. The three of them float off the top of the wall, rising higher and higher into the air, past the clouds until the minuscule soldiers disappear completely. Finally, they stop at a bird's-eye view of the entire region, the continent being a large, free-hanging peninsula extending forth from the tip of the Indian subcontinent. Thejum lies at the thinnest point, and Mamjul lies near the center of the peninsula. As they watch, the entire landmass grows incrementally, marginally smaller. The moon draws yet closer, pulling the water, sinking the continent beneath the waves. The coastal areas disappear in a frothing mass of blue as the waters make their way inland in raging floods and violent rain. Bit by bit, the entire continent drops below the sea.
Definitely like a very biblical sounding moment here, you know?
Until only the highest point, a small patch of land containing Mamjul, remains. The Black Star, thanks to the power of the Abominate, was able to sink an entire continent as easily as slitting a throat. Galanis says that this was the annihilation of the Deva, wiped out in a matter of hours. But the Rajmata says that this was not their annihilation, and bids them to witness the final hours of Mamjul. The scene shifts to the streets of the city, showing terrified and confused civilians, slaves, and soldiers running in every direction, attempting to escape to higher ground that does not exist. Mothers carry their babies, or are forced to leave them behind by the shoving of the crowd. Sorcerers rush to the battlements, but find their abilities are useless against the raging sea. Some citizens even raise their swords to slit their own throats, secure
Yikes.
in their future in Korar. Throughout all this, the dream
I mean, it would make sense, right? Again, that's kind of what I was thinking was going to happen in the previous video. Was going to be a situation where this city was going to be under siege somehow, and during the process of it sinking, a lot of the Davites would essentially go through some kind of ritual suicide practice so that they could go to their spiritual city, Korar. You know, it was just a matter of, did they sink the city themselves because maybe there was some kind of link to from the physical city to their astral city, and they didn't want their enemies having access to their astral city. But seems like it wasn't the case. It seems like the Black Star, with his crazy reality bending powers, and you know, instead of just sitting there assaulting this impenetrable wall, it just sunk the continent. It's pretty nuts. Pretty nuts.
is strange, fragmented, sounding and looking as though passed through 1,000 filters, breaking apart the image and putting it back together again. In front of the group lies a grand, marble-paneled building. Galanis recognizes it as the library, the dilapidated one they found in Mamjul, filled with blank tablets. The Rajmata says that destroying them was not enough for the Black Star, as they had fought back and held back the Horde, unlike the Mechanites, who had ignored him until it was too late. For this affront, for daring to stand against him, he was not content to destroy them, but had to annihilate them. Scholars run through the halls of the huge library, both Deva and human. They carry huge armfuls of scrolls and tablets, plinths and statuettes, all carved with complex swimming writing and pictographs.
I'm waiting for the reference to, I don't remember what the SCP number is, but the reference to the Davite book that chronicles their history and keeps being rewritten every time someone reads it.
Rushing to get them out of the way of the flood. But even as they do so, the tablets fade, as though rubbed clean of their etchings, and the ink on the scrolls melts away. The statuettes and plinths lose all features and writing, and the carved etchings throughout the rest of the hall are rubbed just as clean. The scholars stare at their objects in wide-eyed shock, even as cold water begins to seep in from under the door. The Rajmata says that the Davic Empire, once the pride of scholars and artists the world over, now reduced to nothing. No evidence of their existence, no writings, no monuments, no great chronicles to survive them. Galanis remarks that it's damnatio memoriae, condemnation of memory, the ancient practice of scrubbing undesirable figures from official histories. The memory then flickers again, twitching and melting in places, and the Rajmata says that the Maharaja's dream is collapsing, so they must hurry. They rise again into the sky, to a bird's eye view of Mamjul. The raging waters around it build up against the triangular walls of the city, forming a thin barrier as the water rises, until it spills over. Buildings collapse, citizens drown under the deluge, forming a living wall of bloated bodies bearing down on others. They watch as over the course of minutes, Mamjul sinks into the ocean, exterminated of all life, a dead city sinking to its watery grave. The boughs of the citadel tree are the last to disappear under the waves. The Rajmata says that now they see that the covenant was destroyed, totally and utterly, and the song of the Deva remained the only record of them. She apologizes for the deception, but she needed them to understand, to remember them, when there is no longer a dying king's dream to support them. They're interrupted by a loud, resounding explosion sound from above, ringing through the heavens. Greaves asks if that's the dream falling apart, but the Rajmata says that no, that was not from the dream. We've seen now how the Devic covenant fell, as the monstrous Black Star managed to sink an entire continent thanks to the Abominate's powers. We still don't have a great idea of what exactly the Abominate is or what it wants, but the Foundation's time for learning about the ancient past from the Rajmata has come to an end.
That it seems.
Now, things in the present time are about to become a lot more interesting, and the Foundation isn't much closer to being able to beat the Church of the Broken God or the Abominate. We'll find out how the story of Mamjul and Korar ends in Part 5.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Not gonna have a quote here? Yeah, didn't think so. Okay. Well, I mean, pretty straightforward here with this one, you know? I mean, most of these have been pretty straightforward, honestly. Very peak. But, you know, this was really just kind of the story of their battle against the Black Star and the Abominate. How essentially they were chased from Amon-Aram basically all the way back to their territory, having to essentially sacrifice warriors on the way to kind of hold the main army of the Black Star back so they could keep, you know, gaining ground away from them. Till eventually they got to a choke point, which they were making their last stand. They made an impenetrable wall. She sacrificed, you know, her own children to enhance the spell to make the wall impenetrable. And the Black Star armies, you know, sieged the wall for months on months. You know, more than half a year, I think. I think it was even more than a year because it said, you know, a week, then 2 weeks, then, you know, 4 weeks on top of that, then months on top of that, then 6 months on top of that. So, I mean, it might have even been more than a year that they sat there and kind of had this siege go on until eventually the Black Star, you know, whether it was a specific time of year, there was going to actually be what seemed to be an eclipse of the moon, or just, you know, he was able to summon his god to gain the power, but gain enough power to essentially just sink the continent behind him instead of having to sit there and keep fighting him, you know? So I was still expecting there, you know, to be some other kind of want for the Davites to reconnect in the physical realm, and maybe there will be, maybe there's something more going on. I kind of wonder if, you know, the whole thing with Greaves and him being in a coma is their way of like trying. I feel like the Davites are gonna get him to reenact the pack, and he's going to become the Scarlet King. I feel like that's what's going to happen here in the next episode. The Davites to live on and maybe get some kind of connection into our realm. But we'll see. We'll see what's happening. But I mean, Foundation really doesn't seem like they're any kind of they're any closer to having any kind of means of being able to excuse me, being able to combat any better the Church of the Broken God than they already could before, or any kind of way of being able to fight the, Black Star. But like, the question I guess I would have too, right, is the Black Star is a reality bender. I would assume, and this could just be a bad assumption, right? But I would assume they have reality anchors, and reality anchors are supposed to be, from what I understand, used to anchor reality to cancel out reality benders' powers. Now, I think they still do have a limit, so if a reality bender is powerful enough, they can overcome them, although their powers might be suppressed for a small amount of time still. They could eventually overcome them, but I would think they would have at least that kind of technology that they could utilize against something like the Black Star, but I guess they still don't really know the nature of what the Black Star is, other than maybe he's a reality bender, and still have no idea further of what the Abominate is, no idea, no idea. But I'm digging the whole kind of Dark Sign, Dark Souls reference with the moon eclipse and all that kind of stuff. Very, very, like I said, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Berserk vibes. What I'm all about. So anyway, yeah, looking forward to seeing where part 5 is gonna go to wrap up this part of Red Tape with the final part of Mamjul and Korar. So yeah. Yeah, let's just jump right on in it here. Volume up, let's go.
SCP-001, Mamjul and Korar, Part 5.
Where are the volume
The
on his
Foundation's
videos?
investigation into the fallen Davic Empire has so far been largely unhelpful when it comes to their concerns with the Church of the Broken God and the Abominate. They've learned now how exactly Mamjul and the Covenant fell, as the three-prong army, led by the Black Star, swept across Asia after crushing Amani Ram, easily beating back the Davites and sending them into retreat. The Black Star,
Which the stuff haven't really told us exactly what the Abominate is. Right now, from everything, it seems like it has something to do with the moon and maybe some kind of, lunar eclipse of some sort. Um, yeah, I mean, it seems like the power really is in the Black Star, who is the avatar of the Abominate, and the Black Star, out of everybody, seems to be incredibly powerful. Seems to be, a reality bender of potentially, at least for their time, maybe unparalleled ability, power, whatever. He was able to essentially sink an entire continent, just using his reality bending abilities, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see where things are going to go with that. If we're going to learn anything more about the Black Star, who he was originally. So far, the lore that we've learned about him feels very kind of Lordborne-y, Dark Souls-ish, with themes of surviving, um, survival of the fittest, um, you know, almost also kind of like Berserk's, Eclipse vibes with the moon and, all that kind of stuff. So very interesting. But anyways, continue.
a reality bender empowered by his god, the Abominate, was able to sink an entire continent and
I thought they said in the previous video he was maybe a level 5 or 6 reality bender, something like that.
wipe all of the Davites' history, culture, and identity from the records. What's more, the remaining Deva, residing in the astral plane, are now also facing their end of days, as the Scarlet Maharaja is no longer able to support the dream that they reside in, and no one is willing to take his place.
Which I think, I don't remember the guy's name. It's not Galanus, but the soldier who's kind of like Galanus's right-hand man, who's been going to the meetups with the Empress of the Devites. at the end of the last video, he kind of got separated from his body. There was some kind of malfunction with the technology that they were using to astral project themselves into this dream city in the astral plane. He got separated from his body and was put into a coma. I feel like that's something, to me, it feels like that's something that the Davites are purposely doing to try to get him to be a replacement so that they can save their astral city. But we'll find out. Maybe I'm wrong.
Now, in the final part, we'll see the Foundation and the research team dealing with disaster not in the past, but in the present. Let's continue. 2 hours and 44 minutes into Galannis' projection, as they learned about the fall of Mamjul, the various sonar equipment placed in Mamjul's ruins by the diving team began reporting localized underwater disturbances. At the same time, several covert monitoring buoys that had been spread in concentric circles around the location began pinging the bridge of the FMS Phantom, reporting multiple unknown objects detected in the vicinity. Personnel from the Phantom quickly contacted Overwatch Command, reporting the situation, informing them that they have reports of multiple unidentified flying objects moving southeast at high velocity towards the ships. The objects are moving in excess of 450 kilometers per hour.
Yikes.
And are en route to arrive in 13 minutes. Overwatch Command tells them to activate Protocol Westchester and patch them through to Captain Hickman. Video logs show various researchers and personnel in the mess hall eating meals and engaging in casual chatter. They are suddenly interrupted by alarms sounding throughout the ship and lights flashing red. Security personnel, both ship security and Alpha 1 troops, spread out in the large room and firmly escort researchers and other personnel to their assigned quarters. Throughout the rest of the vessels, similar experiences unfold as bulkheads are sealed and researchers are packed into their labs and sleeping quarters. In the psychotronics lab, several Alpha 1 personnel move in, sealing the door behind them, and take up defensive positions around the bodies of Galannis and Greaves. The remaining security personnel quickly move through the facility, grabbing weaponry from armories and opening crates from storage rooms to hand out.
Did you just donate $200, dude? What are you doing, Howard? Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, thank you. I don't know what to say, but yeah. Thank you for all your continued support, brother. Appreciate it.
Out rifles.
Oh, it's $19. I was gonna say.
After receiving weapons, a number of
I was gonna say that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But hey, regardless, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Obviously, you don't have to do that at all, but I greatly appreciate the continued support, man. You know, just being a member and coming in and hanging out and watching the videos. That's more than enough. So appreciate you as always, brother.
Quickly move through the facility, grabbing weaponry from armories and opening crates from storage rooms to hand out rifles. After receiving weapons, a number of personnel make their way to the top deck, while others go lower. Across the top deck, sailors, security personnel, and Alpha 1 operatives move to battle stations, activating and loading chain gun emplacements and cannons arranged across the top of the Phantom. A number of large hatches pop open, filling the top deck with smoke as a dozen small missiles rocket away, turning into the distance. In the lower decks, gunners crowd around the firing computers.
I wonder if this is like Black Star in modern times, coming to assault them to disrupt any more further knowledge they could gain from the Davites, and or I guess maybe prevent the Davites from potentially having an anchor into this world again or something like that. Part of me also thinks this might be something from the Chaos Insurgency, which it would also be interesting if Black Star in modern times was somehow involved with them, was the leader of them, maybe founded the Chaos Insurgency or something in this canon. But anyway.
Activating the large automated cannons on the top deck, raising their barrels upward and firing another volley of missiles into the distance. With 2 minutes until the object's arrival, a number of explosions are visible in the distant air, and dots become visible on the horizon, exiting the smoke clouds and rapidly increasing in size and proximity. They are moving extremely quickly, but separate out as they near the ship into at least 30 to 40 different figures.
I mean, it could also be Mechanite stuff. This could be the Church of the Broken God. You know, we were given a description of that female general. I can't remember her name. Bad with names, as you guys know by now. We were given a description at one point in time of her flying extremely fast. So this could be maybe some kind of Mechanite assault force that's flying in as well. Maybe in their suits. Something like that. You know, I don't know.
A number of them fall into the water, damaged by the missiles, but approximately 2/3 of them continue approaching. The sun is high overhead, but even at a distance, the light gleams off their bronze forms. The automated chain guns begin firing at them indiscriminately, and Foundation personnel begin firing small arms as well. The chain guns fire and reload themselves constantly, switching between targets. The swarm of figures swoops overhead, each one now clearly a highly augmented humanoid with large bronze wings.
Yep.
A
Mechanites.
female with the largest wingspan on an intricate set of
There we
white
go.
and gold wings hovers at a distance, then rockets around the ships, far outpacing the guns following her. The rest of the bronze-armored troops charge forward, and Phantom personnel report to Overwatch Command that they're under attack. Overwatch Command copies and has scrambled naval support from the nearby facility, but it may take some time for them to reach the ships. A few static-ridden explosions are heard in the background, and Captain Hickman comes onto the comms, out of breath, informing Command that the attackers are the Mechanites. A number of the Mechanites fly low and grab hold of security personnel, lifting them into the air and
then
dropping them
dropping
into
them.
the sea or
Yep.
onto the metal deck,
Yep.
as chain guns swing around and lay suppressing fire onto the cloud of Mechanites.
Easy way to do
One
it.
of the huge guns swivels on its base, following the largest cluster of Mechanites through the air before firing. The shell collides with one of the armored figures before exploding on impact.
You know, I mean, granted, you know, I have no idea what the Mechanites' capabilities really are, but you would think they would be able to like also traverse underwater, right? Just about as easily as they would be able to in the air. So you would think they'd be able to maybe avoid some of these, you know, some of this barrage that's being sent at them by just simply swimming into the water till they get close enough to, um, you know, the platform or whatever for them to get up on top of it. But you would also think that they, knowing, I guess, what modern human capabilities would be, you know, Bamaro, you would think that, you know, with the information that he knew, they would be well aware of what Foundation's capabilities are and what modern weapons capabilities would be, especially after they had a little incursion. And they would have, you would think they would have been easy for them to essentially create countermeasures. You know, any kind of missiles that could fly at them, they could potentially hack their guidance system and throw them off course or destroy them before they could reach them, or even turn them against the Foundation, etc. You know, so. But anyway,
dispersing the cluster and sending them sailing through the air. As the smoke clears, the figure it impacted sails through the air and slams into the deck of one of the ships. The deck of the ship shakes slightly, the waters around the Phantom growing rough and frothing, and for a moment the Mechanites hang back. With an explosion of spray and foam, 24 large bronze-armored figures rocket out of the water,
There we
slamming their swords into the sides of the
there
ship
it is.
and begin to crawl up the hull. Security personnel move to the gunwale, leaning their weapons over the sides and firing straight down.
Okay, so flyers were kind of a distraction to keep them busy so they wouldn't pay attention to what was going on in the water until the main assault force was able to get on board. This is some pretty dope imagery. I could see this being a pretty dope Hollywood movie scene or something pretty sick to see in an anime or something like that, you know?
One or two
Or a
Mechanites'
game.
skulls shatter under the hail of gunfire and fall back into the sea, blood spreading into the water. The bullets harmlessly bounce off most of them as they continue to inch their way up the sides of the ship, so the personnel begin to cover one another as they swap out to armor-piercing rounds. At the same time, the aerial Mechanites make another pass over the ships, this time pulling out foulard spears and driving them through the chests of security personnel. Hickman requests air support as several of the flying Mechanites land on the deck and engage personnel in close quarters. The chain guns are directed at them, hammering them with rounds,
Indeed.
which halts their advance but fails to pierce their foulard armor. The boarding
I mean, yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like, again, you would think that they would be able to adapt, you know, modern technology and integrate that into the technology that they already had from before, right? I mean, obviously they've got, you know, cold fusion stuff, but like, wouldn't you think they would be able to kind of modify their spears here because they know this is going to be a battle at sea as to kind of some kind of like, I don't know, mini harpoons? They could just throw them at the deck of the ship or even the hull of the ship or whatever. They could have some kind of explosives attached to them or whatever to, you know, uh penetrate the ship's hull and start sinking the ships. I mean, I guess it could also be that that's not their objective. They might be trying to uh, capture personnel from the Foundation, and or um, maybe find out what kind of connection they've had to the Davites so far. They might be trying to gather more intel essentially first before they're trying to kill everyone. And it could just be that they're uh, you know, taking out the combatants first before taking hostages and interrogating people. You know what I mean? Still could fight them. Yeah, back in the day, not really. Not any just normal human civilization could have fought them.
party on the Phantom begins to reach the top deck and pull themselves over. They are distinctly humanoid, but tall and heavily augmented with mechanite prosthetics and implants. What little of their skin visible under their armor bulges with subdermal cables and wiring, and they are armed with what appear to be primitive long rifles.
Hmm.
On command, several sections of the deck of the Phantom rise up and out, forming makeshift cover which the security personnel hide behind. The large caliber rounds from the mechanite weapons, however, slam into the barricades at high velocity, a few tearing completely through personnel. Overwatch Command informs the captain that a patrol group of the Indian Navy has been requisitioned and is being sent over, along with some fixed-wing aircraft. They'll amnesticize the personnel afterwards, as under no circumstances can the Mechanites take the ships. The remaining aerial Mechanites land on the decks of the ships, engaging in close-quarters combat. Under heavy machine gun fire, a handful of them drop to the ground, but the foulard armor is proving to be too resistant. The security personnel cry out for reinforcements, and through one of the doors, a group of hooded and armored individuals exit, their shoulder pads emblazoned with the sigil of the Thaumaturgy Division. They proceed to form a small phalanx, with one of them drawing a sigil in the air that expands into a moving, translucent barrier. They press forward onto the deck, the barrier trembling but holding.
We're getting to some Jedi stuff here now.
Under the Mechanites' assault, and the security personnel move to support them. The thaumaturges move forward, coming into within a few meters of the Mechanites, and Dr. Carrick holds the barrier while the others brace themselves against the ground and whisper. A few moments later, green, expanding vines creep out through the cracks in the deck and wrap around the ankles of one of the Mechanites, causing him to crash into the ground. An Alpha 1 operative leans around the cover and empties a magazine into the back of their neck. Dr. Carrick yells out that the process is too energy intensive, and they can only get one at a time, as the phalanx is temporarily pushed back by one of the mechanites charging them. On the other ship, Alpha 1 personnel flood out and lay down suppressing fire from their weaponry, which proved to be slightly more effective, but still failed to stop the advance. Captain Hickman tells all personnel to hold the line, and reinforcements are on their way, but one agent cries out that they're not going to get there in time. Meanwhile, Greaves, Galanis, and the
Greaves, that's the
Rajmata
name.
hover in the air above the ships, watching over the battle. Dead personnel and mechanites litter the decks, and the gunfire is deafening. From a bird's eye view, it's clear that the mechanite advance is slow but steady, moving inch after inch towards the bridge and the access to the lower decks. Greaves asks what the hell they're looking at, and the Rajmata explains that this is currently occurring in the material plane above
Currently
Mamjul.
occurring.
Galanis realizes that the mechanites must have caught the emergency equipment transfer they did to fix the projection induction, and Greaves orders the Rajmata to let him out right now. The Rajmata, however, says that this is a massacre, as their weaponry and even their primitive understanding of Daevite magic cannot hold a candle to the mechanites in their prime.
This is how she's gonna play her hand. She's gonna bargain with them to send Davite forces out to push back and save them, and in return, have someone take the Dreamer's place or something like that. That's where I feel like this is getting ready to go here. Yep, we're doing it live.
Greaves says that he doesn't care though, and needs to be let out. The Rajmata is confused by this, asking him if he would walk into certain death, and Greaves says that those are his men getting slaughtered out there, and they'll find a way to turn the tide. Even if they can't, the least he can do is die alongside them. Galanis says that she cannot keep them here, and the Rajmata agrees, saying that she is not keeping Greaves here. His mind is. They have been meeting for a year, and not once in that time has she ever shown the power to trap him into the projection. Only his mind can do such a thing, as his current state is caused entirely by the object in his brain. Galanis asks how she can possibly know that, but Greaves just asks if he's dead. The Rajmata says that he isn't, but both of them are in a torpor, from which they are unlikely to awaken, and
Gotcha.
certainly not before the mechanites kill his men, make it to the lower deck, and slit his throat, along with those of everyone else on board.
So essentially, yeah, he's stuck in that comatose state where he's going to be separated from his body, and he's alive. He's basically in kind of like almost like a purgatory state. Like, body's alive, but his spirit is separated from the body, and he's unable to return back to his body into the real world. So he's kind of stuck there.
She knows this because the Scarlet whispered it to the Maharaja, and him to her. Their future is written in the trees. Galanis says that that can't be right, and there has to be something they can do, as the firefight continues to rage down below. The Rajmata says that there is, as she has told them of how Korar is collapsing, and how the strain has sucked out the last vestiges of the Maharaja's energy, sapped into nothing after almost 1,000 years. The idea of the Eternal City is a lie, as the astral projection was never meant to be an afterlife. It was only a matter of time, and the Foundation has accelerated that. The Maharaja is dead. Korar is dying. But if the Scarlet could select a new host, not only would the Deva survive, but much like the Black Star when he had his god's favor, turning the tide of this battle would be trivial.
So yeah, again, she's playing her hand here, trying to get someone selected. It's interesting though that she's admitted right there that, the dream is a lie. It's not meant to be an afterlife. But that's like what their whole like literal religion was based off of. they told all their human slaves and subjects that, hey, man, you know, yeah, you're a slave right now, dude, but hey, man, you give your life for the cause, you're going to be reincarnated in the astral plane as a Davite. And then, you know, you could be reborn into the physical realm as a Davite and be something better. So it's interesting to me then that she admitted that that right there is a lie. And so then the humans have literally just been essentially ammunition for their spells, tools for them to use, you know? And so what makes them think that it would be any different were they to re-release them in modern time? But of course, the fact that the Meccans are here, it's going to force their hand. So it's going to end up playing out that they're going to ask the Davites for help. I mean, she was just saying right there, though, right? That, like, it's a lie. Let's rewind this. Let's listen to this.
Of the Maharaja. The Rajmata says that there is, as she has told them of how Korar is collapsing, and how the strain has sucked out the last vestiges of the Maharaja's energy, sapped into nothing after almost 1,000 years. The idea of the Eternal City is a lie, as the astral projection was never meant to be an afterlife.
See? You know, the idea of the astral projection was never meant to be an afterlife. All of that's a lie. You know, so I don't think that their system, the way they've told it, was happening the way that they were telling people it was happening. Maybe it was. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's not the case. Because we've only seen, from what I remember of the story so far, we've only seen Davites here, right? There's not been any kind of other humans whatsoever. So, I mean, I don't know, right? Like, and they still are of like a slave system, caste system. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe the fact that there's no humans there could just be that, yeah, they were incarnated as Davites, right? The thing actually happened. But I don't know. The way I'm interpreting it is that this afterlife that they were telling people is a lie, but I could be wrong. And I feel like it's just a situation where humans are just been ammunition for their spells, tools to be used and disposed of, etc.
It was only a matter of time, and the Foundation has accelerated that. The Maharaja is dead. Korar is dying. But if the Scarlet could select a new host, not only would the Deva survive, but much like the Black Star when he had his god's favor, turning the tide of this battle would be trivial. Galanis remarks that the Rajmata said that if a human tried to commune with the Scarlet, they'd be destroyed, but the Rajmata says that most would. She's been watching Greaves, however, and the Scarlet has told her that their people, the Foundation, are sliding towards a war none of them can prevent. He is a soldier, a warrior king, and he wishes to protect his people. She bids him to strike a new covenant, become their Maharaja, their king,
I saw this coming,
and destroy his enemies. Galanis begins to say how completely insane that is, but Greaves immediately agrees.
Yep.
Galanis asks him if he's out of his mind, but he replies that he said he'd do anything. Galanis says that they'll find another way, as they can't let the Deva return to power just to win one battle. But
I mean, from his point of view, right, his men are dying. He can't return because he's separated from his body. This may be the only way for him to actually have the power and have an avenue of being able to return to the physical realm in some form or another. They don't really have the time. He's making the choice as a soldier. You know, this is how it is.
Greaves says that the Rajmata isn't just talking about this. There's a storm coming, something bigger than the Mechanites, bigger than any of them, and the Foundation needs to survive. The vision begins to crackle and sag like film put to a match, and the Rajmata says that they are out of time. She claps her hand, and the vision melts away. The group is now standing in the antechamber of the Citadel, not in Korar, but the ruined throne room in Mamjul. The Rajmata claps her hands again, and the wooden floor splits apart, curling back to reveal a hollow space. Inside lies the desiccated, mummified corpse of a man, skin stretched taut, a black headdress resting on his brow. A single red jewel is embedded into the headdress, shining like an ocean of blood. The Rajmata bids Greaves to take the jewel, just as the Maharaja took it from the roots of the trees so many centuries ago. Galanis begs him not to do it, as he doesn't know what he's unleashing, but Greaves reaches in and firmly pulls on the jewel. It resists at first, but then gives way, tearing out of the Maharaja's headdress and leaving behind a gaping hole. As he watches, the Maharaja's body falls in on itself.
I can't help but think about, this is an old school kind of reference, but if you played first Diablo, spoilers. If you haven't played the first Diablo, spoilers, but if you have, the ending of that, he takes the soul stone with Diablo's soul, whoever your character is, right? Your character takes the soul stone with Diablo's soul and shoves it into his forehead and becomes the vessel for Diablo. Very much giving me that kind of vibes. That's where my brain's going. That's what I'm seeing in my head right now. Getting ready to shove this jewel in his brain and become the vessel for the Scarlet.
Drying even further and turning into dust. The stone whispers to him promises of salvation, of divination, of victory against the enemy. The Rajmata tells Greaves to place the stone where it belongs, and he steps over to the far wall, which contains the engraving of the Tree of Life, of the Deva and the humans dancing around it, and the Scarlet watching over them. Greaves, as if in a trance, raises the stone, and the wall falls away, peeling back and receding, splintering into nothing, and revealing an infinite scarlet ocean behind it. It's a miasma of shifting and spiraling redness, stretching far into a horizon that cannot possibly exist. It speaks with the voice of 100,000 souls sacrificed in its name, as a great and terrible idea, as a god. It asks Greaves what he is willing to sacrifice. And after a brief pause, he simply responds with, everything.
Yeah.
The Scarlet doesn't respond, as it doesn't need to, and instead it beckons forth. Greaves steps forward, across the threshold, into everything. It is around him, in him, the primal knowledge of what was before and what will be.
Yep.
The natural law written millions of years before any life existed. It is infinitely complex and at once deeply simple. He sees everything, the precipice they're on, and the brink they are falling towards. Their universe, severed from the others, utterly alone. He
That's
sees
interesting.
Aram in his throne room in Amani Ram, augmented beyond any specter of humanity. His eyes glitter with foresight and fear as he sees what Greaves does, and he is terrified of it. Greaves sees the Black Star sitting alone in a forgotten city on a forgotten island. A paper lies in front of him, and the weight of eras rests on his face. The power of something older than the universe itself courses through Greaves, and he reaches out and touches God. We're then given the last few verses of the Song of the Deva, which read, as witnessed by Vaslara Siraj Sharat, 7th Rajmata of the Scarlet Maharaja. And after the waves crested over the spires and palaces of Mamjul, and brought the city low, and slew in one fell wave the Covenant. Then for a time Mamjul rested, alone and rent, at the bottom of the sea. And there it lay as the Black Star marched onwards through the center of Asia against the forces of the Nalka, and took the world into a great silence. And there it continued to lie, unaware of the events beyond the waters, until the ruins of the once great were happened upon by an old enemy, one who had forgotten its own past. And such were the Deva immortalized in the pages of the document, defiant of their prison of non-existence. And in this way, the song of the Deva began to right itself once more. Back on the ships, Overwatch Command informs Hickman that Satellite 15 of the Atreus array is approaching their location, with an ETA of 6 minutes, but they're not sure if they have that much time. A large amount of the security personnel have been killed, and their corpses litter the deck. The Mechanites are nearly at the bridge, only held back by the few remaining personnel and Alpha 1 operatives who huddle behind the barricades. The deck of the ship then rumbles again, but this time the force is coming from below. Hickman informs Overwatch Command that their subaquatic monitoring equipment is giving some abnormal readings, but they're cut off as the ship shudders and the Mechanites pause their advance. In the center of the three ships, a circle of red light begins to form in the water, 10 meters across. It steadily increases in brightness and intensity until a single figure, wreathed in fire, breaks through the surface of the sea, immediately boiling the water around it to vapor that sprays outward. It rises into the air, a blur of red shooting up to twice the height of the Phantom and moving until it is hovering over the deck. Hickman tells Overwatch Command that there's a red-skinned, nude figure flying above the ship, and it doesn't appear to be Mechanite. It's glowing a corona of red light, and the Mechanites have just stopped and are staring at it. The figure then reaches one hand out and waves it across the dozens of Mechanites on the deck of the Phantom. The vines, left abandoned by the Thaumaturgy Division, suddenly engorge with thorns and violently outstretch, far more aggressive than they were before. They wrap around the torsos of the Mechanites, pulling them to the ground, and burrow through their eye sockets and mouths, tearing them apart from the inside, and leaving pools of viscera and blood-soaked augments.
A hell of a way to die.
The remaining Mechanites turn their weapons on the floating figure, barraging it with spears, rifles, and conventional firearms. Several of the flying units take to the air to flee, but the figure lazily waves another hand and they stop in midair, clutching at their implants. The bare skin where their augments are attached turns yellow, then green, then black, rotting in real time. It oozes with pus and disintegrates, the dead tissue tearing away from the living, their implants going with it, and their limbless torsos fall screaming into the sea. The figure then turns its attention to the handful of remaining hostiles, who are preparing a retreat, about to leap over the edge of the ship and back into the sea. Some even make it, but they do not survive the fall, as their bodies split apart, and vines and roots formed inside of them tear through their skin and flesh as they force an exit.
Jesus.
Many are simply bisected, their bloody halves falling into the sea and sinking, turning the water red with blood as it pools around the ships. In the course of 40 seconds, the figure eviscerated over 100 Mechanites. Hickman tells Overwatch Command that the figure massacred all of the Mechanites, with no further friendly casualties. Command tells Hickman to treat the figure as hostile. The figure then begins to descend from its hovering position, and it becomes clear that it is essentially a disembodied nervous system wrapped in a translucent red layer. As it descends, it begins to take firm shape, as bones grow and muscles knit themselves into place, although the figure never grows skin. It
Interesting.
stands well over 3 meters tall, with large horns on its head, and the surface of its body is inscribed with symbols and markings that pulse to an inaudible rhythm. As it reaches the deck of the Phantom, Alpha 1 operatives fan out from behind cover, supported by security personnel. They surround the figure in a circle, guns drawn and pointed at its head, although it does not react. The operatives then pause.
I mean, you literally just watched it in the matter of, like you said, 40 seconds, annihilate more than 100 mechanites who were pushing you guys back with your modern weaponry and capabilities. What do you think you're gonna do against this, dude? You know what I'm saying? Like, would be better served to not try to present yourself as a hostile force trying to impose your will on this being that just saved your lives. Just saying.
As the figure looks up and raises a hand in greeting, and the team recognizes the figure as Lieutenant Greaves. In the aftermath, the figure, now temporarily designated as SCP-001-King, surrendered to security forces and was detained in a secure holding cell aboard the Phantom. Interrogations, however, were a failure, as it insisted on speaking first to Galanis. Galanis was brought into the secure cell 4 hours after they awakened from the astral projection and were debriefed. Galanis enters the cell, and there are a number of automated turrets encircling the ceiling, all aiming at Greaves, with a thick pane of glass separating the observation chamber from the entity. Galanis calls out to him as Lucian, and he says that perhaps he once was, but now he is so much more. He made the decision that Galanis could not, of apotheosis and escalation to a higher truth. Galanis says that he can't be Greaves, as his body is still lying in the psychotronics lab, but he says that that's just the material body, while he is the immaterial body, the soul. He has
I mean, you be able to still kill his physical body and then kill him then? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that his weakness at this point? Because, like, even though he's been upgraded, right? It's still just kind of like his spirit. Like, he's still just an astral creature, you know? So, like, could you just go over there and put a bullet in his physical body and would it end him? Or is he able to, now that he is this spirit god form, you know, would he be able to prevent anything from happening to his physical body? You know, who knows?
reached out and become one with something so much greater than he or Galanis. Galanis replies that he became the Scarlet Maharaja, and asks how could he be so stupid. Greaves says that he did what he had to do, and now he sees the whole board laid out in front of him. The total mass of their history, beginning to end.
I mean, like, again, if you have the opportunity to become a god, it's kind of hard to turn it down, right? Like, I mean, I guess it would really depend on, like, what the downsides would be. But I don't know, man. It would be pretty hard to pass up.
Galanis counters that he was the one that was supposed to make sure this didn't happen, but Greaves says that the situation changed. He's a soldier, and when you see armies trampled, entire cities rent to ash, and nations burned, you have to do something.
Yeah, and I mean, the Meccans kind of forced his hand
too, right?
too, right?
Decision for the right reasons.
Like, if the Meccans weren't there assaulting them, this wouldn't have happened, you know? So, like, they honestly are as much to blame as anything. If they weren't there, he never would have been forced into this situation. And you know, the Davites probably would have just died off, right? The Astral City probably would have just faded away. And maybe Greaves would have died at some point. You know, maybe they would have been able to figure out a way to get him back in his body. Maybe not. Probably not. And then that would have probably have just been like the end of it. But the Meccans came and assaulted them at that particular time, and so they kind of forced his hand.
As only a madman would see what is coming and elect to do nothing. Galanis says that they should have never interfered with the Deva to begin with, and Greaves replies that they shouldn't have,
Yep.
but they did, and he's
Yep.
the result of the new covenant.
Yep.
The Deva realize that they are limited by their current means of existence.
I mean, see, like, basically what I said at the beginning of this whole thing, right? Like, you know, you're playing with things that you don't necessarily understand. You went through the process of activating the entire city of Amon Aram without really understanding it. And then, of course, you know, Morrow was able to take it over after the consciousness from the previous emperor was essentially downloaded into him. You know, so now you have the Meccans back in modern time. And of course, any kind of interaction with the Davites, yeah, you might have learned some information, but you got to know that that's what they're going to want too. And, you know, any kind of informational exchange is more than likely going to lead to that end goal of them wanting to come back to the physical realm in some way, shape, or form, or at the very least, you know, trying to make a pact with humanity again for some kind of symbiotic relationship.
That they can only interact with the world through the Foundation. He is now the vessel, and their power flows from the Scarlet to them, to him, to the Foundation. Galanis asks about him, as they thought the Maharaja needed to be dreaming to ensure that Korar survives, and Greaves says that he does. Soon he will leave, to fall into the endless sleep demanded of him, so that their allies may continue to exist and support them in the coming storm. Before that, however, arrangements must be made. Galanis asks what storm, and Greaves says that he sees past, present, and future, but that comes with a responsibility of care. The Council will understand what he means. He would say more, but he is bound by the same magic that bound the Rajmata to silence. Galanis remarks that it's enough magic to bind a god, but Greaves says that he is just a prophet. The Scarlet is free to tell him the truth, and it has, but he simply cannot share it with them, so Galanis must discover it themselves.
The Scarlet seems kind of more like a concept in this canon, like the conceptualization of a god than an actual god, you know? Like the idea of their god, which is kind of what he said when Greaves was stepping in. You know?
Galanis then asks about the arrangements that need to be made, and Greaves says that the Deva require certain concessions for their support.
Of course.
For teaching the Foundation thaumaturges
They're
their
gonna
magic.
need humans.
Chief among them is being immortalized in the Foundation archives, something that will last beyond the Song of the Deva, even as a new verse is written. Galanis is shocked at the idea of allying with the Devites, but Greaves says that we do what we must to survive, and the deck of the Phantom is littered with the bodies of those who didn't. The Mechanites are too dangerous for the Foundation alone, and they are nothing compared to what rests on the horizon. Galanis refuses, saying that they'll find another way, one that doesn't betray the Foundation's principles. but Greaves just says that that decision is the Council's to make,
Yeah.
and notes that they have already been trading information, support, and assistance. Galanis says that they can't take this to the Council, as they were insistent that this wouldn't end up like a money ROM, but here they are. Greaves responds by telling Galanis to rid themselves of these petty insecurities, as they can become something greater than a cog in the machine.
I mean, I feel like the O5 Council probably knew where this was going, and they simply wanted to have, as they said, a deterrent for the Mechanites. And that's what they've got now. They now have a force allied and working with them that is able to deter any kind of aggression against the Foundation from the Mechanites.
Galanis can shape their future, and he needs someone he can trust, a new Rajmata. Galanis would answer to no one but themselves, and his will would be their will. This would be a chance to mold the society how they wish, with no judgment, no commitments to modern biases and bigotries. A perfect society, beyond gender and scarcity and suffering. Galanis vehemently refuses, and says that this isn't what they wanted at all, and this isn't how any of this was supposed to go. After a pause, Greaves says that that's disappointing, as Galanis might have been legendary. He tells them to go now, and take the terms of his covenant to the Council, and see if they accept the help he wants to give them, as they understand the threat. Galanis asks him how they got here, and Greaves replies that Galanis led them here,
I mean, yeah.
letting themselves be pushed and pulled
Exactly.
by the forces that surround them. Galanis was a vessel with no agency of their
Like, Galanis was the one the whole time that was, like, pushing to find more information, wanting to find something to counteract, you know, what was going on in Amon Aram, and to kind of prove their worth. Wanting to essentially prove that they could do what, you know, happened with Nussbaum and the other guy that became Amaro. I can't remember his name. But without the negative side effects, proving that they could be greater, that they could find the information of this ancient civilization and find some kind of use for it to be a deterrent against the Mechanites, but without awaking Amon Aram. But, you know, that wasn't going to happen. And she should have realized that, honestly, first time she met, you know, the Davite Empress, whatever, you know, whatever the terminology for her is, the Majrama, or, you know, whatever. Again, I can't remember these names and terms. But I mean, yeah, like, she could have at any point in time literally just cut off all ties, said that, you know, the information that we're getting from what I've learned, the Davites are too great of a risk. Their civilization, and what they did to humans, even though they had a civilization that was rich with culture and art and music and things like that, they also were a culture of slavery and brutal sacrifices and um, brutal implementation of their caste system, and, you know, massacring people they saw less than without a second thought, and essentially using humans as fodder in wars, ammunition in wars, tools to be used however they wanted to, with, you know, the promise, whether it was real or not, of, you know, if you believe in our cause and sacrifice yourselves, you'll be reborn in the afterlife as a Davite. Whether it was real or not, who knows? But yeah, I mean, it's pretty foolish to not expect to open this Pandora's box without, consequences, essentially,
Their own, used and thrown away. Galanis counters that he called them a leader, and Greaves says that they would rise to the occasion, but they haven't.
I also feel like at this point, like if I was Galanis at this point, right, I feel like I would just go ahead and take the steps forward and become the next Davite Empress, whatever, because that's what Greaves is offering her right now. Greaves is saying, he's gonna become the sleeper, the one that's gonna be he's gonna become the dreamer that keeps Korar alive, and he's offering her the position to run the Davite society, essentially. And he literally says that you'll be able to run it however you want to and recreate the society in whatever image you want to. And so it's like, I feel like at this point, you've gone this far, you might as well take those next steps, and at least then you could reform the society how you wanted to, possibly find ways of redoing the caste system, and maybe abolishing the slavery, and finding other ways of maybe using your spellcraft, or at least using, like, it's one thing to have people sign up to be soldiers and willingly sacrifice themselves, for the greater good of their society, right? So like that's one thing, but just rounding up people and, saying, just rounding up people as slaves and using them as fodder, ammunition, etc., as we already said, is completely different. So like, you could at least take the reins, change things, get rid of this, caste system, get rid of this slavery system, implement a new system that could still work, with the confines of their thaumaturgy and their biomancy, while aligning with the Foundation, and, combining your thaumaturgy with the Foundation technology, and, et cetera, et cetera, like, it feels like at this point you might as well take that step forward and at least be in control of where things go to an extent, right? So, but I don't know. It could be that she's still under that want of trying to. I feel like she's trying to prove that she's better than Nussbaum and, Bumaro, by like saying that, I found all this and I didn't succumb to the temptations that they did, kind of a situation. And I feel like, that's what's keeping her from making this decision. And I don't know. I feel like it's a bad one. You know what I'm saying?
Galanis needs to take charge before it's too late, and then Greaves bids them farewell before D-Man.
And I mean, I could be completely wrong, right? Like, it could be a situation where, would she had taken that, offer, she could end up just becoming a slave in herself up to that system, even though she's in charge. That system's already there, and maybe it wouldn't be able to be changed because it is so ingrained in their beliefs, in their theology, that it couldn't be changed. So she would just become another cog in that system. But who knows?
Manifesting in a flash of fire and red light, leaving behind nothing but a few dead leaves. And then Greaves bids them farewell before demanifesting in a flash of fire and red light, leaving behind nothing but a few dead leaves. Galanis stands, staring at the leaves for a few moments before turning and leaving. 3 days later, on June 3rd, the O5s released a new edict, although Galanis was not invited to the deliberation session or to testify.
Yikes.
The council approved 7-5 to establish formal diplomatic channels with the Davic Empire.
I mean, the cat's
and
out of the bag
occupy
now,
the
right?
role of the human element in a future Davic covenant when it is established.
I mean, they got D classes to spare, right? You know?
The specifics of the covenant will be worked out in a manner to benefit both parties and ensure mutual security. The Mamjul Korar initiative's role is to be transformed into a diplomatic one, with academic study of the Deva allowing a better understanding of their culture and society as they pertain to the Foundation. SCP-001 King, formerly Lieutenant Greaves, the current Scarlet Maharaja of the Davic Empire, is to serve as a channel for the thaumaturgic powers of the Deva, allowing them to be utilized by trained Foundation thaumaturges. The Davic Empire is to support the Foundation in any future confrontations against hostile anomalous empires.
I mean,
The
there you
edict
go.
also notes that the vote was taken and
They've got a whole new Davite MTF task force now. You know what I'm saying, dude? Right? Like, they definitely got some upgrades, but you know, I guess at what cost? You know?
this measure is enacted in the absence of the administrator, who historically has handled diplomatic commitments of the Foundation. Afterwards, Desai and Galanis sit and discuss how insane of a decision this was on the O5's part. Galanis remarks on how they can't understand what the Council could possibly be thinking, and Desai says that they want to ally with the baby-sacrificing demons. Galanis says that this was
I mean, I feel like they would have much rather had, you know, been allies with the Mechanites, but that seems like that door is closed. And I doubt that the Sarkics, Nulkins, you know, in this canon so far, I doubt that they're going to be the type that is going to want to work together with the Foundation in any way, shape, or form. So I guess you got to make a deal with the devil, you know?
was a mistake from top to bottom, and that they had an academic responsibility, but they were stupid and naive. There was no way this was going to go any other way than the Foundation
Yep.
weaponizing the Deva for their purposes, just like Amani Ram. Galanis failed then and failed now. Desai tries to say that it isn't their fault, but Galanis replies that they need to take agency, although they don't know how yet. They're trapped between a rock and a hard place, as the Council is expecting Galanis to enforce this, to continue leading the initiative into something they can't possibly support, and did it all without so much as asking Galanis. Desai says that Galanis is still the project lead, and can demand an audience with the Council, to demand an answer. Galanis was the one who saw the Rajmata's visions, not the Council, so they don't know what they're agreeing to. Speaking of the Rajmata, Desai has no love for her, saying that the Foundation protects their people every day, and does it without sacrificing their baser principles. Galanis replies that it's more than that, as there are two groups here, one that thinks the Deva are all insane murderers, and the other one that thinks that's a risk they have to take. Galanis doesn't take either side though, again saying that they are caught between a rock and a hard place. Galanis has seen the visions, and knows that the Deva are not morally pure. Letting a culture with the morals of 3,000 years ago out into the modern world is obscenely careless.
I mean, you already did it with the Mechans, right? Like, I mean, the Mechans, you know, had a moral code from 3,000 years ago. It's just their moral code was based on the worship of technology, essentially. And they honestly were a much more militaristic society than the Davites were. The Davites really were more kind of about cultural advancement, at least from what we've learned from the Davites' point of view. And they were kind of forced into having to fight by, you know, the Mechans. Although the Scarlet was also warning them about the Abominate and kind of preparing them for that as well. So,
But at the same time, they're not inherently evil, and they don't deserve to be destroyed. The way that Greaves was talking scared them, though, and Galanis doesn't know why. Not just him either, as the Rajmata and even 051 all seem utterly convinced that humanity is about to crash into something, and Galanis doesn't know what it is. Desai just says that they'll get through it, because they're the Foundation, and they always do. They sit in silence for some time, sorting through a huge stack of debriefing documents, until Desai grabs a black envelope from the stack. Galanis takes it and realizes that it's from Greaves, and they forgot about this. Galanis had asked Greaves to run a query on a term that kept coming up in their research, since he had a higher clearance level. Galanis opens the envelope and reads the document, sitting in silence for nearly a minute afterwards. Galanis then swears, abruptly stands up, and says that they're going to do something they should have done a long time ago. Afterwards, Galanis uses the lay space communicator to speak with the O5 Council, immediately asking them what the hell they've done.
you know, where's Greaves' body? Is it still there? Like, is his physical body still there? Again, right? Like they said that his new Scarlet form was just kind of like an astral spirit body, wasn't actually physical. So, like, is he still connected to his physical body? Like, and where is it? They haven't said it disappeared, right? It should still be on the ship, right? Unless when he teleported away, he took his body with him. And I just didn't really kind of, I guess, put two and two together at that point in time. But the way it was worded, it didn't really make it sound like that was the case.
They talked so much about not wanting to end up like a money ROM, and yet here they make that edict. 055, however, counters that this is a success for them, as they now have access to a school of thaumaturgy that's an effective.
I mean, yeah, that very well could be, right? It could be that case that, like, once you connect with the jewel and make that pact, right? Like, your body becomes like a husk and your spirit kind of becomes the new vessel or whatever. I don't know.
Countermeasure to mechanite augments. They have a better understanding of the nature of these gods and the threat they pose, and now the Deva are indebted to them. Galanis asks what they mean by indebted, and the room goes silent until 051 says that the details are still being worked out,
Yikes.
but they're strongly considering Greaves' offer for a new covenant. Galanis says that they had a feeling, and they've spent more than a year studying them. The Deva aren't evil, but this is not going to go how the Council thinks it will.
I mean, yeah, right? Like, again, you're talking about a civilization, an advanced civilization that is thousands of years old. It's advanced in different ways, right? They're thaumaturgically far more advanced and capable than the Foundation and any other faction, as far as we know in this canon, are right now, right? You got to know that the Davites aren't gonna give them all of their secrets. They're gonna keep some things to themselves because, I mean, like, that's just smart, right? You're not gonna sit there and give away all your secrets, even to an ally, because then what happens if that ally eventually becomes your enemy and you got no trump card? You got, no ace up your sleeve, nothing to play. So it's not like it would be a situation, in my opinion, where the Davites would, like, allow the Foundation to think they're in charge, and the Davites probably would, cooperate for a certain time until certain events might happen, and then once they're in a position of enough power where they've established a new city, society, they have enough uh, strong enough connection in the physical realm that they wouldn't necessarily need the Foundation anymore, you know, they would probably cut ties with them.
051 says that he's afraid that that's a risk they're willing to take, and asks Galanis to just calm down.
Yeah, just
Galanis,
calm
however,
down.
says that that doesn't explain why they'd be indebted to the Foundation, as the Covenant is a mutual agreement. It benefits the Deva as much as it benefits the Foundation, so what
True.
are they getting extra?
Supposed to be symbiotic.
What do the Deva even want, as they've been written out of history, out of reality itself? They don't.
So I think this is going to lead into the SCP creation of that book. So there will always be there. They can't be written out of history.
Exist in any material sense anymore, and they didn't until the Foundation started looking at them. Once they stop looking, the Deva will fade away again. They want something permanent, and they want someone to write them back into history. Galanis then suddenly comes to a realization, and says that they're making a deal with the devil. 051 assures them that he is acutely aware of the risks they're taking. Galanis says that he's been aware of them for 60 years, although 051 replies that he's not sure what they're referring to. Galanis says that Greaves used his credentials to run a database query for Black Star to see what Galanis was locked out of. He found a database of verbal cognitohazards dating back to the original Memetics Division during World War II. The first record was for Black Star. 051 has known about it since then, and Galanis has no idea what he knows or how, but he's known something about all of this since 1945 that he never told Galanis or Greaves or anyone.
That would be an interesting tie-in if let's say Hitler, the Nazis, etc. somehow were looking for Black Star, right? Because it was very much known that the Nazis, kind of going towards the end of the war, were getting desperate and looking for any kind of means of power. We're actually looking for any kind of occult means and stuff like that that could benefit them. So it would be an interesting tale if they came upon Black Star and actually released them, but it was too late for them to use Black Star or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That'd be an interesting little kind of side story. Because from what I understand, again, one of the occult wars, World War II, was one of the occult wars, whichever one it was. I think someone had commented in a video before that was like Eighth Occult War or something like that, but I don't know.
051, however, says that he swears he has no idea what Galanis is talking about, and only someone with level 5 clearance could have ordered those files sealed.
Clearance.
056 chimes in that they're not the only ones with level 5 clearance, meaning the administrator, and the room bursts into chatter about how they haven't seen him in years, and they wonder why he would even hide this from them. 051 calms the room down, and assures Galanis that they'll look into this, but in isolation it really doesn't mean anything. There are 1,000 ways they could have randomly stumbled across something like that. Galanis says that 051 stood there in a money ROM and assured them that he was a historian, and that he wouldn't let this be exploited. 051 replies that he has people to protect, as another occult war is brewing on the horizon, and he's just doing what they can to avert it. Galanis is confused, and 051 asks them what the occult wars are. Galanis replies that they are secret wars of the anomalous world, occurring in parallel with mundane conflicts, but the last occult war was nearly 100 years ago. 051 says that that means the next one has had 100 years to stew, or longer, and this time the threat won't be Nazis with anomalous weapons. It will be something so powerful, the only term they have for it is reality bender, the Black Star. He says that they all have their roles to play, and Galanis's is to follow the orders he gives. Galanis asks if they're going to stay on as project lead and execute this new directive, which 051 confirms. Galanis then immediately resigns from the Foundation,
There you go.
saying that they're not going to be complicit in them weaponizing the anomalous. After the Manhattan Project, a number of scientists at Los Alamos couldn't handle the reality of what they've done and helped to create, and they couldn't live like that. 051 says that, yes, he knows, as he was there. Galanis continues, saying that for all of
Is 051 Oppenheimer? Is that who this is? The Destroyer of Worlds?
his talk of making sure that Galanis didn't end up like Aram, he let Greaves turn into that thing the moment it was useful to them. They should have never gotten involved in this, and now they're cutting themselves off. 051 just says that that's disappointing, and Galanis replies that he wants to as well, because he's a historian, so he understands where this road ends. 051, however, just says that he has obligations and a higher calling, as his principles can't be unimpeachable because then people die. Galanis says that that mentality is used to justify every Faustian bargain in history, but 051 just shrugs and says that they're all slaves to something, echoing the Rajmata's words. Afterwards, the Davik Empire is designated as Group of Interest 019 and classified as an ally of the Foundation. Additionally, the Foundation and the Davik Empire have entered into a formal covenant, a mutually beneficial anomalous agreement binding both sides to each other. This covenant is contingent on several factors, and may be broken off if either party feels it has been wronged or betrayed.
Mm-hmm.
The Davik Empire will surrender knowledge on thaumaturgy that is capable of being utilized against hostile threats. The Davik Empire will remain in the astral plane and make no attempts to forcibly breach through to the material plane,
Interesting.
and they will not intentionally expose their existence, the Foundation's, or the anomalous to non-Veil societies. In return, the Foundation will act as the human arm of the Covenant, affecting the material plane in the stead of the Davik Empire, and a small number of personnel will be permitted to become temporary hosts of Deva, thereby significantly escalating their thaumaturgy ability. Additionally, as the Davik Empire has been ontologically scrubbed from baseline reality by the Black Star, the Foundation will take a leading role in restoring them. While they will not be given physical form, interviews with Deva and the Rajmata indicate that the presence of a physical, written record of the Deva's history will significantly stabilize Korar and begin restoring the vast historical records in Mamjul and across the Indian subcontinent that were obliterated.
Yep.
As their presence in baseline reality retroactively increases, so will the thaumaturgic power they can supply to the Foundation.
The Davites are playing the long game here, right? They're agreeing to stay in the astral city, right? In return for giving the Foundation information and thaumaturgic abilities to help combat their enemies, with probably what will end up being a thaumaturgical task force or just an upgrade to their current thaumaturgical task force with Davite augmentation, I guess you could say. In return for the written record, which I believe is going to end up being that SCP book about the Davite history that keeps rewriting itself, so the Davites will always exist. Which is also interesting, right? Because then that ties into, again, knowledge of something, belief in something keeps it alive. And as she said, that will help anchor them further. But to me, it's like I said, it's also them playing the long game, right? Like, they're playing by the Foundation's rules for the time being, but the Foundation could eventually cease to exist, be wiped out, or whatever. And like, if you think about it, right, like, if this book is what I think it's going to be, that SCP, record of them, it can't be destroyed. So it'll always exist. So as long as someone somewhere finds it, the Davites will always be able to come back to existence in some way, shape, or form, right? So they could just hang out in the astral world, the Black Star, whoever, come through, wipe out everything. Some random person could find the book and reignite the Davite culture in the physical realm, and then give Davites access to the physical realm, later on in the future, that could benefit so they're essentially just planting seeds of, ways for them to always exist and always have a way of coming back in the physical realm. uh you know and that also could be, a situation where at some point in time things get bad enough to where Foundation needs them to come back in the physical realm or to help them out, et cetera, et cetera. But I feel like this is just the Davites playing the long game, and obviously they've been in this astral city for thousands of years, and time works differently there. So who knows, man? Moments there could be years here or vice versa. So, but they've obviously learned patience where they're at, and yeah, it seems like they're playing the long game till they can uh break away from the Foundation, and or just get an advantage over them, or until maybe the Foundation gets wiped out. You know what I'm saying, right? But they're essentially just making redundancies, so they're always going to exist and have ways of returning to the physical realm at some point in time.
And this effect will apply retroactively, so as the document is extended and completed, more ancient artifacts and ruins of the Deva will be unearthed. This anomalous effect has been classified as SCP-140 and has been applied to the current most complete record of the history of the Deva, which is this document. Under Containment Protocol Herodotus, this document has been separated into 5 acts, each covering, in a parallel, a broad period of the Deva's history from the Song of the Deva, and the events leading to their rediscovery. As such, this file has been designated the primary vector of SCP-140, and it's recommended for perusal in its redacted forms by all cleared Foundation personnel, because as more personnel go through this document, the more the Foundation's thaumaturgic capacity increases. As the Mamjul Korar initiative shifts into its new goals of training thaumaturges in Deva magic, global Foundation priorities are to be shifted towards the investigation and approval of Thaumiel class anomalies, particularly those effective in combat applications. Project Olympia, therefore, has been expedited. Global threat level has once again been elevated to Kennec 5, and Project Forerunner Triad is to dedicate all possible resources to identifying, locating, and securing the final remaining city.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, we're getting foreshadowing here of things to come, things escalating. They're obviously going to start looking for the final city with the Sarkics, etc. So I would assume that means, as we get into that, Black Star, the Abominant, might also come more into play, but clearly the Sarkics are gonna, be the next faction to be revised, etc.
The Nalka city of Black Adytum. Following the ratification of the Foundation Deva Treaty and Galanis' immediate resignation, a helicopter was dispatched to extract Galanis for processing and amnesticization, with Dr. Carl Aberer serving as the interim project lead. Before they were extracted, Galanis was observed to enter the psychotronics lab for a period of 45 minutes. The event was only noticed by security staff after Galanis had been escorted by Alpha 1 operatives into the helicopter and
So she went back to the astral plane, huh?
departed. The recording device associated with Greaves' LSAP array was still active, and were given a transcript of Galanis' last astral projection. Galanis is in the throne room of the Citadel, and once again the city is in an orgiastic sway, with drum beats ringing throughout, now with new joyous words. A new verse of the Song of the Deva is being written, and the Rajmata is seated on the throne, draped in luxurious shawls and silks. She greets Galanis, but Galanis says to spare the pleasantries, as they've resigned and she won't be seen any more of them. The Rajmata says that that is truly a shame, as for all their faults, Galanis was a remarkably innocent soul. It's unfortunate that
she got taken
wars are
advantage
not
of.
kind to the innocent.
Yep.
Galanis would also say so, seeing what it did to her children. The Rajmata's expression does not
Yikes.
shift at this, and she asks what Galanis has come for. Galanis wants an answer, to which the Rajmata asks if it's just one, as she's sure they have many questions. Galanis, however, says that honestly, no, not really, as everything they've wondered about has been just about cleared up, no thanks to the Rajmata. The Rajmata says that she's not going to apologize for doing what she did to ensure the survival of her people, as Galanis' people would have done the same.
Yep.
Galanis replies that they did, and the Rajmata agrees, saying that Galanis can't fault her for this, as the beauty of the covenant is that it is made with the consent of all parties. She did not force Greaves or the overseers into anything they didn't want to do. They simply saw the truth, that the only way they're going to weather the coming storm is together. Her entire nation drowned after falling under the sea, and standing from where she is, she can once again see the tides are rising. Galanis says that it's a new occult war, but the Rajmata counters by saying that it's the same occult war, the first war that never ended.
Exactly.
It merely
it's a continuation of that first war. All the original factions are coming back and are going to take their place on the board again, and what started in the past is going to repeat itself, or continue, I should say.
They had a 3,000-year-old ceasefire that expired the moment the Foundation unleashed a Money Ram from its sandy tomb. Galanis says that all of them are so sure that the Black Star and his god are still out there, biding their time, and wants to know why. The Rajmata explains that she knows this because her master whispered it through the cosmos. She imagines that the Overseers had a similar experience. The Black Star is not the true threat, however, but rather his god is, the Black Moon. Galanis realizes that they've heard the Black Moon before, as that's a Foundation passphrase, meaning that the Overseers do know something about all of this. Galanis says that none of it matters anyways, as the Foundation will likely amnesticize them very soon. The Rajmata says to take this time to ask anything else that they were left wondering about, and after a brief pause, Galanis just laughs and says it's the most trivial thing, but they promised one of their researchers that they'd ask. They couldn't figure out why the three-prong army was called that. The Rajmata replies that a promise is a covenant, and it must be kept, explaining that they are named as such because of their insignia. Galanis says that they didn't see any heraldry in her memories, but the Rajmata replies that it was as powerful a symbol as Black Star is a name, and it's not to be used lightly. It has been a long, long time since that era, however, and she claps her hands. An attendant approaches, carrying a curved black dagger, reflecting the light around it. The attendant hands the dagger to the Rajmata and removes their robes, as the Rajmata uses the dagger and carves a symbol into the tender flesh of the attendant's back. Galanis is horrified, but as the attendant turns and shows their bleeding back to Galanis, there's a wide circle with 3 lines ending in sharp tips facing inward. Galanis realizes that the insignia of the 3-prong army
Foundation.
is the same as the Foundation's.
Yep.
The Rajmata bids goodbye to Galanis and says that for what it's worth, she suspects that this is not the end of their story.
So does that mean the administrator is the Black Star? Because that's why they haven't seen him in forever? That would, I mean, that would make sense, right?
Galanis was in a state of extreme distress as they were escorted to the helicopter, necessitating sedation. The sedative wore off approximately 1 hour after takeoff, and
I mean, would that also indicate, right, that, like, would the Davites know that the Foundation have that symbol, right? I don't know. It would make sense in certain ways, though, too, right? Because, like, none of the other factions' technologies and means worked against the Black Star's armies, which were just regular humans. And it was because of, I guess, they didn't believe in them. Could also be just, like, the Black Star's influence over them. I don't know. Anyway, let's finish this up.
and shortly thereafter, the helicopter went silent and disappeared from Foundation radar. We're provided a transcript of the last recorded transmission. Galanis wakes and asks where they are and shakes their handcuffs. In the cockpit, the pilots do not react, and there are 3 soldiers at various positions throughout the helicopter, all armed and with covered faces. Galanis swears and says that they're not Alpha 1, as their patches aren't like Greaves. An unknown figure comments on Galanis being perceptive, and they see a figure in a suit sitting and facing them, appearing to be in his 50s, with a short beard and close-cropped gray hair. This is the administrator, and he says that he supposes someone owes Galanis an explanation. With that, we finally bring the saga of Mamjul and Korar to a close.
So, like, okay. I guess the question would have to be then too, right? Like, okay, let's say from what we know that, you know, the symbol that the Black Star's forces used is the same symbol as the Foundation, right? So the Foundation has its roots from the Black Star. Maybe the Black Star is the administrator, right? That's my theory at the moment. So if the situation, right, is that Meccan, the Scarlet, and Yaldabaoth, right, those gods were all about the anomalous. Like, that's kind of what their children were. These anomalous means with the thaumaturgy and the Meccan technology and what I guess necromancy in this canon from the Sarkics. So then if the Black Moon and the Black Star and the Foundation are, like, I guess the opposites of that, with controlling and containing these anomalies, right? If the Black Star is the administrator and he went through all the trouble in the past, essentially, of literally wiping them out and winning, why then is he allowing the Foundation to revive them? You know what I'm saying? Like, what what benefit does he have as the administrator, allowing or wanting or even guiding Foundation members to dig up this past and revive these factions? Unless he's just bored and, wants to have someone to fight again. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, right? Unless there's something else going on. Maybe it's a situation where he wants to revive these factions because he knows there's even a greater threat. Again, it could be something of high toss level stuff, pattern screamers, yada yada, extra worldly threats going on, and he's like, hey man, you know, enemy of my enemy is my friend. I need you guys back because something even greater is coming, and we need to work together to stop it. I don't know. The only I can really think of at the moment. Let's finish up this video here. There's only a couple minutes left, but anyway.
Although it's hardly the end to this overall story. Originally, the Foundation stumbled upon the ancient city of Amani Ram, thinking they found a treasure trove, but instead gained a brand new enemy and knowledge of an old one. With the Davites, the Foundation hoped to avoid a similar predicament, empowering an ancient civilization and bringing it into the modern day. In the end, they did exactly that yet again, even losing one of their personnel to the other side in the process. But this time, things are a little different. The Davites are being brought back on the Foundation's terms, as allies, and Greaves is still committed to protecting the Foundation interests, in a sense. The Davic magic will certainly be a boon to the Foundation's war against the Mechanites and the Abominate, or the Black Moon, but it's unlikely that the Davites are going to sit nicely and idly by as this war goes on. What the Foundation certainly doesn't want is for the occult war to blossom into a full-scale war, with the public's knowledge, although I doubt the other combatants are as interested in preserving normalcy. Even more worrying is the Foundation actively contributing to SCP-140,
right,
a phenomenon that could lead to Davite supremacy in the long run.
Like I said, they're playing the
We're
long
also
game.
given one last bombshell of information at the end, with the casual revelation that the three-prong army somehow ended up becoming the SCP Foundation, along with using the Black Moon deity as one of their most well-known passphrases. I won't begin to speculate as to how that happened, but we do know that the three-prong army consisted entirely of baseline humans, and they were the conquerors at the end, as the other civilizations went into decline. Galanis is likely to learn a lot more about the specifics of the Foundation's history from the Administrator, who swooped in out of nowhere to rescue Galanis from a hasty memory wipe. We'll also learn all about how the Nalka, or the Sarkites, fared against the Black Star's army, and what they've been up to in the meantime. Will the Foundation find another ally in them? An enemy?
Doubtful.
Or perhaps something in between? For now, the Foundation's got enough on their plate, along with the author of this saga, Rounderhouse. But this is certainly shaping up to be something quite special.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. No quota, I'm assuming, here, as we haven't had in a while. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you have it. I mean, pretty good conclusion to the Mamjul Korar story here in this Red Tape series. Pretty much went somewhat of how I thought it was going to go, with Greaves becoming the new avatar for the Scarlet and reviving the dream. The Davites getting what they want, them playing the long game with the SCP-140 book, that rewrites their history coming into play. I was waiting for that reference to be in here, and there we go. But yeah, them essentially playing the long game and setting up multiple ways for them to continue to exist The main thing, though, I mean, really was at the very end there, right? You know, the revelation of the three-pronged army's symbol being the SCP Foundation symbol. It wasn't until, like, the circle, when she said the circle, right? Like, they had mentioned a circular, symbol before, which was making me think of the Hang King, right? Because the Hang King is described as like a hole-shaped god or something along those lines. So I was wondering if somehow the Abominant was some kind of reference to the Hang King in some way. Maybe Alagata might play some kind of role in this as part of the Abominant, because I don't know. I mean, there's some strange stuff with Alagata and the Ambassador and the Lords there and all that kind of stuff, so it could kind of fit in a certain way. But once she said the circle, I was like, oh, there's three prongs and there's a circle. That's gonna be the Foundation. Before that, I was wondering if it was gonna be some kind of trident thing, and it was gonna be like some other kind of faction symbol, like maybe the Chaos Insurgency in some way that I was unfamiliar with. But so, I mean, that reveal is a pretty big twist in the story. And so, like I said, it seems like then the logical conclusion would be, from things they've mentioned in this, that they haven't seen the administrator in a while, and the administrator has access to this information, and they're kind of bringing up the administrator. It would seem like a logical conclusion to connect that maybe the administrator is the Black Star then. And so if that's the case, right, now maybe the Foundation is doing things, the O5 Council's doing things on their own without the administrator's approval, you know? Who knows? The O5 Council does weird stuff. But the question would then have to be, right, like, if the administrator is the Black Star and they had gone through the process of literally wiping out these factions, then what is the benefit of reviving them in modern time? Because it's only unless there is some kind of greater threat on the horizon and he's bringing them back as a means to try to unite them against a greater foe, right? Enemy of my enemy is my friend. As a show of good faith, you know, I am bringing you guys back into modern times. I'm reviving your civilizations as a show of good faith. And in return, I need your help to defeat this greater foe. And then once this greater foe is dealt with, we can figure out where we go from there, kind of a situation, right? If it's not that, then what else would it be? The only other thing I can think of is like, hey, he's bored, been around for thousands of years. He's got nothing else to do. Bring him back. So let's fight again. Let's see who can win, you know? I don't know. But that is a pretty big twist there. And that also kind of goes into like the idea of, again, as I'd mentioned, you know, the three gods, Meccan, the Scarlet, and Yaldabaoth are all about these, you know, anomalous means. Anomalous means through technology, anomalous means through biomancy and thaumaturgy, anomalous means through necromancy and other things. You know, we'll learn what other things the Sarkics, Nalkans, whatever they do. And then, of course, the Foundation is anti that. They're about containing those anomalies and having a world of normalcy for humans, where like human is like the baseline existence. It's interesting that the Black Star is an anomaly then in and of himself, and is one that is so powerful that the other forces can't contend with him. A reality bender so powerful he's able to literally sink continents. Kind of a situation. Now, is it through technological means? Right? You know? Is there some kind of technological means that he uses to enhance himself in some kind of way? Because the story of how Mamjul was sunk, you know, the Black Star, I think, sat for 6 days and 6 nights or something along those lines. You gain enough power to do this. And, you know, with reality anchors or whatever, you know, was he sitting there using some kind of reality enhancing technology or whatever to, you know, give himself more power so he could do this? You know, I don't know. But it's also interesting that in this canon, Foundation has its own god too, right? That's not something that's ever really been brought up in anything else that I know of. So yeah, I'm a lot more questions posed with this episode here moving forward. So eager to see where it's gonna go. I think there's a couple of episodes in between before we get into the Sarkic story with their city, Black Adatum, and I believe, you know, that story, that little series in the Red Tape series is the conclusion, unless of course the author has more they're writing on and that's just the end of what's currently there. There'll be more in the future, but eager to learn more. So I'm looking forward to what's going to happen next time. But yeah, that was SCP-001 Mamjul Korar Part 5, the finale of the Davite storyline in the series. Links will be down below, as always, in the description to playlist here for this Red Tape series from the Exploring series. So yeah, be sure to go over there and check it out if you want to watch the original videos of the Exploring series without my commentary and reaction. Feel free, obviously, to go over there and do that. Please do me a favor, you know, hit that sub button on his channel if you haven't already and show the man some love. He definitely deserves it. He makes a lot of great content. If you'd like to join us as I'm doing these reactions live, like I am right now with my YouTube members, glad to have you guys come in and hang out and add your 2 cents to the conversations. Yeah, if you've been around the channel for a while, you want to take your sport to the next level, check all that stuff out. But thank you guys very much for watching this video. It's a long one. Like I said before at the beginning of the video, I will put the Mamjul series together as one long video, as well as I've been releasing them as individual parts. So if you want to watch the super long reaction, I'll get that up as soon as I can. But yeah, looking forward to continuing this. Thank you for watching. Consider leaving a like and a sub. That helps me and the channel grow, and it lets me and the YouTube algorithm know that you enjoy this kind of content and you want to see some more. So appreciate you watching here to the very end. Thank you guys very much, and we'll see you on the next one.